The Journey Towards Higher Dimensions and Raising Your Vibration. This is a guidebook for those called to awaken beyond the confines of ordinary perception. Drawing from ancient wisdom traditions, esoteric teachings, and modern energetic science, we weave a multidimensional map of consciousness, revealing the vibrational nature of reality and the inner architecture of ascension. Through audio transmission and practical insight, this book invites you to transmute dense awareness into luminous presence, to climb the ladder of frequency, and to embody the truth that all existence is vibration. Whether you are a seeker, a mystic, or a steward of planetary coherence, this is your invitation to step into the higher realms, where light becomes language, and vibration becomes the path. Chapter 1: The Foundation of Awareness, Understanding the Vibrational Landscape. The universe, in its most fundamental essence, is not a static, mechanical machine grinding out existence according to immutable laws. Instead, it is a dynamic, living, breathing tapestry woven from the very fabric of pure energy, vibrating with an infinite spectrum of frequencies. To perceive reality in any other way is to miss the most profound truth of our existence: everything is vibration. From the subatomic particles shimmering at the heart of matter to the grand spirals of galaxies tracing the cosmic dance, all existence resonates at a specific vibrational rate. This is the foundational premise upon which the entire structure of higher dimensions and states of being is built. Humanity, throughout its long history, has not been entirely oblivious to this reality. Echoes of this understanding resonate in the sacred texts of ancient civilizations, the mystical teachings of sages, the esoteric doctrines of various spiritual traditions, and even the cutting-edge insights of quantum physics. These diverse sources, though often cloaked in different languages, symbols, and cultural contexts, point towards a unifying principle: consciousness is not merely a product of the physical brain, but is, in fact, the very substrate from which the physical universe emerges. Our state of consciousness, our dominant vibrational frequency, dictates our perception of reality and, crucially, determines our place within the grand spectrum of existence. The journey towards ascending to higher dimensions and vibrations is, at its core, a journey inward. It is an alchemical process of transmuting the lead of mundane, limited awareness into the gold of expanded, enlightened consciousness. This is not merely a psychological or philosophical exercise, nor is it a matter of wishful thinking. It involves a profound, systematic, and often challenging transformation of the very essence of who we are, our thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and state of being. This book aims to serve as a comprehensive guide, drawing upon the collective wisdom accumulated from countless traditions and disciplines that illuminate this path. We will explore the nature of the vibrational universe, the concept of dimensions as layers of reality, and the practical techniques and disciplines required to elevate our own energetic frequency. The goal is not merely to intellectualize these concepts, but to integrate them into the fabric of your daily life, allowing you to consciously participate in the process of raising your vibration and expanding your awareness beyond the confines of ordinary perception. The nature of vibration. Beyond the physical. To understand ascension, we must first grasp the concept of vibration in its totality. In the physical world, we can measure vibrations in terms of frequency, cycles per second, and amplitude, intensity. A tuning fork vibrating at 440 Hz produces a specific musical note. A heavy, slow-moving mallet produces a low-frequency, deep sound, while a light, rapid tap produces a high-frequency, sharp sound. This principle extends throughout the physical spectrum: light waves, visible spectrum, radio waves, X-rays, sound waves, and seismic waves are all different manifestations of energy in motion, vibrating at various rates. However, the concept of vibration extends far beyond the purely physical. The ancient Vedic traditions of India speak of the prana, the vital life force that permeates all existence, consisting of various subtle energies or vayas that flow and vibrate within the body and consciousness. Chinese philosophy speaks of qi, the life energy that animates the universe, flowing through pathways or meridians. These concepts, while described differently, resonate with the idea of a fundamental, energetic undercurrent vibrating at different rates, influencing health, vitality, and consciousness. In the realm of spirituality and esotericism, the idea of a vibrational spectrum is often depicted as a multi-layered structure. Imagine a vast, infinite scale, often visualized as a vertical axis. At the lower end of this scale, we find matter in its most dense form, the physical world that we perceive through our five senses. This is the realm of heavy, slow vibrations, characterized by inertia, density, and limited awareness. Moving upwards along this scale, we encounter realms of increasing lightness, speed, and awareness. These are often referred to as the subtle or ethereal realms. We might envision realms of pure emotion, pure thought, pure intention, each vibrating at a higher frequency than the physical plane. These are not necessarily separate places in the traditional sense, but rather different qualities of reality, different states of consciousness, accessible through shifts in our own vibrational frequency. The concept of dimensions, layers of reality. The term dimension can be a bit misleading if we solely rely on its mathematical interpretation. While mathematicians define dimensions in terms of axes of measurement, one dimension is a line, 2 dimensions is a plane, 3 dimensions is space plus time. In the context of consciousness and vibration, we are referring to a more nuanced concept, layers or states of reality that exist along a vibrational spectrum. Think of it not as stepping from one room to another, but as changing the wavelength of light passing through a prism. Different wavelengths, different frequencies, reveal different colors, different realities or states of awareness. The physical dimension we inhabit is like a specific color on the spectrum. It has its characteristics, its limitations, and its perceptions. Above this physical dimension, there are proposed or experienced dimensions characterized by different properties. 1. The emotional dimension. This realm might be associated with vibrations related to feelings, emotions, and the flow of the life force, prana, chi. It could be perceived as a realm of intense colors, subtle sensations, and a deep connection to the heart's intelligence. The state of being here might be one of pure feeling, unencumbered by the dense physical form. 2. The mental dimension. This dimension could correspond to vibrations related to thoughts, ideas, concepts, and the processing of information. It might be experienced as a realm of vast mental landscapes, infinite information, and the ability to manipulate thought forms. The state of being here might be one of pure intellect, unbound by the limitations of physical language and logic. 3. The intuitive/heart dimension. This dimension is often associated with the higher heart chakra, and vibrations related to love, compassion, unity, and universal intelligence. It might be experienced as a realm of unconditional love, deep empathy, and a direct connection to the divine or the collective unconscious. The state of being here might be one of pure love, unconflicted by the ego's desires. 4. The spiritual/unity dimension. This is often considered the highest dimension, the realm of pure spirit, oneness, and the source of all creation. It might be experienced as a state of blissful awareness, infinite peace, and a complete dissolution of the sense of self. The state of being here might be one of pure consciousness, unbound by any limitations. These dimensions are not necessarily sequential. One does not have to complete the emotional dimension before moving on to the mental. Rather, they exist concurrently, like different layers of an onion, or different frequencies on the radio spectrum. Our current state of consciousness determines which layers we are primarily perceiving and interacting with. The role of the human vehicle. Central to the process of ascension is the human body and mind, which serve as our vehicles for experiencing reality. However, these vehicles are not merely passive receptors, they are dynamic systems that can be consciously influenced and transformed. The body, particularly the energy centers known as chakras, is seen as a sophisticated system for processing and transmuting energy. In many traditions, there are 7 main chakras, located along the spine, each corresponding to different aspects of our being and different vibrational frequencies. When these chakras are open and balanced, the energy, prana, chi, can flow freely throughout the body, nourishing all systems and supporting a higher state of consciousness. The mind, with its vast capacity for thought and emotion, is another key aspect of our vehicle. Our thoughts and emotions have their own vibrational signature. Fear, anger, and doubt are associated with lower, denser vibrations, while love, compassion, and joy are associated with higher, lighter vibrations. The quality of our thoughts and emotions directly impacts our overall vibrational state. The process of ascension involves purifying and elevating the vibrational frequency of both the body and the mind. This is not an overnight process, but a gradual, ongoing journey of refinement and transformation. It requires conscious effort, dedication, and a willingness to explore the deeper aspects of ourselves. The path forward. A call to conscious evolution. The journey of ascension is not a destination to be reached, but a process of continuous evolution. It is a path of awakening, of expanding awareness, of discovering our true nature as conscious beings within an infinite, vibrating universe. It is a path that calls us to take responsibility for our own consciousness, to actively participate in the process of raising our vibration, and to contribute to the evolution of the collective consciousness. This book will delve into the various practices and disciplines that can support this journey. We will explore techniques for meditation, breathwork, energy healing, sound therapy, and other methods that can help to purify the body, balance the chakras, quiet the mind, and elevate the heart. We will also explore the importance of living a life of integrity, compassion, and service, as these qualities are essential expressions of a higher vibrational state. As we embark on this journey, it is important to approach it with an open mind, a humble heart, and a sense of curiosity. The path of ascension is unique for each individual, and there is no single right way to travel it. However, by drawing upon the wisdom of the ages, by exploring the nature of vibration and dimension, and by committing to the process of conscious evolution, we can each find our own way to transcend the limitations of the physical dimension and experience the full spectrum of reality that awaits us. In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into the nature of the physical dimension and explore the concept of the vibrational matrix that underlies all physical reality. We will examine how our thoughts and emotions interact with this matrix, and how we can begin to consciously shape our own reality through the power of our intention. Chapter 2: The Vibrational Tapestry, Understanding Reality's Fundamental Nature. The journey towards ascension, the often discussed transition into higher dimensions or states of being, is not merely a geographical relocation across the cosmos but a profound alchemical transformation within the very fabric of one's own consciousness. To truly grasp the mechanics and possibilities of this journey, one must first delve into the foundational understanding that all of reality, from the subatomic particle to the galactic supercluster, operates not primarily through linear causality, but through the dynamics of vibration. This chapter seeks to unravel the intricate tapestry of vibrational physics, consciousness, and cosmic structure, providing the essential lexicon and conceptual framework necessary for comprehending the subsequent stages of the ascension process. At the heart of this understanding lies the radical assertion that reality is fundamentally vibrational energy. This concept, while seemingly esoteric, finds resonance not only in ancient mystical traditions spanning countless cultures but is also increasingly supported by the findings of modern physics. To dismiss it as mere metaphor is to overlook a potential key to unlocking the universe's deepest secrets and our own inherent potential. Let us begin by examining the nature of vibration itself. What does it mean for something to vibrate? Fundamentally, vibration is oscillation, a repetitive movement or fluctuation around a central point or state. This oscillation can occur in numerous forms: mechanical vibrations like the back-and-forth motion of a pendulum or the compression and rarefaction of sound waves through a medium, electrical vibrations involving the oscillation of charged particles, or, perhaps most relevantly for our purposes, the oscillation of energy fields and informational patterns. The crucial point is that different frequencies of vibration correspond to different qualities, states, and manifestations. A low-frequency vibration might represent density, inertia, resistance to change, and a state of contraction, often associated with states of fear, limitation, and material attachment. Conversely, a high-frequency vibration is typically characterized by expansion, lightness, fluidity, ease, intelligence, and coherence. It resonates with states of love, joy, peace, creativity, and unity. This principle is not arbitrary. It is a fundamental law of the universe, observable across diverse domains. Consider the simple analogy of sound. A single note played on a piano has a specific frequency, its fundamental vibration. However, this note can be richly textured by overtones, or harmonics, which are rapid, subtle vibrations at frequencies that are whole number multiples of the fundamental. The unique timbre or color of the sound is precisely determined by the complex interplay of these fundamental and harmonic vibrations. Similarly, the color or quality of a state of consciousness, or indeed, the apparent nature of an energetic reality, is determined by its specific vibrational signature, including its fundamental frequency and the complex pattern of its harmonic overlays. This leads us to the concept of the vibrational spectrum. Imagine a vast spectrum, like a rainbow, but extending infinitely in both directions beyond the familiar colors. On one end, perhaps, lies the spectrum of the most subtle, high-frequency, luminous, and interconnected states of being, often described as pure consciousness, source, the void before form, or the realms of the ascended masters and deities. On the opposite end, potentially, lie the spectra associated with states of extreme density, fragmentation, isolation, and what some traditions might term lower densities or states of suffering, characterized by intense attachment, fear, and conflict. Our current state of human consciousness is generally understood to be located somewhere along this vast spectrum. We experience a relatively narrow band of frequencies as our everyday reality, filtered through our physical senses and the conditioning of our cultural and personal histories. We perceive the world primarily through the lens of duality, light and dark, hot and cold, up and down, good and bad. This duality arises from our specific vibrational range, which allows us to interact with and perceive a certain level of contrast and separation within the underlying unity of vibrational energy. However, the crucial insight for the aspirant on the path of ascension is that this perceived duality is not inherent in the fundamental nature of reality itself, but rather an artifact of our limited vibrational perception. Reality at its core is undivided, interconnected, and inherently intelligent, operating through the elegant dance of complementary frequencies and harmonious resonance. The apparent conflicts and separations we experience are often manifestations of misaligned or discordant vibrations within ourselves and our interaction with the wider field. Ancient wisdom traditions from around the globe echo this understanding. The Hindu concept of Turiya, the fourth state beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, points towards a state of pure consciousness, undifferentiated and vibrationally pure. The Buddhist notion of shunyata, emptiness, suggests that phenomena lack inherent, independent existence, existing instead as interdependent vibrations within a dynamic field. The Taoist emphasis on wu-wei, effortless action, and living in harmony with the Tao, the way, the underlying principle and flow of the universe, implicitly involves aligning one's personal vibration with the natural, harmonious flow of the cosmos. The Kabbalah's Tree of Life maps the structure of the cosmos and the human psyche through a series of interconnected spheres, each corresponding to specific paths and levels of vibration. The concept of the Sephirot represents different attributes and emanations of the divine, each with its own vibrational frequency and role in the manifestation of reality. These ancient teachings, though expressed in different cultural languages and metaphors, converge on the core principle that consciousness shapes reality through vibration, and that higher states of being are characterized by higher, more refined, and harmonious vibrational frequencies. The goal of ascension, from this perspective, is not merely to travel to distant planets or realms, but to elevate the vibrational frequency of one's own consciousness, thereby expanding perception, dissolving limitations, and aligning more closely with the fundamental nature of the universe. Modern physics, particularly quantum mechanics, has begun to provide a strange and fascinating empirical backdrop for these ancient insights. Concepts like wave-particle duality, the observer effect, and the entanglement of particles across vast distances challenge our classical notions of separate, objective reality. The idea that the act of observation itself influences the state of a system suggests a deep connection between consciousness and the vibrational state of matter and energy. The work of physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, Erwin Schrödinger, and later researchers exploring the nature of consciousness and the quantum field, often termed quantum consciousness, hints at a universe far more interconnected and potentially malleable by conscious intent than previously thought. While mainstream physics often seeks to explain these phenomena within the confines of mathematical models, alternative interpretations sometimes draw parallels with spiritual concepts. The quantum field itself can be conceptualized as a vast ocean of potential energy, vibrating in complex patterns. The manifestation of matter and specific events could be viewed as the selection or coherence of certain vibrational patterns within this field, potentially influenced by focused consciousness. Some interpretations even suggest that higher dimensions might be accessible not as physical locations out there, but as different states of vibration or coherence within our own multidimensional quantum field. This provides a fascinating bridge. If reality is fundamentally vibrational, and consciousness can influence the quantum field, then it is plausible that by consciously altering our own vibrational state, we can influence our perception of reality, access different states of consciousness, and potentially tune ourselves into resonance with higher dimensional frequencies or realities that are already present, albeit perhaps less coherently manifested for most beings. The process of ascension, therefore, can be understood as a deliberate and systematic process of vibrational tuning. It involves consciously raising one's frequency through a multitude of practices and disciplines. These include, but are not limited to: 1. Meditation and mindfulness. Quieting the incessant chatter of the mind allows one to become more aware of the subtle vibrational undercurrents of consciousness and to consciously direct focus towards higher, more harmonious states. 2. Intention setting. Focused, heartfelt intention acts as a powerful vibrational tool, aligning one's energy field with desired outcomes and states of being. 3. Emotional work. Consciously processing, transmuting, and releasing lower frequency emotions like fear, anger, resentment, and attachment is crucial. Higher states of being are inherently associated with higher emotional frequencies like love, compassion, joy, and gratitude. 4. Energy practices. Techniques such as Qigong, Tai Chi, and various forms of energy healing involve working directly with the body's energy fields, often termed the chakras, meridians, or aura, to clear blockages, balance energies, and raise overall vibrational frequency. 5. Sound healing. The use of specific sound frequencies, through instruments like singing bowls, gongs, tuning forks, or even focused vocalization, can directly influence brainwave states and vibrational resonance within the body and energy field. 6. Nutrition and lifestyle. Consuming foods and substances that support vitality and clarity, while avoiding those that depress or distort consciousness, contributes to a higher vibrational baseline. 7. Synchronicity and ritual. Engaging with the flow of synchronicity and participating in meaningful rituals can help attune one's energy to higher vibrational patterns and cosmic currents. 8. Study and contemplation. Deeply engaging with the wisdom of mystical traditions, sacred texts, and the insights of consciousness researchers can provide the understanding and framework necessary for the ascension journey. Each of these practices acts as a tuning fork, gradually raising the overall resonant frequency of the individual. As the personal vibration rises, the individual begins to vibrate in greater harmony with the higher frequencies of the universe. This alignment has profound effects. Expanded perception. The senses may become more acute, or one may develop new forms of perception, accessing information through intuition, telepathy, or clairvoyance, perceiving the vibrational nuances of reality that were previously invisible. Dissolution of the ego. The rigid, separate sense of self, built upon fear and separation, begins to soften and dissolve as the individual recognizes their interconnectedness with all of existence, rooted in the unconditioned, vibrational field of pure consciousness. Increased intelligence and awareness. Accessing higher levels of intelligence associated with the higher dimensions becomes possible, leading to profound insights, creativity, and problem-solving abilities. Transcendence of limitation. Physical limitations may lessen, time-space perception can become non-linear, and the ability to manifest desired realities through focused intention becomes more apparent. Access to higher realms. As the vibrational frequency matches that of the target dimension or state of being, the individual can consciously experience and interact with these higher realms, potentially making them a more permanent residence. It is crucial to understand that this process is not necessarily linear or instantaneous. It is often described as an ongoing process of refinement, a gradual shift rather than a single event. There may be periods of intense transformation, challenges as old patterns and beliefs are released, and moments of doubt or confusion. However, the fundamental principle remains: by consciously cultivating higher vibrations through dedicated practice and aligned intention, one moves inexorably towards greater consciousness, unity, and alignment with the infinite potential of the universe. This understanding of reality as a vibrational tapestry, and of ascension as a journey of raising one's own vibrational frequency, provides a powerful and unifying framework. It integrates insights from ancient mysticism and modern physics, offering a practical path for those seeking to transcend limitations and explore the vast, multidimensional nature of existence. The next chapters will delve deeper into the specific dimensions encountered on this journey, the nature of consciousness itself, and the practical techniques for navigating this profound transformation. Chapter 3: The Alchemy of Inner States and Vibrational Shifts. The journey towards higher dimensions is not merely a traversal across vast, unseen landscapes, though it certainly involves that. It is, at its core, an internal revolution, a profound alchemy of the self that transmutes the very fabric of consciousness from its dense, materially bound state into a radiant, fluid, and interconnected presence. This chapter delves into the fundamental mechanics of this internal transformation, exploring the crucial relationship between our inner states, our vibrational signature, and the very nature of reality itself. We will synthesize insights from psychology, neuroscience, quantum physics, ancient mystical traditions, and contemporary spiritual teachings to illuminate the path of inner refinement. The foundation of this entire process rests upon the understanding that our reality is, in large part, a projection of our own state of being. This is not to be misinterpreted as mere wishful thinking, rather, it points to a fundamental principle of resonance and correspondence. As the great Hermetic maxim states, as above, so below, as below, so above. This ancient wisdom hints at a universe governed by interconnectedness and mirroring principles. Our internal world, our thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and energetic resonance, acts as a tuning fork, setting the frequency at which we vibrate and, consequently, the nature of the reality we experience around us. Understanding vibrational reality, the quantum field and energetic resonance. Modern physics, particularly quantum field theory, offers a fascinating, albeit abstract, framework for understanding the vibrational nature of existence. At the most fundamental level, the universe is not composed of solid, discrete particles but rather of fluctuating fields of energy and potentiality. Particles, as we perceive them, are more like localized excitations or waves within this vast quantum field. This field, often referred to as the zero-point field or simply the quantum vacuum, is teeming with infinite potential and is the source from which all manifestation arises. If the universe operates on the principle of vibration, then consciousness, as an emergent property of this energetic field, inherently possesses a vibrational quality. Our thoughts, emotions, and intentions are not just abstract mental events, they are energetic frequencies generated within us and projected into the quantum field. A thought of fear or anger carries a dense, contracted frequency, while a thought of love, compassion, or gratitude emanates a lighter, more expansive vibration. The principle of like attracts like becomes a fundamental law of energetic interaction. What we focus upon, think about, and feel strongly tends to draw experiences and encounters that resonate with that same frequency into our reality. This is the subtle mechanism of energetic resonance. It is not that we choose specific events, but rather that we attract situations and interactions that align with our predominant state of being. The process of ascending involves consciously learning to cultivate and maintain higher, more refined vibrational states, states of peace, clarity, love, unity, and joy, thereby tuning our energetic signature to the frequencies of higher dimensions. The inner state's alchemy, from density to light. The transformation required for ascension is an alchemical process, a deliberate transmutation of the inner self from a state of limited, separated awareness rooted in the material form, often associated with the lower densities or dimensions, into a state of expanded, unified consciousness aligned with the higher realms. This involves working with the mind, the emotions, the body, and the energy field, the aura or subtle bodies. Mind transformation, from mental chatter to clear awareness. The human mind, particularly the conscious mind, is often a whirlwind of thoughts, judgments, opinions, and anxieties. This mental chatter creates mental static, a dense energetic layer that obscures our true nature and prevents us from perceiving the deeper, more subtle aspects of reality. Ascension requires quieting this mental noise. Practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and disciplined self-inquiry are essential tools. They allow us to observe our thoughts without identification, to see them as mere mental events rather than objective truths. As the mind becomes quieter, its frequency naturally elevates. Clarity, insight, and direct knowing replace the need for constant analysis and intellectual processing. The mind shifts from being a processor of information about reality to becoming a channel through which reality can be directly perceived and experienced. Emotional purification, raising the frequency from turbulence to harmony. Emotions are powerful energetic frequencies that color our perception of reality and influence the state of our subtle bodies. Lower emotional states, fear, anxiety, anger, resentment, grief, are associated with dense, contracted vibrations. They create tightness and congestion within the physical and subtle energy systems, particularly the chakras and the aura. These emotions act like energetic anchors, keeping us tethered to the lower planes of existence. The ascension process involves acknowledging, understanding, and ultimately transmuting these lower emotions. This is not about suppressing feelings, which is often ineffective and can lead to further energetic blockages, but about processing them, learning their underlying messages, and releasing their energetic grip. Techniques such as emotional freedom techniques, EFT, based on the idea that tapping on specific points of the body can help release negative emotions and restore emotional balance. Breathwork, journaling, and dedicated heart-centered practices help to clear emotional charge and purify the emotional body. As lower emotions are released and higher states like love, compassion, gratitude, and inner peace are cultivated, the overall vibrational frequency of the being rises, creating a lighter, more harmonious energetic field. Body consciousness, the physical vehicle as a vibrational instrument. The physical body is not merely a biological machine, it is the vehicle through which consciousness expresses itself in the physical dimension. However, it is often operating from a state of tension, stress, and disharmony, mirroring the mental and emotional states. The process of ascension includes cultivating a higher degree of body awareness and bringing the body into a state of balance and lightness. This involves practices that work directly with the physical form and its energetic counterpart. Physical postures, like yoga, conscious and deep breathing techniques, pranayama, and gentle movement practices help to release physical tension, improve energy flow, prana or chi, and cleanse the physical system. Furthermore, adopting a lifestyle that supports health, proper nutrition, hydration, sufficient rest, contributes to a lighter, more vibrant physical vehicle capable of resonating at higher frequencies. The body becomes less of a dense anchor and more of a flexible, responsive instrument for higher consciousness. Energy field refinement, purifying and expanding the aura. Surrounding the physical body is the subtle energy field, often referred to as the aura. This field is a dynamic extension of our consciousness, reflecting our current state of being in terms of vibration and emotional tone. It interacts with the energies of the environment and other beings. A dense, murky aura, characterized by dark or heavy colors, indicates a state of low vibration, filled with unresolved emotional issues, negative thought patterns, and energetic attachments. The ascension journey involves purifying this energy field, clearing old patterns and energies that no longer serve us. This can be achieved through specific energy healing practices, the use of crystals and color therapy, sound healing, like singing bowls or binaural beats, and simply spending time in nature, where the earth's energy can help to ground and cleanse. As the aura becomes clearer, brighter, and more expansive, it signifies a raising of the overall vibrational frequency. This refined energy field acts as a protective shield, a beacon of light, and a bridge between the physical and the non-physical realms. The vibrational escalator, stepping up through states of consciousness. Ascension is not a single event but a continuous process of raising vibration, a gradual escalation through different states and levels of consciousness. Many spiritual traditions and modern consciousness researchers describe these states using various frameworks. While the specific terminology may differ, the underlying principle of increasing vibrational frequency and expanding awareness is consistent. One common model involves understanding consciousness as existing along a spectrum or through various bodies or vehicles of perception. We typically operate primarily through the physical body and the ego mind. As we begin the ascension process, we start to develop awareness of the emotional body and the mental body, or subtle mental plane. Further along the path, we may begin to perceive and interact with the astral plane or etheric plane, realms associated with deeper emotional and mental states, intuition, and non-physical beings. Beyond these, according to many esoteric teachings, lie higher planes of existence, the higher densities, or higher dimensions. These are not necessarily places out there in space, but represent states of being characterized by vastly higher frequencies of love, light, unity, and intelligence. To inhabit these states requires a corresponding vibrational match. The journey involves progressively raising our frequency through dedicated practice and inner work. This escalation might manifest as experiences of increased intuition, direct knowing without the filter of the rational mind, enhanced empathy and compassion, feeling a deeper connection and oneness with all beings, expanded perception, sensing energy fields, auras, and subtle realities more clearly. reduced fear and separation, experiencing a sense of inner peace and belonging. Flow states and creativity, accessing higher levels of creative inspiration and effortless action. Elevated states of consciousness, moments of profound clarity, bliss, or unity with the divine or the all. Each step up the vibrational escalator requires conscious effort. It means choosing thoughts and emotions that align with higher frequencies, diligently working to release lower vibrational patterns, and consistently engaging in practices that expand awareness and purify the energy field. It is a commitment to the ongoing refinement of the self. Overcoming obstacles, the nature of fear and resistance. The path of ascension is not always smooth. The very process of raising vibration can bring up deep-seated fears and resistance. The ego, the part of us identified with the limited self and its survival needs, often resists changes that threaten its perceived control or comfort. Ascension implies a dissolution of the rigid boundaries of the ego identity and a merging with something greater. This can feel terrifying: the fear of the unknown, the fear of losing control, the fear of merging with the darkness, often misunderstood as the void, but representing the boundless potential beyond personal identity. Furthermore, the denser vibrational states of fear, anger, and separation can be powerful energetic anchors. As we begin to purify and raise our vibration, these old energies can surface, demanding our attention and processing. This can manifest as intense emotional experiences, challenging situations, or internal conflicts. It is crucial to understand that these are not signs of failure but opportunities for growth. They are the remnants of the old self being shed. Meeting these challenges with compassion, understanding, and continued purification is key. It requires faith in the process, even when it feels difficult, and the support of a community or spiritual guidance. The role of community and guidance. While the internal work is paramount, the journey of ascension is not undertaken in isolation. The support of a like-minded community can be invaluable. Sharing experiences, insights, and challenges with others on a similar path provides encouragement, accountability, and a sense of belonging. It helps to normalize the process and provides a network for mutual support. Additionally, seeking guidance from experienced teachers, spiritual mentors, or engaging with the wisdom of the ages through study and contemplation can provide direction and clarity. Many traditions offer established practices, teachings, and frameworks that can serve as maps for the journey. However, it is essential to discern and choose teachings that resonate with one's own intuition and truth, rather than blindly following any single path. Conclusion: the continuous process of illumination. The alchemy of inner states and vibrational shifts is the fundamental engine of ascension. It is a profound and ongoing process of transmuting the lower into the higher, the dense into the light, the separated into the united. By consciously working to quiet the mind, purify the emotions, refine the body, and cleanse the energy field, we raise our vibrational frequency and begin to resonate with the frequencies of higher dimensions. This is not merely about changing our external circumstances, it is about transforming our very being from a limited, material-bound entity into a radiant, conscious expression of the infinite potential of the universe. It is a journey of continuous illumination, a path towards greater love, awareness, and unity with all that is. The work is demanding but profoundly rewarding, leading to a reality experienced from a place of greater peace, power, and purpose. Chapter 3 Summary Points. 1. Vibrational reality. Reality is fundamentally energetic, and consciousness has a vibrational signature that resonates with and shapes our experience. Quantum physics offers a model of a vibrational universe. 2. Energetic resonance. Like attracts like, our dominant inner state, thoughts, emotions, attracts corresponding external experiences. Ascension involves raising our vibration to attract higher dimensional realities. 3. Inner states alchemy. Ascension is an internal transmutation requiring work on multiple levels. Mind, quieting mental chatter through meditation and self-inquiry to achieve clarity and direct knowing. Emotions, processing and releasing lower emotions, fear, anger, through awareness and specific techniques to cultivate higher states, love, peace. Body, using physical practices, yoga, breath work, healthy lifestyle, to release tension, improve energy flow, and refine the physical vehicle. Energy field, purifying and expanding the aura through energy work, crystals, and nature to raise the overall energetic frequency. 4. The vibrational escalator, ascension, is a gradual process of raising consciousness through different states or planes, requiring consistent practice and a match of inner frequency to the desired state, e.g., moving from physical/ego to emotional/mental to higher densities. 5. Overcoming obstacles, resistance and fear, often ego or related to releasing old patterns, are natural parts of the process and require compassionate handling and continued commitment. 6. Community and guidance, support from like-minded individuals and wisdom from teachers or traditions can provide valuable assistance on the path. 7. Continuous illumination, the journey is ongoing, involving the continuous refinement of the self towards greater love, awareness, and unity. Chapter 4, The Alchemy of Inner Space, Purification, Integration, and the Energetic Body. The journey towards higher dimensions is not merely a traversal across vast distances of cosmic space, it is, at its core, an alchemical process undertaken within the crucible of the self. As we shift our vibrational frequency, we engage in a profound inner work, a purification and integration that transforms our very essence. This chapter delves into the vital stages of this inner alchemy, focusing on the crucial role of clearing energetic blockages, purifying the subtle bodies, integrating fragmented aspects of the self, and understanding the intricate structure and dynamics of the human energy field, or the aura, as a key vehicle for ascension. The energetic signature, the human aura as a vibrational map. Before delving into the mechanics of purification and integration, it is essential to grasp the fundamental nature of the vehicle through which this transformation occurs, the human energy field, commonly known as the aura. Ancient traditions from around the world, spanning India, the prana and prakriti concepts, China, the chi meridians, and Europe, the aura, all describe an invisible, radiant field surrounding the physical body. Modern quantum physics, while not explicitly naming it the aura, provides intriguing parallels through concepts like the double-slit experiment, wave-particle duality, and the understanding that the observer affects the observed. The human body, far from being a static, inert mass, is a dynamic, vibrating energy system. This energy field is not merely a byproduct, it is the very substance of our being, the field of potential from which our physical form manifests. The aura is often described as a multi-layered structure, each layer corresponding to different aspects of our being and resonating at different vibrational frequencies. These layers typically include 1. The etheric or physical layer, closest to the body, mirroring the physical form precisely. It reflects the body's health, density, and recent energetic imprints. 2. The emotional layer, often associated with the lower chakras, this layer vibrates with the colors and energies of our emotions. It shows where we hold on to feelings, both positive and negative. 3. The mental layer, corresponding to the upper chakras and the crown, this layer reflects our thoughts, beliefs, mental patterns, and intellectual processes. 4. The astral or soul layer, this is often considered the layer where the soul or higher self interacts more directly with the physical plane. It resonates with intuition, creativity, and spiritual connection. 5. The spiritual or higher self layer, the outermost layer, shimmering with the colors of pure consciousness, divine connection, and universal awareness. Furthermore, the concept of the chakras, spinning wheels of energy located along the central axis of the body, is central to many ascension teachings. Typically described as 7 main chakras, from the base of the spine to the crown of the head, corresponding to the root, sacral, solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown. They act as crucial points of intersection and transformation for the flow of universal life force energy, or prana, chi, ki, or shakti. When we talk about ascending to higher dimensions, we are essentially speaking about raising the overall vibrational frequency of the entire aura, particularly the lower, denser layers, and aligning all the chakras. This raising of vibration is not merely a quantitative increase in energy, it is a qualitative shift in the nature of that energy, moving from states of duality, fear, separation, and limitation toward states of unity, love, peace, and infinite potential, the very frequencies of the higher dimensions themselves. The crucial work of purification, dissolving energetic blockages. The path of ascension is inherently obstructed by the very patterns of the ego and the traumas accumulated throughout incarnations. These imprints manifest as energetic blockages within the aura and the chakras. To ascend, these blockages must be identified, understood, and dissolved. What are energetic blockages? Blockages are essentially areas within the energy field where the vibration is stuck, stagnant, or discordant. They can manifest in numerous ways. Dense or cloudy areas, cloudy patches in the aura often indicate emotional or mental turmoil, such as sadness, anger, fear, or resentment that has been held onto. These areas absorb and radiate low-frequency energy. Tangled or kinked energy, twisted or tangled lines of energy can signify internal conflict, unresolved trauma, or conflicting beliefs and desires. Holes or gaps, holes in the aura can represent feelings of emptiness, vulnerability, or disconnection from oneself or others. They may indicate where vital life force energy has been lost or is leaking away. Shadow aspects, the lower self, ego, or shadow personality often resides in the denser, more negative aspects of the aura. These are patterns of behavior, thought, and emotion that no longer serve our highest good but continue to draw us down. External influences, energetic cords, attachments, or influences from others, past or present relationships, entities, or even environmental energies, can attach to and drain the aura, creating blockages. Methods for purification. Countless spiritual traditions and modern energy workers offer techniques for purification. These often involve a combination of inner work and the use of specific energy tools or frequencies. Meditation and mindfulness. Quieting the mind allows us to become aware of our energetic field and the feelings associated with different areas. Mindfulness helps us observe thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing them to arise and pass. Breathwork. Specific breathing techniques can draw energy in, activate and clear chakras, and release stagnant energy. For example, alternate nostril breathing, nadi shodhana, can balance the energies of the Ida and Pingala channels, while full yogic breathing can expand the energy field. Energy healing modalities, practices like Reiki, the therapeutic touch, or shamanic healing work directly with the energy field to locate, clear, and balance blockages. These often involve the practitioner acting as a conduit for high-frequency, loving energy. Crystals. Many stones are believed to possess specific vibrational properties that can aid in clearing and protecting the aura. Clear quartz is a powerful amplifier and clarifier, while amethyst can calm the emotional body. Rose quartz can open the heart, and smoky quartz can help transmute negative energy. Sound healing. The use of tuning forks, singing bowls, or even specific mantras can vibrate the energy field at resonant frequencies, dislodging blockages and restoring balance. Affirmations and visualization. Repeating positive affirmations and visualizing the aura clearing, brightening, and expanding can reprogram the subconscious mind and directly influence the energy field. Visualizing white light or golden light washing over the body and clearing every blockage is a common technique. Shadow work. This involves consciously acknowledging, understanding, and integrating the darker, hidden aspects of ourselves. This process allows these aspects to be transmuted from sources of blockage into sources of strength and wisdom. Somatic experiencing and trauma release techniques. These methods focus on releasing stored trauma through the body itself, acknowledging that trauma is held not just mentally but physically and energetically. The process of purification is not always comfortable. It often involves confronting difficult emotions, releasing old patterns, and letting go of familiar structures. However, it is a necessary and liberating step. As blockages are cleared, the energy field becomes clearer, brighter, and more vibrant, able to vibrate at higher frequencies. The integration of self, wholeness, and the unification of consciousness. Purification is only half the equation. The other crucial aspect of ascension work is integration. Purification clears the channels and removes the debris, while integration brings the fragmented parts of the self back into a unified whole. This involves reconciling the different aspects of our being, the conscious and unconscious, the rational and intuitive, the masculine and feminine, the body and the spirit. Fragmentation, the ego structure. The human psyche, particularly in its ego state, is often described as fragmented. We may identify strongly with our roles, parent, child, employee, our thoughts, our desires, or our past traumas. This fragmentation creates a sense of separation from others, from the earth, from our true nature, and ultimately, from the infinite consciousness of the universe. This separation is experienced as loneliness, suffering, and a feeling of incompleteness. The integration process. Integration is the journey back to wholeness. It involves recognizing the interconnectedness, understanding that all parts of ourselves are interconnected and essential. No aspect is inherently good or bad, all serves a purpose, however distorted. Bringing the shadow into the light, integrating the shadow aspects, unacknowledged feelings, desires, traits, rather than projecting them outward or suppressing them. This allows these parts to be transformed and integrated into the conscious self. Balancing energies, harmonizing the energies of the different chakras and the masculine/feminine principles within ourselves. An imbalance can lead to psychological and energetic distortions. Harmonizing mind, body, and spirit, creating a conscious connection between the mental, emotional, and physical aspects of being. The body is not separate from the mind or spirit, it is the physical vehicle through which consciousness expresses itself. Cultivating presence, integrating the fragmented aspects of time, past, present, future, by cultivating a state of mindful presence in the here and now. This allows us to experience life directly, rather than through the filter of past conditioning or future anxieties. The role of the higher self. Many spiritual paths teach the existence of a higher self, an aspect of our consciousness residing in higher dimensions, closer to the source. This higher self is often described as the true, unfragmented self. The process of ascension involves increasing the influence of the higher self upon the lower, denser aspects of the self. As we clear blockages and integrate our fragmented parts, we create more space and alignment for the higher self's guidance and consciousness to express through us. Symptoms of integration. As integration progresses, one may notice a shift in perspective. There might be a decreased sense of ego-driven anxiety, an increased feeling of inner peace and stability, a greater capacity for empathy and connection with others, and a stronger sense of purpose aligned with one's spiritual path. The aura may become more balanced, radiant, and coherent, reflecting this internal wholeness. The energetic body in ascension, a dynamic vehicle. Throughout this process of purification and integration, the human energy field, or aura, is not a passive backdrop but an active, dynamic participant in the ascension journey. It is the field where the inner work manifests and where the higher frequencies are integrated. The role of the chakras. The chakras are pivotal points within the energy field. They act as gateways, channels, and transformers for the flow of universal energy. When blockages exist within a chakra, the flow of energy is restricted, leading to physical, emotional, and mental distress. Conversely, when chakras are open and balanced, they allow for a free and vibrant flow of life force, supporting health, well-being, and spiritual awareness. Opening the chakras, ascension techniques often involve practices designed to open, balance, and align the chakras. This can be achieved through meditation, breathwork, visualization, yoga postures that stimulate the chakras, the use of specific colors and crystals associated with each chakra, and energy healing. The crown chakra, often considered the gateway to higher dimensions, the crown chakra connects us to universal consciousness, inspiration, and spiritual understanding. Its opening is frequently associated with experiences of expanded awareness, connection to the divine, and a sense of oneness. The third eye chakra, located between the eyebrows, this chakra is associated with intuition, insight, and higher vision. Its activation enhances psychic abilities and allows for greater access to inner wisdom. The heart chakra, the center of love, compassion, empathy, and unity. Balancing the heart chakra is crucial for integrating the higher frequencies of love, which are fundamental to the ascension process and the new, higher dimensional reality. The etheric body and subtle energies. Beyond the main chakras, the entire etheric body, the densest layer of the aura, closely tied to the physical body, and other subtle energy centers play a role. The etheric body is often seen as the template or blueprint for the physical body. Working with the etheric layer involves clearing energetic patterns that manifest as physical ailments or limitations before they become expressed physically. Harmonizing the energy field. As we progress, the goal is not just to clear blockages but to harmonize the entire energy field. This means creating a coherent, balanced, and vibrant field that resonates with the higher frequencies of the ascended state. This involves not only clearing negative energies but also cultivating positive ones like love, gratitude, compassion, and joy. It is an ongoing process of refinement and attunement. Conclusion: a continuous process of awakening. The alchemy of inner space, the purification of the energy field and the integration of the self, is the core work of the ascension journey. It is a process that requires conscious dedication, patience, and courage. By clearing energetic blockages through various techniques, we release the constraints that keep us stuck in lower vibrational states. By integrating the fragmented aspects of our being, we move towards wholeness and alignment with our true nature. The human energy field, the aura and its intricate network of chakras, serves as the dynamic vehicle for this transformation. It is the field where the frequencies of fear and separation are replaced by the vibrations of love and unity. As we engage in this inner alchemy, we not only transform ourselves but also contribute to the raising of the collective consciousness, paving the way for a future illuminated by higher dimensional awareness and reality. The path is ongoing, a continuous process of awakening and refinement. Each step taken in purification and integration brings us closer to the expanded states of consciousness that characterize the higher dimensions, allowing us to experience life from a vantage point of greater freedom, peace, and connection to the infinite tapestry of existence. The inner work is the outer journey's foundation, the key that unlocks the doors to the unfolding now. Chapter 5: Mastering the Inner Loom, Weaving Reality with Consciousness. The journey beyond the veils of perception is as much an internal craft as an external pilgrimage. We have traversed the outer landscapes of understanding, dipped our toes into the waters of altered states, and begun to discern the subtle frequencies that underpin our reality. Now, we stand at the threshold of a deeper mastery, the conscious weaving of our own energetic tapestry. This is the art of utilizing our focused awareness, refined intention, and integrated energy to not merely perceive higher dimensions, but to actively participate in shaping our experience of reality, raising our personal vibration, and ultimately, becoming architects of our own ascension. This chapter delves into the techniques and principles governing the inner loom of consciousness, exploring how the practitioner becomes the weaver, thread by thread, pattern by pattern, vibrating into realms previously deemed inaccessible. The analogy of the loom is potent. Imagine consciousness as the fundamental warp threads, the underlying strands of awareness, presence, and being that run vertically through the fabric of our existence. These threads are intrinsically connected to the higher dimensions, resonating at their fundamental frequencies. Our personal reality, our perceived world, is the resulting weft, the horizontal threads we consciously choose to weave in and around the warp. Every thought, every emotion, every sensation, every choice we make acts as a weft thread, interlacing with the foundational warp and contributing to the overall pattern and vibration of our energetic field and the reality we experience. Ascension, therefore, is the process of becoming a master weaver, capable of selecting and placing threads, energetic intentions and actions, that align perfectly with the higher dimensional frequencies of light, love, and unity. The foundation for this inner craft lies in the continued practice of presence and the deepening of self-awareness. We are not merely passive observers of our inner landscape, we are the conscious operators of the loom. To wield this power effectively, we must first quiet the incessant chatter of the mind, the endless stream of thoughts, judgments, and memories that often obscure our connection to the present moment and the deeper currents of our being. Mindfulness, as practiced in countless traditions, is the initial shearing of the excess mental fluff, revealing the more subtle threads of feeling and intuition. Through dedicated meditation, breathwork, and moments of mindful observation, we train our awareness to rest in the still point between thoughts. This state of presence is the fertile ground upon which the higher vibrations can bloom. It is within this space, beyond the filtering lens of the personal ego and its attachments, that we can directly access the resonant frequencies of the higher dimensions. The mind, when trained, becomes less a barrier and more a resonant chamber, amplifying the subtle vibrations of universal consciousness. We learn to listen not just with our ears, but with our entire being, attuning ourselves to the harmonic frequencies that underpin the structure of reality itself. Intention becomes the guiding star for the weaver. It is the conscious selection of which color threads, energetic qualities, to draw from the vast palette of the universe. What do we wish to embody? What reality do we wish to co-create? Intent is not merely a fleeting wish, it is a focused, held energy, a vibration that we commit to amplifying within our own field. To raise our vibration, we must consciously choose intentions aligned with the higher dimensional frequencies, intentions of love, compassion, unity, forgiveness, gratitude, and service. These are the threads of light that we pull through the shuttle of our awareness, interlacing them with the foundational warp of presence. The act of weaving these intentions requires the conscious manipulation of our own energy field, the aura or electromagnetic field that surrounds and permeates the physical body. We are not just mental beings, we are energetic beings having a physical experience. The chakras, often depicted as wheels or centers of energy within the body, play a crucial role in this process. They act as major conduits for the reception and transmission of universal energy and are intrinsically linked to our emotional and mental states. Each chakra corresponds to specific aspects of our being and resonates with particular colors and vibrations. The root chakra anchors us, the sacral chakra governs our creativity and pleasure, the solar plexus holds our personal power and will, the heart chakra is the seat of love and compassion, the throat chakra facilitates expression and communication, the third eye connects us to intuition and higher vision, and the crown chakra is the gateway to universal consciousness and the higher dimensions. Mastering the inner loom involves balancing and opening these energy centers, allowing them to function harmoniously as a system of resonant pathways. Energy work techniques, such as chakra clearing, balancing, and activation, become essential tools in the weaver's kit. This can involve visualizations, mantras, breathwork, like pranayama, the use of crystals to amplify and direct energy, or even physical practices like yoga or tai chi that promote energy flow, chi or prana. The goal is to clear blockages, the energetic equivalent of tangled threads, that prevent the free flow of higher vibrations and hinder our ability to resonate with the higher dimensions. By cultivating a smooth, unobstructed flow of energy through all 7, or more, chakras, we create a stable and resonant platform from which to weave our reality. Emotional mastery is another critical component of the weaving process. Our emotions are potent vibrational energies in themselves, capable of either anchoring us in lower frequencies or lifting us into higher states of being. Fear, anger, sadness, jealousy, these are the heavy, dense threads that can drag the fabric of our reality down into dissonance and limitation. Conversely, love, joy, gratitude, peace, and compassion are the light, luminous threads that elevate the entire weave, bringing clarity, harmony, and connection. The practice of conscious emotional awareness and transmutation involves recognizing our emotional states without judgment, understanding their energetic origins, and consciously choosing to shift our vibration. This is not about suppressing emotions, which is often an act of resistance that creates energetic blockages, but about acknowledging them as signals and then consciously choosing a higher frequency response. For instance, instead of reacting with anger when challenged, we might consciously shift our awareness towards compassion, understanding, or the underlying love that connects us to the person or situation triggering the emotion. Techniques such as heart-centered breathing, sending loving energy, like metta-meditation, visualizing emotions flowing out of the body, or using affirmations can help in this process. By consciously cultivating and expressing positive, elevating emotions, we are literally weaving the fabric of our reality with the high-frequency threads of the heart, aligning ourselves more closely with the loving consciousness of the higher dimensions. This practice transforms us from victims of our emotions into conscious masters of our energetic state. Finally, the act of weaving is intrinsically linked to the principle of co-creation. We are not separate from the universe, we are integral parts of it. Our individual consciousness, when aligned with the higher vibrations, becomes a sensitive antenna, tuning into the infinite possibilities of the universal field. Our focused intention and energy, woven through the fabric of time and space, act as a creative force, shaping our personal experience and contributing to the unfolding of the collective reality. The higher dimensions are not distant, ethereal places we merely gaze upon, they are the source field of all potential, the realm of pure consciousness and infinite possibility. By raising our vibration and mastering our inner loom, we open the channels through which the frequencies of these dimensions can flow more readily into our experience. We begin to perceive the underlying patterns of light and energy that structure all of reality, moving beyond the limitations of third-dimensional linear thinking into a more holistic, resonant awareness. This co-creative process requires trust, faith, and a willingness to let go of the need for control. We set the intention, we align our energy, we hold the vibration, and then we allow the universe, the infinite intelligence of the higher dimensions, to fill in the details. Our role is not to force the outcome, but to maintain the high-frequency state and the clear intention, acting as a resonant bridge between the lower and higher realms. The results may manifest in unexpected ways, often unfolding in perfect harmony with the larger tapestry of existence, bringing forth experiences, opportunities, and insights that align with our elevated state of being. As we master the inner loom, the distinction between the physical and the non-physical begins to blur. The threads we weave become increasingly luminous, and the patterns we create resonate with the fundamental structure of the cosmos. We may begin to experience synchronicities, intuitive insights, and a profound sense of connection to all life. We might perceive auras around others, feel the subtle shifts in energy in different environments, or even have moments of direct communication with higher dimensional beings or guides who serve as teachers and inspirations. The journey of mastering the inner loom is a lifelong practice, a continuous refinement of consciousness. There will always be new patterns to explore, new threads to discover, and deeper levels of vibration to integrate. It requires patience, persistence, and a deep commitment to the path of awakening. Yet, the rewards are immeasurable. It is the path to true freedom, the freedom to choose our vibration, to shape our reality, to align with the love and light of the universe, and to consciously participate in the magnificent, unfolding mystery of existence itself. The loom is within you, the threads are infinite, and the pattern you weave begins with your next conscious choice. Embrace the craft, tend to your inner flame, and watch as your reality transforms from a passive backdrop into an active expression of your highest potential. The higher dimensions await those who have learned the art of conscious weaving on the loom of their own consciousness. Chapter 6: The Alchemy of Consciousness, Shifting Your Vibrational Signature. The foundation of all reality. You have journeyed through the mechanics of perception, the nature of belief, and the initial steps of energetic clearing. Now, we delve into the heart of the vibrational ascent, the alchemical process of transforming your very being, your fundamental frequency, into resonance with higher dimensions. This is not merely about changing your thoughts, it is about transmuting the substance of your consciousness itself. The universe operates on the principle of vibrational resonance. Everything, from the subatomic particles to the galactic clusters, exists as energy oscillating at specific frequencies. Your physical body, the vehicle you inhabit, is primarily composed of energy fields vibrating at relatively low frequencies, dictated by the densest state of matter. However, your true nature is that of consciousness, a field of pure potential, capable of vibrating at infinitely higher, more refined frequencies. The process of ascending involves consciously raising your vibrational signature, shifting your state of being from one of denseness and limitation to one of lightness, expansion, and infinite possibility. This is the alchemy, the deliberate transmutation of your inner substance, your core essence. Understanding your vibrational matrix. Think of your consciousness not as a singular point, but as a complex matrix of interwoven frequencies. This matrix includes 1. The emotional body. This layer resonates strongly with emotional frequencies. Joy, love, gratitude vibrate high, fear, anger, sadness vibrate low. Negative emotions are energetic attachments, weights that anchor you to the lower densities. Healing and transmuting these emotions is crucial for raising your overall vibration. 2. The mental body. This aspect vibrates with thoughts, beliefs, and mental patterns. Limiting beliefs. I am not good enough, the world is dangerous, repetitive negative self-talk, and dwelling on past traumas lower your vibration significantly. Cultivating positive, empowering thoughts, practicing mindfulness, and challenging limiting beliefs are key vibrational upgrades. 3. The astral or etheric body, often considered the energy field just above the physical body, it holds the blueprints for your physical form and interacts closely with the emotional and mental bodies. Its state of clarity and vibration greatly influences your physical health and your ability to perceive higher realms. 4. The soul or higher self. This is your core essence, the aspect of you connected to the infinite, residing in higher vibrational realms. It naturally operates from a state of unity, love, and wisdom. Accessing and aligning with the frequency of your soul is the ultimate goal. Your actions, thoughts, and feelings create ripples within this vibrational matrix. Negative actions and thoughts generate discordant frequencies, attracting more negativity and reinforcing a lower state of being. Positive actions and thoughts generate harmonious frequencies, attracting more positivity and elevating your state. The mechanism of vibrational raising. The shift in vibration is not instantaneous, it is a continuous process of refinement and alignment. Several key mechanisms drive this transformation. Intentional consciousness, the most powerful tool. By intending to raise your vibration, you set the energetic command for the shift to begin. Your focused awareness becomes the catalyst. Emotional healing and transmutation, processing and releasing stored emotional pain, through techniques like forgiveness, journaling, energy work, or simply feeling and allowing, clears energetic blockages and allows higher frequencies to penetrate more deeply. Thought management and positive affirmation, consciously choosing positive, empowering thoughts and replacing limiting ones shifts the mental frequency. Affirmations, when felt deeply, act as vibrational tuning forks, resonating your desired state into being. Meditation and mindfulness, these practices quiet the mental chatter, allow access to deeper states of consciousness, and foster a state of presence where higher vibrations can be more easily perceived and integrated. Sensory enrichment, exposing yourself to higher vibrational stimuli, beautiful music, nature, art, sacred geometry, the presence of uplifting people, bathes your energy field in these frequencies, facilitating alignment. Nutrition and environment, the physical body is the temple of the soul. Consuming vibrantly alive, whole foods and creating a harmonious, positive environment supports the physical aspect of the energetic upgrade. Service and compassion, acts of selfless love and service align you with the highest frequencies of the universe, embodying the principles of unity and oneness. Overcoming resistance and the law of attraction. As you begin to raise your vibration, you may encounter resistance. This often manifests as encountering more challenges, conflicts, or negativity in your external world. This is not a sign you are doing something wrong, it is a natural consequence of the law of attraction. The law of attraction dictates that like attracts like. By raising your vibration, you are moving into alignment with a higher state of being. Consequently, the lower, denser frequencies, and the people, situations, and energies associated with them will naturally be drawn towards you more strongly. This is the universe's way of testing your commitment and strengthening your new frequency. Think of it like tuning a radio. As you turn the dial towards a higher station vibration, the static from the lower stations, negative influences, becomes louder initially until you lock onto the clear signal of the desired frequency. It requires persistence and faith. Trust that the process is working, even when the external circumstances seem challenging. Focus on your internal state, your intention, and the qualities you wish to embody: love, peace, joy, courage. The fractal nature of the shift. The vibrational shift is not merely an individual journey, it operates on a fractal principle. As your personal vibration raises, it elevates the collective consciousness. Your higher state of being contributes positively to the field of human awareness, helping to uplift those around you and the planet itself. Conversely, when individuals sink into lower vibrational states, it contributes to the densification of the collective. Recognizing this interconnection deepens the responsibility and the potential impact of your personal alchemy. Integration and sustaining the frequency. Raising your vibration is not a destination but a continuous state of becoming. It requires integration. The new frequencies must be felt, embodied, and become your natural state of operation. This happens through consistent practice, self-observation, and conscious choice. Integration involves feeling the shift. Pay attention to how you feel physically, emotionally, and mentally. Notice the subtle shifts in your perception of reality, your relationships, and your inner landscape. Consistency. The practices outlined must become ingrained habits, not occasional efforts. Like exercising a muscle, raising your vibration requires regular workout. Self-compassion. Be patient and kind to yourself. Progress is rarely linear. There will be days of higher awareness and days of regression. The key is to return to the path without judgment. Letting go of the outcome. While intention is crucial, attachment to a specific outcome can create resistance. Focus on the process of raising your vibration, trusting that the results will unfold naturally. Cultivating the inner landscape of higher vibrations. To sustain and continue ascending, cultivate an inner landscape conducive to high-frequency resonance. Abundance. Embody an attitude of gratitude and appreciation for all that you have and all that is. This opens the flow of universal abundance, a high-frequency state. Love. See the divine spark within yourself and others. Practice unconditional love, understanding that it is the fundamental vibration of the universe. Unity, recognize your interconnectedness with all life. Let go of the illusion of separation and operate from a place of oneness. Wisdom, seek knowledge not for intellectual gain alone, but for understanding and application. Let wisdom guide your actions and decisions. Joy, find joy in the simple things. Cultivate a lightness of being, even amidst challenges. By consciously engaging in this alchemical process, by refining and raising your vibrational signature through intention, emotion, thought, and action, you are not merely changing yourself. You are participating in the grand cosmic dance of expansion, weaving your thread more tightly into the luminous tapestry of higher dimensional reality. You are becoming a beacon of light, ready to integrate the frequencies of ascension and contribute to the evolution of consciousness itself. Chapter 7: The Alchemy of Consciousness, Integrating the Lower into the Higher. The path of ascension, the journey towards higher dimensions and vibrations, is not merely a sequential climb but an intricate alchemy of consciousness. It involves the profound transformation and integration of the very foundations of our being, the energies, beliefs, and structures we have inherited from the lower realms. This chapter delves into the crucial process of weaving the lessons and energies of the physical, third-dimensional world into the fabric of our higher self, ensuring that the integration is holistic and sustainable. This is where the lower frequencies, often perceived as limitations or challenges, become the very crucible in which the gold of higher awareness is refined. Understanding this alchemy requires recognizing the multi-layered nature of our existence. We operate within a vibrational spectrum, influenced by subtle energies that permeate all of reality. The third dimension, while the most dense and seemingly solid, is merely one layer within a vast, multidimensional tapestry. Our current state of consciousness resonates primarily within the frequencies of this dimension, governed by the principles of duality, light and dark, positive and negative, expansion and contraction. The core challenge on the ascension path lies in the necessity to transmute these lower, denser energies and frequencies, not by eliminating them entirely, for they are part of the whole, but by raising their vibration through understanding, love, and conscious integration. This is the essence of the alchemical process. It demands that we take the lead of our lower self, its fears, attachments, patterns of judgment, and limitations, and through focused awareness and spiritual practices, transform it into the gold of higher consciousness, compassion, wisdom, unity, and unconditional love. Many traditions speak of chakras, the energy centers within us, as key focal points for this alchemy. The lower chakras, primarily the root, sacral, and solar plexus, are often associated with our connection to the physical world, our basic needs, desires, and ego structures. These centers resonate strongly with the lower vibrations of fear, survival, materialism, and separation. The process of ascension involves raising the vibration of these lower chakras, purifying their energy, and aligning them with the higher heart chakra and beyond. This purification is not an act of repression but one of refinement. It involves acknowledging the validity of the energies and emotions associated with the lower chakras. Fear is a survival mechanism, desire is a form of energy, the ego provides a sense of self. However, the goal is to transmute these energies, to see them not as obstacles but as raw materials for higher expression. For instance, fear can be transformed into courage, desire can be directed towards spiritual fulfillment rather than material accumulation, the ego can be transcended to embrace unity consciousness. Techniques employed in this alchemical work are diverse, drawing from countless traditions. Meditation is paramount, allowing the practitioner to quiet the mental chatter and observe the flow of energies within the body-mind complex. Practices like energy work, such as chakra clearing and balancing, breathwork, pranayama, and visualization help to consciously direct and transmute energy. Affirmations and mantras can anchor higher frequencies, while studying sacred texts and engaging in contemplation provides the intellectual and philosophical framework for understanding the nature of reality and consciousness. The heart chakra, often considered the central hub in this process, plays a pivotal role. As its vibration is raised, it becomes the seat of compassion and unconditional love. This love is not a sentimental emotion but an energetic frequency that dissolves the boundaries between self and other, mirroring the unity of the higher dimensions. When the heart's frequency is sufficiently high, it acts as a powerful antenna, drawing in the energies of the higher realms and facilitating a natural alignment with the vibrations of the next dimension. Crucially, this integration requires time and patience. It is a gradual process of inner work, layer by layer. The practitioner must be willing to confront the shadows within, to observe their patterns without judgment, and to apply the light of awareness. It is through this persistent inner work that the lower frequencies are refined and integrated, becoming part of a higher, more harmonious whole. The goal is not to become ungrounded or disconnected from the physical world, but to bring the higher frequencies into the physical world, thereby elevating the collective vibration. This alchemy also involves understanding the role of time and cycles. Many traditions describe the universe as operating in vast cycles of expansion and contraction, of creation and dissolution. Our personal ascension journey is often mirrored in these larger cosmic patterns. There will be periods of intense growth and transmutation, followed by times of integration and stabilization. Recognizing these natural rhythms helps the practitioner navigate the challenges and avoid becoming overwhelmed by the intensity of the process. Ultimately, the alchemy of consciousness on the ascension path is about becoming a vessel for higher frequencies. It is about integrating the lessons of the lower dimensions, the necessity of structure, the power of intention, the reality of cause and effect, while simultaneously transcending their limitations. The refined energies of the lower self, when transmuted through love and understanding, contribute to the creation of a higher self that is both grounded and expanded, capable of navigating multiple dimensions with wisdom and compassion. This is the inner laboratory where the masterpiece of higher consciousness is forged. It requires dedication, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the truth of one's own being. As the lower is integrated and transmuted, the doorway to the higher dimensions naturally opens, revealing the boundless vistas of awareness that await those who have successfully completed this profound inner alchemy. Chapter 8: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey of ascension, as we have explored, is not merely a matter of shifting frequency or altering one's vibrational state in isolation. It is a profound and intricate process of integrating the inner landscape, the mind, heart, body, and spirit, with the outer reality, the physical world, and the vast cosmos. This final major phase of the internal work begins to manifest as tangible changes in perception, interaction, and embodiment, bridging the seemingly vast gap between the purely subjective experience of higher vibrations and the objective world we perceive with our physical senses. Up until this point, much of the ascension work has focused intensely inward. We have learned to quiet the mind's chatter through meditation and mindfulness, to purify the emotional body by processing and transmuting old wounds and traumas, to cleanse and rejuvenate the physical vehicle through conscious breathing, nutrition, and energy work, and to connect with and align with the higher self or the divine essence within. These practices have been crucial for raising individual vibration and expanding consciousness. However, the true measure of integration lies not just in internal peace or expanded awareness, but in how this elevated state begins to permeate and reshape one's experience of the external world. It moves beyond simply being in a higher vibration. It involves interacting with reality from that higher perspective, bringing the wisdom, love, and clarity of the inner state outwards. One of the primary indicators of this integration is a radical shift in perception. The old filters of fear, judgment, and separation, which have colored our view of the world, begin to dissolve. The individual who has done deep inner work starts to see the interconnectedness of all things more clearly. They might notice synchronicities becoming more frequent and meaningful, perceiving subtle energetic currents and intentions in their environment and interactions. The physical world, once seen as separate and often challenging, starts to reveal its underlying beauty, intelligence, and sacred geometry. The otherness of the external world diminishes, replaced by a sense of belonging and participation in a grand, unified whole. This shift is often accompanied by a transformation in relationships. The desire for control, possessiveness, and conditional love, rooted in lower vibrational states, gives way to more authentic and compassionate connections. Individuals embodying higher frequencies naturally radiate love, understanding, and acceptance. They become less reactive to the negativity or drama of others, as their own vibration is more stable and less influenced by external stimuli. They may find themselves attracting relationships that are more aligned with their true self, characterized by mutual respect, shared growth, and a deeper, more soul-level connection. The old patterns of codependency or unhealthy dynamics begin to fall away as the individual establishes a stronger foundation within themselves. The integration process also manifests physically. While the initial stages might involve healing and cleansing, the later stages bring about a more subtle but profound transformation of the physical body itself. This is often described as the body becoming more sensitive and receptive to higher energies. The chakras, previously perhaps worked on primarily mentally or emotionally, may begin to open and function more fully, allowing for greater energy flow and grounding. The physical senses might become sharper or expand, perceiving nuances previously unnoticed. Some individuals report subtle changes in their physical appearance, reflecting their inner state of lightness and vitality. The body, once a vehicle of limitation, begins to function as a more refined instrument for expression and interaction in the higher dimensions. Furthermore, the integration of inner and outer realities involves developing a new relationship with time and space. The linear, rigid perception of time, which is a construct of the physical mind, begins to soften. Individuals may experience a sense of timelessness or the flow of time becoming more malleable. They might find themselves operating with a greater sense of immediacy, intuition guiding their actions without the need for extensive linear planning. Similarly, the limitations of physical space can diminish. The sense of separation between self and other, or between different locations, can lessen, allowing for a more expansive sense of presence. This integration is not always a smooth, linear process. It can be challenging, demanding immense courage and commitment. The individual may face resistance from the physical world or from aspects of their own personality that cling to the familiar, even if it is no longer serving. Doubt, fear, and the temptation to revert to old patterns can arise. However, the key is perseverance and trust in the process. It requires holding the inner state of higher vibration even while navigating the complexities and demands of the outer world. The wisdom of the ascension path teaches that true transformation occurs not in escaping the physical world, but in engaging with it from a fundamentally different place, a place of love, consciousness, and unity. It is about bringing the light of higher awareness back into the darkness of the material realm, not just for oneself, but potentially for the collective. As this integration deepens, the individual may begin to embody the qualities associated with higher dimensions: unconditional love, compassion, unity consciousness, telepathic understanding, and a direct perception of the underlying divinity of all existence. They become a beacon of light, a living expression of the frequencies they have cultivated within, demonstrating the possibility of a higher way of being and interacting with the world. This final stage of integration is the culmination of the internal work, bringing it into manifestation in the physical reality. It is the bridge between the inner light and the outer world, the synthesis that allows for a fully embodied, conscious participation in the unfolding of higher dimensional reality. It is a continuous process of refinement, a lifelong commitment to living from the heart, embodying the wisdom gained, and contributing to the collective ascension of humanity. The path does not end here, but this chapter marks a significant milestone, the transition from primarily internal cultivation to the outward embodiment of higher frequencies. The journey continues, but the foundation laid through deep inner work now allows for a more seamless and conscious integration with the ever-expanding reality that awaits. Chapter 9, Integrating the Inner and Outer Realms, the Alchemy of Consciousness. The journey towards higher dimensions and vibrations is not merely an external migration across vast cosmic distances, it is fundamentally an internal alchemy, a profound transformation of consciousness itself. Up until this point, we have explored the nature of reality, the structure of the multiverse, the mechanics of energetic vibration, and the initial stages of raising personal frequency. Now, we stand at a critical juncture where the internal and external paths must be fully integrated. This chapter delves into the heart of the ascension process, how the subtle shifts within the mind and heart become the very engine driving the soul's expansion into new realms of existence. The foundation laid by understanding the multidimensional structure of reality is essential. We know that our perceived 3D world operates primarily on lower vibrational frequencies, governed by the mechanics of physical law, time, and space as we currently experience them. Higher dimensions, conversely, are characterized by higher frequencies, often described as realms of infinite potential, unity consciousness, and direct, non-physical interaction. The goal of ascension is not merely to visit these realms but to become a citizen of them, existing from a state of being that resonates naturally within those higher frequencies. This transition is not instantaneous but a gradual, often cyclical process of inner refinement. It requires a deliberate and conscious effort to bridge the gap between the mind's analytical processes and the heart's intuitive knowing. Many traditions, from ancient esoteric practices to modern spiritual teachings, emphasize the necessity of balancing the head and the heart. The intellect can grasp concepts, visualize pathways, and understand the mechanics of vibration, but it is the heart that holds the feeling state, the frequency, necessary to actually shift into higher dimensions. The heart as the central engine. The heart is far more than a mere biological pump in the context of ascension. It is described by many traditions as the seat of consciousness, the core of our emotional and spiritual intelligence, and the primary organ of magnetic resonance. When we talk about raising our vibration, we are talking fundamentally about expanding the capacity and purity of our heart energy. Think of the heart as the central transducer, the primary antenna through which we connect with the universe. A closed, contracted, or emotionally wounded heart resonates at lower frequencies, attracting experiences that mirror its state and reinforcing a sense of separation from source and from others. Conversely, an open, loving, and compassionate heart naturally expands the field of consciousness, increasing its capacity to hold higher frequencies. Practices aimed at opening the heart are therefore not peripheral to the ascension path, they are its very core. This includes meditative focus, concentrating awareness on the area of the heart, cultivating feelings of love, compassion, gratitude, and forgiveness. Visualizations often involve a radiant, glowing heart center sending light and love outwards. Emotional healing, processing and releasing stored emotional pain, trauma, and limiting beliefs. Techniques like EFT, emotional freedom technique, breathwork, journaling, and shadow work are invaluable here. Unhealed emotional wounds act as energetic blockages, preventing the free flow of higher frequencies. Acts of service and compassion, selflessly helping others naturally expands the heart field and aligns one with the vibrations of unity and love, which are characteristic of higher dimensions. Mind as observer and co-creator. While the heart is the primary driver of energetic shift, the mind is not to be neglected. It serves as the observer and the co-creator. The intellect is crucial for understanding the principles of ascension, for setting clear intentions, and for visualizing desired outcomes. However, the traditional, linear, analytical mind often operates from a state of fear, doubt, and separation, frequencies that are antithetical to ascension. Therefore, a crucial part of the inner alchemy involves transmuting the mind itself. Intention setting, clearly defining what higher consciousness feels like and consciously choosing to embody those qualities. Intention acts as a powerful energetic signal, directing the soul's focus and alignment. Visualization, creating vivid mental images of oneself existing in higher dimensions, experiencing the feelings associated with those states, peace, joy, unity, bliss. This is not mere daydreaming but a focused creative act that begins to reshape one's energetic signature. Detachment from ego, recognizing the limitations of the personal ego and learning to observe its thoughts and emotions without identification. This allows for greater perspective and reduces the mental noise that can interfere with higher states of awareness. Critical thinking applied to spirituality, using discernment to filter through information and avoid dogma. Understanding the principles allows for a personalized and authentic path, rather than blind adherence to any single teacher or tradition. The integrated approach sees the mind not as an enemy to be suppressed, but as a tool to be refined and aligned with the heart's wisdom. It is the faculty through which we understand, intend, and co-create our ascension. The role of universal laws. The process of ascension is not determined by chance, it operates within the framework of universal laws that govern all of existence. Understanding and consciously working with these laws accelerates the journey. Key laws relevant to ascension include the law of attraction, our thoughts and feelings, rooted in our vibrational state, largely determined by our heart-mind balance, attract corresponding experiences and realities. To ascend, we must consciously choose and embody higher frequencies. The law of vibration, everything is energy. We attract what vibrates at a similar frequency. By raising our own vibration through heart opening and positive thinking, we naturally begin to resonate with higher dimensional frequencies and beings. The law of polarity, everything has two sides, or opposites, e.g., light/dark, good/evil, positive/negative. Ascension involves integrating these polarities within oneself, recognizing that the lower state serves a purpose and is merely a stepping stone to the higher. This integration leads to greater wholeness and balance. The law of relativity, as above, so below, as below, so above. Changes within the inner self reflect and influence changes in the outer reality, and vice versa. Our personal transformation is a microcosm of the larger cosmic shift. Working with these laws involves conscious alignment. It means understanding that resistance to change, fear, attachment to the old ways, creates lower vibration, while acceptance, trust, and intention setting create higher vibration, facilitating the ascension process. Integration in practice, the daily path. Ascension is not a destination to be reached after years of practice, but a way of being cultivated moment by moment. The integration of heart, mind, and universal laws occurs through consistent, mindful practice woven into the fabric of daily life. This might include morning intention setting, beginning the day with clear intention focused on love, compassion, and raising one's vibration. Heart-centered meditation, regularly dedicating time to practices that open and expand the heart space. Conscious breathing, using breathwork to anchor higher frequencies and release tension. Mindful awareness, observing thoughts and emotions without judgment, gently redirecting the mind towards positive and expansive states. Gratitude practice, consistently focusing on what one is thankful for, which naturally elevates the vibration. Creative expression, using art, music, writing, or any form of creative output to express higher states of being and attract new realities. Overcoming challenges. The path of ascension is not without challenges. The very process of raising vibration can feel disorienting, overwhelming, or even painful. Old patterns and traumas may resurface for healing. The ego might resist the loss of identity and control. It is crucial to remember that these are not obstacles to be overcome, but signs that the process is working. Information overload, discernment is key. Focus on the core principles rather than getting lost in endless details or dogma. Emotional upheaval, embrace the healing process. Allow emotions to flow through without resistance. Seek support from communities or teachers. Feeling of disconnection, this is often a temporary side effect of leaving the lower frequency matrix. Grounding techniques, connecting with nature, physical activity, can help, but also trust that this is part of the transition. Impatience and doubt, ascension unfolds in its own time. Cultivate trust and patience, celebrating small shifts and progress along the way. The nature of higher dimensions. As the internal alchemy progresses and one's vibration rises, the nature of reality begins to shift. The external world may become less rigid and more responsive to intention. Inner guidance may become clearer. Connections with higher dimensional beings or realms may be experienced more directly. The very fabric of perception changes, moving away from linear, separate thinking towards nonlinear, interconnected awareness. This is not necessarily about dramatic, supernatural events, but about a fundamental shift in consciousness, from perceiving reality as a fixed, external structure to perceiving oneself as an integral, co-creative part of an unfolding, dynamic, and infinitely interconnected whole. It is the experience of living from a place of unity, love, and infinite potential. Conclusion. Chapter 9 brings us to the confluence of inner work and outer reality. Ascension is the grand synthesis, the alchemy of transforming consciousness from a limited, fear-based state operating within the lower dimensions, to an open, loving, and expansive state capable of perceiving and participating in the higher dimensions. It is a path demanding courage to look inward, wisdom to understand the principles, and unwavering commitment to the heart's evolutionary impulse towards unity and light. The integration of heart, mind, and the understanding of universal laws is the key that unlocks the door to a reality far vaster and more beautiful than anything previously conceived. The journey continues, guided by inner wisdom and fueled by the love that resides at the core of all being. Chapter 10. Introduction, the Threshold of Integration. The preceding chapters have navigated the intricate pathways of understanding subtle energies, cultivating awareness, mastering the mind, and aligning with universal rhythms. We have explored the nature of dimensions as states of consciousness, vibrations as the frequency of being, and the foundational practices required to initiate the process of ascension. We have delved into the cosmic map, understanding the galactic context and the karmic structures that influence our journey. Now, we stand at a pivotal threshold, the point where the internal work converges and the most profound transformation begins, the integration of the self and the dissolution of the ego barrier. This is not merely an intellectual understanding or a subtle energetic adjustment, it is a radical shift in the very fabric of who you are. It marks the transition from a fragmented sense of self, built upon personal history, identity, and separation, towards a unified, interconnected awareness that resonates with the higher dimensions. It is the culmination of the inner alchemy, where the lower, denser aspects of the self are transmuted into the lighter, more refined qualities of higher consciousness. The ego, often misunderstood as merely the self or personality, is the central organizing principle of the personality structure. It is the filter through which we perceive the world, the repository of our memories, beliefs, fears, desires, and attachments. It is the voice that tells us who we are, what we should think, and how we should react. While necessary for functioning in the third-dimensional world, the ego also creates a sense of separation, limitation, and suffering by identifying the self as distinct from others and the universe. Ascension involves moving beyond the dominance of this limited ego structure towards a state of pure consciousness, where the sense of I is not rooted in a personal identity but in the eternal, unchanging awareness that observes the ego and all phenomena. This chapter explores the nature of this integration, the mechanics of dissolving the ego barrier, and the profound realities that emerge on the other side. Understanding the ego barrier. To understand the dissolution of the ego barrier, we must first recognize its nature. The ego is a complex structure built over lifetimes, influenced by genetics, upbringing, societal conditioning, and personal experiences. It creates a narrative, a story of who we are, which it fiercely defends. This narrative is built upon the accumulation of memories, judgments, and identifications with our body, our thoughts, our emotions, our achievements, and even our failures. This identification creates a sense of duality. I am separate from not I. This separation is the root of the ego's fear, the fear of loss, fear of change, fear of the unknown, fear of death. The ego seeks to control its environment and its perception of itself to mitigate these fears. It does this through attachment to people, possessions, beliefs, and even spiritual experiences. The ego barrier, therefore, is this structure of identification and separation, this filter through which we perceive reality. It limits our awareness, keeps us trapped in lower vibrational states, and prevents us from experiencing the fullness of existence. It is the veil that obscures the higher dimensions, allowing only a distorted, partial view of the reality that lies beyond. The path of integration, weaving the inner tapestry. The integration of the self and the dissolution of the ego barrier is not a sudden event but a gradual process, a weaving of the inner tapestry of awareness. It requires the conscious application of the principles and practices outlined in previous chapters, synthesized into a holistic approach. 1. Radical self-awareness. This is the foundation. Through practices like meditation, journaling, and mindful observation, we cultivate a deep awareness of our thoughts, emotions, and reactions. We begin to see the ego in action, recognizing its patterns and triggers without judgment. This awareness allows us to disidentify from the ego narrative, observing it as a stream of thoughts and feelings rather than the absolute truth. 2. Detachment from the ego narrative. As we become more aware of the ego's workings, we begin to cultivate detachment. This is not indifference or apathy but a conscious release from the need to identify with the ego's story. We learn to observe our thoughts and emotions without getting caught up in them, allowing them to come and go like clouds in the sky. This detachment weakens the ego's grip on our awareness, making space for higher frequencies to enter. 3. Emotional healing and transmutation. The ego is heavily invested in our emotional experiences. It uses our fears, sorrows, and joys to reinforce its narrative and maintain its control. Emotional healing is therefore a crucial aspect of the integration process. This involves acknowledging and processing our emotions, releasing past traumas, and transmuting lower emotions like anger, fear, and resentment into higher frequencies like love, compassion, and joy. Techniques like energy healing, breathwork, and ritual can be powerful tools in this process. 4. Cultivating higher vibrational qualities. As we work on awareness, detachment, and emotional healing, we begin to cultivate higher vibrational qualities within ourselves. These include love, compassion, gratitude, forgiveness, humility, and unity. We do this through intentional practice, embodying these qualities in our thoughts, words, and actions. We also expose ourselves to higher vibrational energies through music, art, nature, and sacred spaces. 5. Service to others. The ego thrives on self-centeredness. By shifting our focus outward and engaging in service to others, we begin to dissolve our sense of separation and identification with the personal self. Service in its various forms, volunteer work, acts of kindness, creative expression, helps us connect with the oneness of existence and experience the joy of giving and receiving. The dissolution of the ego barrier, a transformation of consciousness. The dissolution of the ego barrier is not a violent or sudden event but a gradual transformation of consciousness. It is a process of unwinding the tight knots of identification and separation that have been woven into the fabric of our being over countless lifetimes. As we continue to apply the principles of integration, the ego begins to loosen its grip. Our sense of self expands beyond the personal identity and begins to merge with the universal awareness. The boundaries between me and not me become increasingly porous, and we begin to experience a sense of oneness with all that is. This process may involve experiences that seem strange or unsettling at first. We may encounter what are known as ego death experiences, where the sense of personal identity temporarily dissolves, revealing the underlying unity of consciousness. These experiences can be profound and transformative, but they are also often accompanied by fear and confusion. It is important to approach them with an open heart and a sense of curiosity, understanding that they are part of the natural process of integration. As the ego barrier dissolves, we begin to access higher states of consciousness. These states are characterized by expanded awareness, heightened intuition, and a deep sense of connection to the universe. We may begin to perceive reality in new ways, seeing the interconnectedness of all things and understanding the subtle energies that underlie the physical world. The realities of higher consciousness. The dissolution of the ego barrier opens the door to a vast array of higher dimensional realities. These realities are not merely different physical locations but different states of consciousness, each with its own unique vibrational frequency and set of characteristics. In higher dimensions, we experience a deeper sense of peace, love, and joy. The limitations of the physical body are transcended, and we enjoy a greater degree of freedom and spontaneity. We are able to communicate with other beings of light, accessing a vast repository of knowledge and wisdom. The higher dimensions are characterized by expanded awareness. We perceive reality with greater clarity and understanding, seeing the underlying patterns and connections that link all things. Enhanced intuition. Our intuition becomes more refined and reliable, guiding us in our choices and actions. Deeper emotional intelligence. We experience a wider range of emotions, but these emotions are more balanced and harmonious, contributing to our overall well-being. Increased creativity. Our creative potential is unleashed, allowing us to express ourselves in new and innovative ways. Greater connection. We experience a deep sense of connection with all beings, recognizing the unity of consciousness that underlies the physical world. Conclusion. Embracing the integration. The integration of the self and the dissolution of the ego barrier is the ultimate goal of the ascension journey. It is a process of transforming consciousness, moving from a state of separation and limitation to a state of unity and freedom. It is a journey of inner alchemy, where the lower aspects of the self are transmuted into the higher frequencies of consciousness. This process is not easy, but it is possible. By applying the principles and practices outlined in this book, we can begin to integrate ourselves and dissolve the ego barrier, opening the door to the higher dimensions and the fullness of existence. The path may be long and winding, but the rewards are immeasurable. As we move forward on this journey, let us embrace the integration with an open heart and a sense of curiosity, knowing that we are supported by the universe and guided by the light within. Chapter 11. The Inner Sanctum of Synthesis. The journey through the initial stages of raising vibration and perceiving subtle realities lays the groundwork. We have learned to become aware of our energetic bodies, navigate the currents of emotion, and begin discerning the energetic frequencies surrounding us. We have dipped our toes into the waters of expanded awareness, perhaps glimpsing the interconnectedness of all things or experiencing moments of profound inner peace that feel distinctly different from the mundane chatter of lower vibrational states. Now, we stand at a pivotal threshold. The initial shifts, while significant, are merely the entry tickets. True ascension, the profound transformation often described as ascending to higher dimensions, requires something far deeper, the alchemical fusion of awareness, consciousness, and being into a unified, integrated whole. This is not merely about vibrating higher, it is about vibrating with wholeness and purpose in a way that resonates with the fundamental nature of the universe itself. This stage moves beyond simple practice and into the realm of deep inner work, the inner sanctum where the self, as traditionally perceived, begins to dissolve and merge with the greater whole. It is the crucible where the fragmented aspects of our personality, the ingrained patterns of reaction, the attachments to self-image and external validation, are transmuted into wisdom and light. The knowledge synthesized from countless spiritual traditions, esoteric teachings, and modern insights converges here. It points towards a core truth: integration is the key that unlocks the doorway to higher dimensions. These dimensions are not merely places of higher vibration, they are states of being where the mind, heart, body, and spirit operate in perfect harmony, unified by a single, coherent frequency of love, unity, and intelligence. Unpacking the facets, the dissolution of the fragmented self. What does integration truly mean in this context? It signifies the harmonization of the seemingly disparate parts of our being. Consider the common model of consciousness as having different layers or aspects. 1. The mind, the seat of thought, logic, analysis, and the ego's sense of self. It is often the most active and dominant aspect, constantly processing information, judging, planning, and replaying the past or imagining the future. 2. The heart, traditionally associated with emotion, compassion, love, and intuition. It is often seen as the seat of feeling and connection, yet frequently overridden by mental chatter and ego concerns. 3. The body, the physical vehicle, the instrument through which we experience the world. Its health, vitality, and energy flow are intrinsically linked to our vibrational state and consciousness. 4. The energetic body, subtle bodies, the layers of energy, the etheric, astral, mental, and causal bodies that surround and permeate the physical form. These are the primary conduits through which higher frequencies interact with and influence our reality. Ascension involves bringing these facets into a state of dynamic equilibrium and conscious alignment. In lower vibrational states, these aspects are often disconnected, misaligned, or dominated by one aspect at the expense of others. The mind may rule unchecked, leading to emotional reactivity or rigid thinking. The heart may be closed or overly burdened. The body may be neglected or seen merely as a machine. The subtle bodies may be stagnant or disconnected from the physical. Integration is the process of consciously working to harmonize these elements. It means listening to the wisdom of the heart, allowing emotion to inform rather than paralyze the mind. It means cultivating mindfulness within the body, becoming aware of its sensations, energies, and needs. It means recognizing the mind as a tool, not the master, and learning to discern its chatter from the deeper truths accessed through intuition and heart-centered awareness. This is where the wisdom from various traditions becomes incredibly valuable. Yoga seeks to unite the body, kosha, mind, manas, and spirit, atman, through discipline and awareness. Buddhism emphasizes mindfulness and insight to see through the illusions of the ego self. Anatta. Sufism speaks of the heart as the path to union with the divine. Mysticism explores the direct experience of God through love and consciousness. Each offers pathways and practices designed to break down the fragmentation and foster a sense of wholeness. The practice of integration, weaving the fabric of consciousness. Integration is not a passive state to be achieved, it is an active, ongoing process requiring dedicated inner work. It involves conscious practices that cultivate awareness across all levels of being. Mindful awareness, this is the foundation. It involves paying attention to the present moment without judgment. This can be practiced through meditation, observing the breath, thoughts, sensations, mindful movement, like Tai Chi or conscious stretching, or simply bringing conscious awareness to everyday activities. The goal is to become the observer of mental and emotional processes, rather than being swept away by them. Heart-centered meditation practices focusing on generating and feeling love, compassion, gratitude, and forgiveness from the heart center. Anahata. This helps to open the heart chakra, dissolve ego defenses, and cultivate a state of inner peace and connection. Visualizations of light flowing from the heart, sending love to self and others, are common techniques. Body scan and energy awareness. Techniques like the yoga nidra, body scan, or simply lying quietly and paying attention to different parts of the body help to reconnect the mind with the physical vehicle. Focusing on the flow of energy, particularly along meridians or chakras, can also enhance this awareness and clear energetic blockages. Emotional processing. Rather than suppressing or reacting to emotions, this stage involves acknowledging, understanding, and processing them. This might involve journaling, expressive arts, or talking with a trusted guide or therapist. The aim is to release emotional baggage and trauma stored within the body and energy field, allowing for greater emotional freedom and balance. Self-inquiry. Asking profound questions like who am I? What is the nature of my ego? What attachments do I hold on to? Can help peel back the layers of the constructed self and get closer to the underlying, unconditioned consciousness. This often requires guidance from a qualified teacher or the wisdom of spiritual texts. Service and compassion. Engaging in acts of selfless service and cultivating genuine compassion for all beings naturally transcends the ego focus on self and fosters a sense of unity and interconnectedness. It aligns one's energy with the higher frequencies of love and universal responsibility. These practices are not isolated, they work synergistically. Mindful awareness provides the space for heart-centered practice, which can open the body to energy work, and self-inquiry can illuminate the patterns revealed through emotional processing. Consistent application allows the threads of these different aspects of being to be woven together into a more coherent and integrated whole. The energetic shift, vibration and dimension. As integration deepens, the practitioner's fundamental energetic signature changes. The baseline vibration rises. What were once fleeting moments of high awareness become more sustained states. The inner landscape becomes more peaceful, luminous, and resonant with higher frequencies. This energetic shift has profound implications for perception. The senses may become more acute, or one might begin to perceive reality through different means: intuitive insights, energetic impressions, telepathic communication, or a direct, nonverbal knowingness. The boundaries between the inner and outer worlds become less rigid. From the perspective of dimensional theory, this rising vibration and deep integration are the necessary precursors for actual shifts into higher dimensions. These dimensions are not necessarily located somewhere else in physical space, but rather represent states of consciousness that are more aligned with the fundamental frequency of the universe, often described as Source, God, or the Tao. Lower dimensions are characterized by duality, separation, fear, and limited awareness. Higher dimensions are perceived as states of greater unity, love, peace, clarity, and intelligence. They operate according to different laws and principles, often based on consciousness rather than linear time or rigid physicality. Ascending involves vibrating at a frequency that resonates with these higher states of consciousness. Through deep integration, the individual consciousness becomes a stable platform capable of embodying the qualities and frequencies of these dimensions. It is less about physically traveling somewhere and more about expanding one's state of being to become congruent with a higher level of reality. The integrated self, operating from a place of inner peace, love, and unity, naturally begins to resonate with the underlying structure of the universe. The ego desires that anchored the personality in lower vibrational states diminish or dissolve. The focus shifts from personal gain and separation to service, creativity, and participation in the unfolding evolution of consciousness. Navigating the path, challenges and rewards. The path of integration is not without its challenges. The process of dissolving the ego can bring up intense emotions and fears: the fear of losing the familiar sense of self, the pain of releasing attachments, the discomfort of confronting shadow aspects. It requires immense courage and self-compassion to embark on this inner journey. There may be periods of confusion, uncertainty, or what some describe as integration crises. These are often times of intense inner transformation where old patterns are being broken down and new ways of being are being integrated. It is crucial during these times to stay grounded in practices that foster awareness and connection, such as meditation, nature connection, and community support. However, the rewards are immeasurable. The integrated state offers a profound sense of peace, freedom, and purpose. It brings clarity of perception, deep inner resilience, and a natural connection to the flow of life. Relationships may become more authentic and fulfilling as the heart-centered self emerges. Creativity can flourish as the mind becomes aligned with intuitive inspiration. One begins to live from a place of inner authority and alignment with universal intelligence. This is the alchemy, taking the raw materials of awareness, emotion, body, and mind, and through conscious practice and inner work, transmuting them into a unified, luminous, and resonant expression of consciousness. It is the journey towards becoming not just a human being, but a conscious co-creator aligned with the higher dimensions of possibility that await those who dare to integrate and ascend. This chapter marks a significant turning point. The foundational work is complete. The path forward demands not just practice, but profound transformation, the integration of all that we are into the wholeness that we truly are. The next stages will explore the nature of these higher dimensions and the final stages of this remarkable journey. Chapter 12: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, is fundamentally a process of integration. It is the harmonious unification of the inner landscape, the mind, heart, soul, and spirit, with the outer reality, the physical world, and the vast cosmos. Up until this point, the aspirant may have diligently cultivated inner states, silencing the mind, opening the heart, connecting with spiritual guides, and navigating energetic shifts. Yet, true ascension, true embodiment of higher frequencies, cannot remain confined solely to the subtle realms or the purely internal experience. It demands a synthesis, a bringing forth of the light discovered within, into the fabric of one's external life and interaction with the world. This chapter explores the crucial phase where the internal shifts begin to manifest and integrate into the outer self and reality. It moves beyond mere practice and delves into the nature of embodiment, the alchemy of action, and the co-creative partnership between the individual soul and the unfolding universe. The previous chapters have illuminated the mechanics of raising vibration, understanding the chakra system, mastering prana or life force energy, engaging in practices like meditation, visualization, and energy work, and learning to navigate the emotional and mental bodies. We have explored the concept of dimensions as layers of reality vibrating at different frequencies, and the necessity of aligning one's own frequency with those higher realms. We have encountered the challenges of resistance from the physical form, the denser energies of the lower realms, and the potential pitfalls of spiritual bypassing or attachment to the process itself. Now, the focus shifts to the result of these internal labors, the integration. It is a subtle yet profound transition. The practitioner might find that the internal shifts become less about striving and more about being. The mind, once a chaotic battlefield, becomes a quiet observatory. The heart, previously guarded or turbulent, opens naturally into a state of unconditional love and compassion. The intuition becomes a reliable guide, often offering insights that resonate deeply with external circumstances. However, the integration process is not merely an internal refinement, it is an externalization. The higher vibrations, the qualities of love, peace, unity, and wisdom that the soul seeks to embody, must find expression in the physical world. This is where the rubber meets the road, where the esoteric becomes practical, and where the true test of transformation lies. One of the primary aspects of this integration is the transformation of action. Ascension is not about achieving a state of doing nothing, it is about engaging with the world from a fundamentally different place. Actions that were once driven by fear, ego, or lower emotional states begin to shift towards actions born from love, service, and a sense of unity consciousness. This does not necessarily mean the world will magically become perfect. The external world, or the outer realm, often reflects the collective consciousness, which is still largely operating from lower vibrations. The integration process involves engaging with this world despite its challenges, but from a higher vantage point. It means responding to conflict with compassion rather than reactivity, seeing opportunities for service where others see obstacles, and maintaining inner peace even amidst external chaos. This is where the concept of embodiment becomes central. To embody higher vibrations is to live them. It is to allow the refined energy of the higher dimensions to permeate every cell of the physical body, every thought, word, and deed. It is to become a living vessel, a beacon of light, reflecting the higher frequencies back out into the universe. This requires a deep trust in the body as a vehicle for transformation, moving beyond any lingering belief that the physical form is a limitation or a cage. The physical body, far from being an obstacle, becomes an instrument of ascension. The subtle energy centers, chakras, that have been worked upon internally now connect more deeply with the physical nervous system, endocrine glands, and organs. The practice of bioenergetic alchemy becomes a daily reality. Through conscious breathing, movement, like yoga or tai chi, and focused intention, the practitioner transmutes lower energies within the physical structure, anchoring higher vibrations more securely. This anchoring is crucial. The higher dimensions are not just places to visit, they are states of being to integrate into the everyday. The challenge lies in maintaining these higher frequencies amidst the demands and distractions of daily life. Integration involves developing presence, the ability to be fully in the moment, connected to the inner self and the higher flow, while navigating the external world. The role of the outer realm in this process is multifaceted. It provides the necessary contrast and challenges for the soul to refine its light. It offers opportunities for service, healing, and contribution that are unique to the physical plane. Engaging with others, even difficult ones, becomes an opportunity for practice in compassion, understanding, and non-judgment, key qualities of higher consciousness. Furthermore, the outer realm serves as a mirror. The state of the world reflects the collective consciousness, and conversely, the state of the individual reflects their internal state. By observing the world with awareness, the practitioner can gain insights into their own vibrational state and areas requiring further work. This feedback loop is essential for the continuous process of integration and ascension. The integration of the inner and outer realms also involves a shift in perspective. The linear, egocentric view of self and reality begins to dissolve, replaced by a more holistic understanding of interconnectedness. The individual realizes that their journey is part of a larger cosmic pattern, that their actions, no matter how small, contribute to the evolutionary consciousness of the planet and the universe. This understanding fosters a sense of gratitude and service. The practitioner becomes less focused on personal gain and more on contributing to the greater good. Actions are motivated by a desire to help others, to heal the planet, and to bring more light into the collective. This altruistic drive is a powerful catalyst for raising vibration and deepening the ascension process. However, the integration of higher frequencies into the physical form can be challenging. The denser energy of the physical body can act as a filter or a resistance, making it difficult to maintain higher states for extended periods. Physical symptoms, emotional releases, and mental adjustments are common parts of this process. It requires patience, self-compassion, and continued inner work to navigate these challenges and support the body in its transformation. The integration of inner wisdom into outer expression also requires courage. Speaking one's truth, even when it challenges the status quo, aligning actions with deeply held values, and setting healthy boundaries are all expressions of a conscious, integrated being. It means no longer conforming out of fear or societal pressure but acting from a place of inner knowing and conviction. In essence, Chapter 12 marks the transition from internal cultivation to integrated living. Ascension is not merely about reaching a higher dimension, it is about becoming a higher dimensional being in the here and now. It is about embodying the love, wisdom, and unity of the higher realms through every action, thought, and interaction. This is the final, and perhaps most profound, stage of the journey, the integration of the inner and outer realms, the realization of the divine human potential, and the conscious participation in the evolutionary unfolding of consciousness. The path ahead involves continued practice, deepening awareness, and unwavering commitment to the process of transformation. It is a path of becoming, a continuous journey of integrating the light within, and allowing that light to illuminate and transform the world without. The integration is the culmination, the embodiment, the true realization of ascension. Chapter 13: The integration of the inner and outer realms. The journey towards higher dimensions and vibrations is not merely a sequential climb but a simultaneous integration of the inner and outer realities. Up until this point, we have explored the nature of consciousness, the structure of the multiverse, the mechanics of energetic shifts, and the foundational practices required to begin the process of ascension. Now, we stand at a pivotal juncture where the internal work becomes the very bridge that transforms the external landscape. The inner realms, the subconscious, the deeper mind, the heart space, and the connection to the higher self, are not separate entities existing in isolation. They are the energetic source code from which the outer world, the physical reality we perceive, is manifested. Conversely, the outer world, with its challenges, opportunities, and interactions, serves as the crucible in which the inner self is refined and expanded. The paradox of inner/outer work. Many aspirants fall into the trap of focusing exclusively on inner states, believing that changing their feelings or beliefs will automatically alter their external circumstances. While inner work is paramount, it is insufficient on its own. Similarly, engaging solely with the external world, attempting to manipulate or change reality through conventional means without the corresponding inner alignment, often yields superficial or temporary results, if any. The true acceleration towards higher dimensions occurs when these two realms become synchronized. It is the moment when the intention held within the heart, the vibration generated by the unified mind and emotions, begins to directly shape the energetic field of the physical world, and the physical world reflects back the higher state of being, crystallizing the inner structure. Before the outer reality can effectively mirror the higher vibration, the inner structure must be sufficiently crystallized. This involves 1. Heart-centered awareness, moving beyond the mental processing and emotional reactivity of the lower self. Cultivating a state of presence where awareness resides within the heart center, radiating outwards. This allows for intuitive guidance, compassion, and a broader perspective to inform one's actions and interactions. 2. Subconscious alignment, purifying and harmonizing the subconscious mind. This is where deeply ingrained beliefs, conditioning, and past traumas reside. Techniques such as meditation, breathwork, journaling, and energy healing are employed to identify and transmute lower vibrational programs, replacing them with higher principles like love, unity, and free will. 3. Mind-body integration, recognizing that the mind and body are not separate but two aspects of the same energetic field. Healing physical ailments is often mirrored by mental and emotional clearing, and conversely, clearing the inner realms can lead to physical well-being. Practices that promote this integration include yoga, tai chi, somatic experiencing, and conscious embodiment exercises. 4. Accessing the higher self, establishing a regular connection with the higher self, the aspect of consciousness residing in higher dimensions, embodying pure potential and wisdom. This connection provides guidance, perspective, and the energetic template for the desired state of being. Techniques like meditation with focused intent, visualization, and lucid dreaming can facilitate this bridge. The energetic bridge, co-creation. When the inner structure is aligned and resonating at a higher vibration, it acts as a powerful antenna, drawing in the corresponding energetic frequencies from the higher dimensions. This is the principle of co-creation. The universe, or the field of all possibilities, the Tao, the Akasha, source, is abundant with higher frequencies of light, love, and intelligence. However, we can only access what resonates with our current state of being. Ascension is the process of raising our vibrational frequency through inner work, thereby tuning our receiving antenna to higher frequencies. As we embody these higher qualities, love, compassion, unity, creativity, wisdom, the external world begins to reflect these back. Challenges transform into opportunities for growth, synchronicities become more frequent, and encounters with others often carry a lighter, more harmonious energetic quality. Navigating the outer manifestations. The shift in the outer reality is not always instantaneous or predictable. It can manifest through subtle changes in perception, unexpected opportunities, shifts in relationships, or profound life events. It is crucial to maintain inner stability and trust the process, even when the external landscape seems chaotic or confusing. The role of challenges, obstacles, and difficulties are no longer perceived solely as external problems to be overcome. They are recognized as energetic tests, opportunities for further inner refinement, and catalysts for expanding one's capacity. The focus shifts from resistance to understanding the energetic lesson and choosing a response aligned with the higher self. The nature of relationships, interpersonal dynamics shift as individuals vibrate at higher frequencies. Prejudices soften, empathy deepens, and connections become more based on shared energy and spiritual understanding rather than ego needs. Relationships may evolve, dissolve, or transform in ways that support the individual's ascension path. The physical environment. As one's energetic field changes, the physical environment may also shift in response. This could manifest as a greater connection to nature, a preference for simpler living spaces, or even subtle changes in the sensory perception of one's surroundings. The path of integration. The path of ascension is ultimately one of integration. It requires the conscious, deliberate harmonization of the inner and outer selves. This means bringing the wisdom, love, and awareness cultivated within the heart and deeper mind into every moment of outer experience. It means acting from a place of inner alignment, even when facing external difficulties. This integration is not a destination to be reached but an ongoing process of becoming. It involves continuously refining the inner structure through conscious awareness, self-observation, and dedicated practice, while simultaneously observing how the outer world reflects and challenges this inner state. As we embrace this path of inner and outer integration, we become co-creators of a new reality, one that is more aligned with the higher principles of love, light, and unity consciousness. We are not merely ascending to higher dimensions, but are simultaneously integrating the qualities of those dimensions within ourselves, thereby transforming both our inner world and the outer reality we perceive. The bridge is built with intention, awareness, and the unwavering commitment to embodying the higher frequencies of consciousness. Chapter 14: The Alchemy of Inner Integration. The journey beyond the veil, the transition from the third-dimensional matrix into realms of higher vibration and dimensional reality, is not merely a leap across spacetime. It is an intricate process of inner alchemy. It is the profound integration of the self, a synthesis of knowledge, wisdom, and experience gathered across lifetimes and dimensions. Chapters preceding this have outlined the nature of lower densities, the structures of the physical and subtle bodies, the mechanics of consciousness, and the vibrational shifts required. Now, we delve into the heart of the ascension process, the alchemical fusion required within the individual. This integration is the crucible where the purified elements of the self are transformed. It is the point where fragmented aspects of consciousness, perhaps separated by trauma, conditioning, or the illusions of duality, are brought back into a state of wholeness. Think of it not as a simple upward movement, but as a spiraling inward and outward simultaneously, dissolving the ego structure not through destruction, but through a process of refinement and expansion. The primary catalyst for this integration is the influx of higher frequency light and energy. This light, often described as love, consciousness, or pure intelligence, begins to permeate the individual. It is not merely external illumination, it is energy that interacts with and transforms the existing energetic field. This influx often manifests initially as intense inner experiences. These can range from profound emotional releases, catharsis of long-held grief, anger, or fear, to periods of deep silence and stillness, where the mind quiets and the heart opens. These experiences are crucial. They are the universe's way of clearing the energetic pathways, of removing the energetic blockages, the karma or energetic residue, that have prevented the individual from embodying higher frequencies. This clearing is not always comfortable. It can involve confronting shadow aspects, healing old wounds, and releasing deeply ingrained patterns of belief and behavior. However, it is essential. Each cleared energetic pattern allows more light to enter, further raising the individual's vibration and expanding their capacity for consciousness. The role of the physical body becomes paramount during this phase. It is the primary vehicle through which the higher frequencies must be integrated and stabilized. The body, once seen merely as a biological machine, is now understood as a sophisticated energy-conducting system, a crystalline structure capable of resonating with and holding higher vibrations. The process of body-mind-spirit alignment is not abstract. It involves tangible shifts within the physical form. This includes changes at the cellular level. As the vibrational frequency of the body raises, the cells begin to resonate at higher harmonics. This can lead to physical transformations, changes in appearance, increased energy, improved health, and a greater sensitivity to subtle energies. It is a process of the physical body becoming more congruent with the higher dimensional state of being. Nutritional practices, breathwork, specific energetic exercises, and mindful movement can all support this physical recalibration. Simultaneously, the subtle bodies undergo radical restructuring. The chakras, once viewed merely as energy centers, are now understood as complex systems of energetic conduits. As the individual ascends, these centers awaken, open, and begin to vibrate at their optimal frequencies. This process can be intense, involving the clearing and balancing of each chakra, allowing the free flow of prana or life force energy throughout the system. This energetic awakening often brings heightened intuition, emotional clarity, and expanded perception. The mental body, often the most heavily filtered aspect of consciousness in third-dimensional life, also requires integration. The mind, traditionally seen as the seat of thought, is increasingly understood as a field of pure potentiality, capable of resonating with universal intelligence. Ascension involves the purification of thought patterns, the dissolution of mental chatter, and the development of a state of inner silence. This does not mean the absence of thought, but rather the ability to observe thoughts without identification, allowing the mind to become a clear channel for inspiration, creativity, and higher knowing. Crucially, this entire process is driven by the heart. The heart, long considered a mere organ, is now recognized as the central energetic core of the being, the seat of love, compassion, and unity consciousness. As the individual raises their vibration, the heart opens. This opening is not just an emotional state, it is an energetic shift, a realignment of the individual's core frequency towards that of unconditional love. This heart-centered awareness becomes the primary orientation, replacing the ego focus on self-preservation and separation. The integration of these various aspects, the clearing of the body, the awakening of the subtle bodies, the purification of the mind, and the opening of the heart, is the alchemy. It is the process of transforming the limited, fragmented self into a unified, radiant expression of consciousness capable of perceiving and interacting with higher dimensions. This is not a linear process with a fixed endpoint. Integration is ongoing, a continuous refinement and expansion of awareness. As the individual progresses through this alchemical transformation, the sense of self begins to shift. The boundaries between the individual consciousness and the field of universal consciousness become increasingly permeable. The illusion of separation weakens, and a profound sense of interconnectedness with all life and all reality emerges. The individual may begin to experience life not as a series of isolated events, but as a unified, intelligent field of unfolding potentiality. This state of integrated consciousness is the essence of higher dimensional being. It is characterized by a vibration so high that it resonates naturally with the frequencies of the higher realms. It is a state of presence, of unconditional love, of infinite possibility, and of direct perception of the underlying intelligence and beauty of the universe. The final stages involve the embodiment of this integrated state. It is not enough to merely understand these concepts. They must be lived, expressed, and radiated from a place of deep inner stability and peace. The individual becomes a beacon of light, a living expression of higher consciousness, contributing to the raising of the collective vibration and the evolution of the planetary consciousness. This chapter on inner integration provides the foundation for understanding the final stages of the ascension journey, the embodiment of higher dimensional awareness in the physical and subtle bodies, and the ongoing process of serving as a light worker and co-creator within the evolving reality. The path is arduous but profoundly rewarding, leading to a state of being that transcends the limitations of the third-dimensional matrix and opens the door to infinite exploration and experience. Chapter 15: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey into higher dimensions is not merely a shift in location, but a profound transformation of being. It is the integration of the inner realms of consciousness, the mind, heart, spirit, with the outer fabric of reality. Up until this point, the aspirant has cultivated awareness, practiced techniques to elevate their vibration, and begun to perceive the subtle energies and dimensions that exist just beyond the veil of ordinary perception. Now, the focus shifts towards the synthesis of these inner developments with the outer world, creating a life that reflects the higher state of consciousness one is embodying. This integration is the crucial bridge between the personal spiritual path and the collective evolution of humanity. It moves beyond the idea of retreating into oneself or seeking only inner experiences, towards the realization that the highest states of consciousness are meant to permeate and transform all aspects of existence. It is the recognition that the inner garden, cultivated with intention and love, inevitably influences and blossoms the outer landscape of one's life and interactions. The primary challenge during this phase is the potential for dissonance. The mind, accustomed to linear thinking and the limitations of the third-dimensional reality, may struggle to process the nonlinear, multisensory, and often paradoxical nature of higher vibrations and dimensions. The heart may open to frequencies of love and compassion so vast that they feel overwhelming or impossible to sustain within the constraints of a physical body and a world still operating largely on fear and separation. The ego, the aspect of self built for survival in a duality-based reality, might resist the dissolution of the personal identity that comes with true unity consciousness. To navigate this, the aspirant must continue to deepen their inner work, but now with a conscious awareness of how these inner shifts manifest and are reflected in the outer world. This involves cultivating a radical presence, the ability to be fully embodied now, while simultaneously holding the expanded awareness of higher dimensions. It means observing thoughts and emotions without judgment, recognizing them as energetic patterns that can be transmuted rather than solidified identities. Techniques for integration. 1. Conscious manifestation. This is not about forcing outcomes, but about aligning one's vibration with the desired reality through intention, feeling, and belief. It involves setting clear intentions not just for personal benefit, but for the highest good. The key is to hold the vision of the desired outer reality while simultaneously embodying the inner state of being that already exists within higher dimensions, feeling gratitude for the abundance, experiencing unconditional love, perceiving the interconnectedness of all things. The inner state becomes the energetic signature that attracts the corresponding outer circumstances. This requires trust in the universe and faith in the power of consciousness to shape reality. 2. Heart-centered living. The heart becomes the central hub of operation in higher states of being. This means making decisions, interacting with others, and navigating challenges primarily from the space of love, empathy, and understanding. It involves practicing compassion for oneself and others, recognizing the divine spark within all beings. Communication shifts from the head-based exchange of information to the heart-based transmission of feelings, intentions, and universal truths. This does not mean suppressing logic or reason, but integrating them with the wisdom and intuitive guidance of the heart. 3. Embodied presence. This involves grounding the higher states of awareness within the physical body. It means feeling the subtle energy flows, sensing the environment with more than just the physical senses, and experiencing the joy and peace that often accompany higher vibrations without dissociating from the body. Practices like mindful movement, yoga, tai chi, dance, breathwork, and simply sitting in nature can help anchor these expanded states. The body becomes the vehicle through which higher consciousness expresses itself in the physical world. 4. Shadow integration. True integration requires acknowledging and integrating the shadow aspects of the self, those parts typically ignored or denied. Higher consciousness does not mean a perfect, flawless being. It means the willingness to see the whole self, including the flaws and traumas, with love and understanding, recognizing that these aspects also carry the potential for growth and transformation when held in a state of compassion. This integration allows for a more complete expression of the human potential and prevents the higher state from becoming just another form of ego or judgment. As the aspirant becomes more adept at integrating inner and outer realities, the lines between the self and the universe begin to blur. Actions become less about personal gain and more about service to the highest good. Perceptions expand to include the subtle energetic interactions and intentions behind all events. A profound sense of unity, purpose, and interconnectedness becomes the normative state of being. This phase of the journey is less about seeking new experiences in higher dimensions and more about being the higher dimension now, here and now. It is the embodiment of the wisdom gained on the path, the expression of the transformed consciousness, and the contribution of that light to the evolving planetary consciousness. It is the final, and perhaps most challenging, step before the threshold of true unity consciousness, where the individual self merges seamlessly with the infinite ocean of existence. The path is ongoing, requiring continuous awareness, humility, and the unwavering commitment to the expansion of consciousness through love, service, and the conscious co-creation of a more harmonious reality. The integration of the inner and outer is the ultimate expression of the ascension journey, bringing forth a new way of being that reflects the true nature of the soul and its place within the cosmos. Chapter 16: The Integration of Self, Embodying the Higher Frequency. The journey of ascension, as illuminated by the collective wisdom found across spiritual traditions and modern insights, moves beyond mere intellectual understanding or occasional energetic shifts. It arrives at a crucial juncture where the abstract concepts of higher dimensions and vibrations must crystallize into lived reality. This is the phase of integration, the embodiment of the higher frequency self. It is the transition from knowing about the shifts to being the shifts. Up until this point, the aspirant may have diligently practiced techniques for raising vibration, meditation, affirmations, gratitude, service, consuming uplifting information, and navigating the energetic clearing of lower densities. These are the necessary building blocks, the tools for refinement. However, True ascension occurs not just when the frequency is raised, but when that raised frequency becomes the operating system of the entire being, mind, body, emotions, and spirit functioning in unified, elevated harmony. The challenge lies in integrating these new, higher qualities not just during dedicated practice, but moment to moment, in the midst of life's demands and challenges. It requires a conscious shift from reacting from a place of old conditioning to responding from a space of expanded awareness and inner stability. The higher vibrations, characterized by love, compassion, unity, peace, creativity, and wisdom, are not just goals to be achieved, they are the very fabric of the higher dimensions. This integration involves several key aspects. Firstly, it is the embodiment of heart-centered awareness. The focus shifts from the ego-mind's chatter and concerns towards the intelligence and love residing within the heart. This doesn't mean suppressing thought, but rather recognizing thought as secondary to the deeper knowing that arises from the heart space. Communication, both internal and external, becomes more attuned to the nonverbal language of feelings and intentions, guided by empathy and understanding. Secondly, emotional mastery takes on a new meaning. In lower vibrations, emotions are often experienced as overwhelming forces, driving behavior and shaping perception. In higher frequencies, emotions are understood as subtle guidance systems, energetic signals that offer insight into alignment or misalignment. The goal is not to eliminate emotions, but to master their interpretation and response. Instead of being caught in fear, anger, or sadness, the ascended self learns to observe these emotions with detachment, understanding their root causes, and transmuting them into states of inner peace, acceptance, or constructive action rooted in love. This requires practicing presence and self-compassion, even when facing difficult feelings or external circumstances. Thirdly, unconditional love becomes the foundational operating principle. This is not the superficial, conditional love often experienced, but a profound, all-encompassing love that recognizes the divine essence within all beings and situations. It is the ability to see the good in others, even in their flaws, recognizing the struggle and the light within. This love dissolves the illusion of separation, fostering a sense of unity and interconnectedness that is the hallmark of higher dimensional consciousness. It transforms relationships from transactional exchanges based on need or desire into opportunities for shared growth, service, and mutual upliftment. Fourthly, the integration of the masculine and feminine principles within the self becomes complete. This involves balancing the qualities often associated with each, the active, directed, analytical energy with the receptive, creative, intuitive energy. It is the synthesis of will and grace, logic and feeling, action and allowance. This balanced state allows for a more holistic approach to life, enabling both focused action and intuitive wisdom to arise as needed, guided by the higher heart intelligence. Finally, this integration manifests as a natural inclination towards service and contribution. When operating from a place of unity and love, the individual naturally recognizes the suffering of others and feels compelled to act in ways that alleviate it, not out of obligation or expectation of reward, but as an expression of inherent oneness. This service is often creative, innovative, and deeply aligned with the needs of the planet and all sentient beings, contributing directly to the ascension of consciousness itself. Embarking on this path of integration requires unwavering commitment and self-awareness. It involves navigating the internal landscape with honesty, confronting old wounds and patterns without judgment, and transforming them through love and understanding. It is a continuous process of refinement, a constant returning to the core principles of heart-centered living. The state of embodied higher frequency is not a static destination to be reached, but a dynamic, living expression. It is the presence of peace amidst chaos, the ability to remain centered and loving even in difficult circumstances, the natural flow of creativity and inspiration, and the deep, abiding connection to the infinite intelligence of the universe. This is the true essence of ascension, not merely shifting frequency, but becoming the frequency of love, unity, and wisdom, living it fully in the here and now. The next chapters will explore the next stages of this journey, the nature of the higher dimensions experienced, and the role of the ascending individual in the evolving planetary consciousness. But for now, the focus remains on the vital work of integrating the higher self, making the shift from potential to potent, lived reality. Chapter 17. The journey of ascension, as we have explored, is not merely a matter of vibrating at a higher frequency, it is a profound integration and embodiment of multiple interconnected light-body systems. These systems are not separate entities but rather facets of a unified field of intelligent energy, each playing a crucial role in the expansion of consciousness. This chapter delves into the synthesis of these systems, highlighting the importance of integrating them for a complete and balanced ascension. The 7 primary light-body systems. Numerous traditions and spiritual teachers have described different aspects of the light body. While the names and specific details may vary, the core functions and energies are consistent. We can synthesize these into 7 primary systems, each with its own vibration and area of influence. 1. The physical body, the foundation of our existence. It is the vehicle through which we experience the physical world. As we ascend, the physical body undergoes a process of purification and transmutation, becoming more refined and sensitive to higher frequencies. 2. The etheric body, often called the blueprint of the physical body. The etheric body is a subtle energy field that surrounds and interpenetrates the physical body. It is responsible for distributing prana or life force energy throughout the body. The etheric body is the first to begin the ascension process, as it is the most directly affected by changes in vibration. 3. The astral body, also known as the emotional body. The astral body is closely linked to the etheric body and is responsible for our emotions and desires. It is also involved in dream states and astral projection. As we raise our vibration, the astral body becomes more refined and less attached to emotional negativity. 4. The mental body. This is the body of thought and reason. It is where we process information, make decisions, and hold our beliefs and opinions. The mental body is often the most dense and in need of purification during the ascension process. Raising the vibration of the mental body involves letting go of limiting beliefs, negative thought patterns, and mental clutter. 5. The spiritual body. This is the body of pure consciousness, the connection to the divine or the universal mind. It is the aspect of ourselves that is eternal and unchanging. As we ascend, the spiritual body becomes more active and integrated, allowing us to experience a deeper connection to our higher self and the universal consciousness. 6. The celestial body. This is the body of light, the aspect of ourselves that resides in the higher dimensions. It is said to be composed of pure white light and is the vehicle through which we experience the higher dimensions. As we raise our vibration, the celestial body begins to awaken and expand, preparing us for a life in the higher dimensions. 7. The soul body. This is the aspect of ourselves that is eternal and unchanging, the core of our being. It is the part of us that connects to the source or the divine. As we ascend, the soul body becomes more integrated and expressed in our physical life, leading to a greater sense of purpose, meaning, and connection to the divine. The importance of integration. While each light body system has its own unique function, they are all interconnected and interdependent. A balanced and integrated light body is essential for a complete and successful ascension. When one system is out of balance or not functioning properly, it can create blockages and hinder the ascension process. For example, if the mental body is filled with limiting beliefs, it can create blockages in the etheric body, preventing the proper flow of prana. Similarly, if the emotional body is stuck in a pattern of negativity, it can create blockages in the spiritual body, preventing a connection to the divine. Techniques for integration. There are many techniques that can be used to integrate the light body systems and raise our overall vibration. Some of the most effective techniques include energy work. Practices such as Reiki, pranic healing, and chakra balancing can help to clear blockages and balance the energy flow within the light body systems. Meditation. Meditation is a powerful tool for raising our vibration and integrating the light body systems. It allows us to connect with our higher self and the universal consciousness, which can help to activate and integrate the different aspects of our light body. Yoga. Yoga is a physical practice that can help to align the physical body with the subtle energy bodies, promoting the flow of prana and raising our vibration. Breathwork. Certain breathwork techniques, such as pranayama, can help to oxygenate the body and raise the vibration of the light body systems. Affirmations. Affirmations can be used to change our limiting beliefs and programming, allowing us to raise our vibration and integrate the light body systems more effectively. Visualization. Visualization is a powerful tool for creating new realities and integrating the light body systems. By visualizing ourselves in the higher dimensions and experiencing the higher frequencies, we can help to activate and integrate the different aspects of our light body. The synthesis, a unified approach. It is important to recognize that these techniques are not mutually exclusive. They can be used together in a holistic approach to ascension. The key is to find the techniques that work best for you and to use them consistently and with intention. By integrating the 7 primary light body systems, we can create a unified field of energy that is capable of experiencing the higher dimensions. This integration allows us to live a more balanced, harmonious, and fulfilling life, both in the physical world and in the higher dimensions. The journey continues. The journey of ascension is a lifelong process, and it is one that is filled with challenges and opportunities for growth. By understanding and integrating the light body systems, we can navigate this journey with greater ease and grace. As we continue to raise our vibration and integrate these systems, we will begin to experience the fruits of our labor, including a deeper connection to the divine, a greater sense of purpose, and a more fulfilling life. The ascension process is not about reaching a destination, it is about becoming more of who we truly are. As we integrate the light body systems, we are becoming the divine essence that we truly are. This is the ultimate journey, and it is one that is within the reach of everyone who is willing to embark upon it. This chapter provides a framework for understanding the integration of the light body systems, which is essential for a complete and balanced ascension. The next chapter will explore the role of the higher dimensions in the ascension process and how we can prepare ourselves to transition into these higher realms. Chapter 18: The Integration Point, Embodying the Frequency. The journey through the lower and middle densities, the crucibles of experience designed to refine the self, culminates in a profound shift. It is less a leap and more a deepening immersion into the unified field of pure consciousness. Having navigated the challenges of polarity, integrated shadow and light, and cultivated the foundational qualities of love, compassion, and unity, the ascending individual now stands at the integration point. This is the threshold where the accumulated wisdom and expanded awareness are no longer just intellectual concepts or practiced states, but are fully embodied frequencies, the very essence of the being. This chapter explores the nature of the integration point, the process of embodying higher frequencies, and the responsibilities and realities that follow. The integration point, where knowing becomes being. Think of the integration point not as a physical location, but as a state of being, a vibrational frequency. It is the point of maximum coherence between the individual consciousness and the underlying field of all that is. It is where the mind, heart, and soul are fully aligned, operating from a unified center of love and intelligence. This state is often described using various metaphors across different teachings. The heart center as the hub. Many traditions emphasize the heart as the central point for integration. It is the seat of love, compassion, and unconditional awareness. When the heart's intelligence becomes the primary driver of thought and action, the being resonates with higher frequencies naturally. The unified field, from the perspective of physics and some spiritual lineages, this point is the merging with the quantum field, the source, or pure potential. The individual consciousness, having learned through experience, becomes a channel through which the field expresses more consciously and love, fully. Enlightenment, illumination, insight, realization, or awakening. These are various labels used to describe the state of full integration, where the veil is transparent, the sense of separation has dissolved, and the individual operates from the totality of awareness. Regardless of the terminology, the core experience involves a fundamental shift in the nature of the self. The identity, which was previously heavily anchored in the personality, ego, and the physical body's limitations, now expands to encompass the totality of consciousness. The individual is not just a human having an experience, they are the experience, expressing through the human vehicle. The embodiment of higher frequencies. Ascension is not merely about achieving a higher level, it is about embodying a different quality of being. The frequencies cultivated through the lower densities, love, joy, peace, gratitude, compassion, unity, creativity, abundance, become the foundational operating system of the being. This embodiment is not instantaneous but an ongoing process of refinement and deepening. It involves 1. Conscious choice and intention, continuously choosing to operate from the higher frequencies, even when challenged. It is the conscious decision to respond with love rather than react from fear, to see unity rather than division. 2. Meditative and contemplative practice, regularly engaging in practices that quiet the mind and open the heart, allowing the higher frequencies to anchor more deeply within the energy field, subtle body. This might involve heart-focused meditation, feeling gratitude, sending love and light, or simply resting in a state of presence. 3. Feeling the emotions. Higher frequencies are not just concepts, they are felt states. Actively cultivating and feeling the emotions associated with higher consciousness, deep peace, boundless love, exhilarating joy, profound gratitude, allows the energy to vibrate at those frequencies and integrate into the cellular memory. 4. Living from the heart, translating the felt emotions and expanded awareness into thought, word, and deed. Making decisions based on heart intelligence rather than ego calculation. Acting from a place of compassion, service, and unity. 5. The role of the body, the physical body, often considered a temporary vehicle, becomes an integral part of the ascension process. Through practices like yoga, union of body and breath, conscious breathing, and energy work, like Reiki or Qigong, the body can become a more refined instrument for expressing higher frequencies. It is a field of consciousness through which the higher self expresses. The integration of opposites, the polarity resolution. One of the most significant aspects of the integration point is the resolution of polarity. The lower densities were characterized by the struggle between light and dark, love and fear, good and evil. Ascension involves the conscious merging and balancing of these seemingly opposing forces within the self. This does not mean that the distinctions vanish. It means that the individual can hold the totality, understanding the perspective of both sides without being trapped by either. The shadow, fear, anger, doubt, ego, is no longer denied or suppressed but is met with understanding, love, and transmutation through the light of awareness. The individual becomes a channel for the balancing force, holding the tension between worlds with wisdom and compassion. This integration allows the being to operate with greater flexibility and adaptability, able to perceive and navigate the complexities of different realities and frequencies with grace. The integration of worlds, accessing higher dimensions. From this state of embodied unity, the distinction between the physical and non-physical begins to soften. The individual becomes a conscious participant not just in this third-dimensional reality, but in the higher dimensions that exist concurrently. Accessing higher dimensions is less about going somewhere else, and more about tuning into different vibrational frequencies that are already present. The higher densities, often described as fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh dimensions, are characterized by increased unity consciousness, a deeper sense of oneness with all beings and all things. Vibrational reality, a reality where thoughts and intentions have a much more direct and immediate impact on the material world. Expanded perception, the ability to perceive beyond the physical senses, accessing information through intuition, telepathy, and other forms of subtle communication. Creative expression, a flow state of creativity where the individual can co-create their reality and contribute to the evolution of consciousness. Direct connection to Source, an ongoing, intimate connection with the divine, the source field, or the universal mind. The ascending individual acts as a bridge, bringing the frequencies and awareness of the higher dimensions into the lower ones. They become a focal point for consciousness, helping to raise the overall vibration of the planet and the collective field. Responsibilities and realities of integration. Reaching the integration point is not the end of the journey but a new beginning, accompanied by new responsibilities and realities. The role of the steward, with expanded awareness comes the responsibility to act as a conscious steward of creation, using one's gifts and abilities for the highest good, often in service to others and the collective. Navigating new realities, the external world may begin to feel different, more malleable, more interconnected, or filled with subtle energies and information. The individual learns to navigate these new conditions with balance and wisdom. Dealing with resistance, the ego, the old programming, and external forces may resist the process of full integration. The individual must remain committed to the path of love and light, discerning between true challenges and internal projections. Continued evolution, integration is not a static state. Consciousness continues to expand and refine. The journey becomes one of ongoing embodiment, service, and contribution to the evolutionary process of consciousness itself. Conclusion. The integration point is the culmination of the inner journey, the place where the refined self, honed through experience and practice, fully embodies the higher frequencies of love, unity, and consciousness. It is the state of being fully aligned with the Source, operating from the heart's intelligence, and consciously participating in the multidimensional tapestry of existence. This is the state of embodiment, where knowing has become being, and the individual becomes a living expression of the highest potential of consciousness. The path beyond this point lies in the continued refinement and sharing of this embodied frequency, contributing to the great work of consciousness evolution. Chapter 19. The journey into higher dimensions is not merely a traversal across vast distances of energetic space, it is fundamentally a process of internal transformation, a radical recalibration of one's own vibrational signature. Up until this point, the aspirant has diligently practiced the disciplines of awareness, purification, and alignment. They have learned to observe the internal landscape, to still the mind's chatter, and to cultivate states of expanded presence. They have begun to perceive the subtle undercurrents of reality, the unseen web of interconnectedness, and have started resonating with frequencies traditionally deemed higher, or spiritual. Now, we arrive at a critical juncture, the integration of these newfound frequencies into the very fabric of the self. It is easy to experience elevated states during meditation or periods of deep connection. The challenge lies in maintaining that elevated awareness and integrating these higher vibrations into the waking, everyday experience. This is the bridge between the spiritual aspirant and the fully awakened being, the ability to live, breathe, and interact from a place of expanded consciousness, regardless of the external circumstances. The knowledge suggests that our conventional state of consciousness is largely anchored to the third dimension, characterized by duality, separation, and a focus on the material form. We perceive reality through the filter of the ego, the limited self that defines itself by its thoughts, experiences, and possessions. This state operates primarily on lower vibrational frequencies associated with fear, doubt, separation, and limited belief. To ascend, one must consciously choose to shift their dominant vibrational resonance away from these lower frequencies towards those of love, unity, compassion, understanding, and infinite possibility. This shift is not an instantaneous event, like flipping a switch, but rather a gradual, ongoing process of transmutation. It involves the conscious turning on and tuning into higher frequencies, much like tuning a radio dial to a different station. The key texts emphasize the importance of sustained attention and resonance with these higher frequencies. It is through this continuous alignment that the individual begins to embody the qualities associated with higher dimensions: wisdom, unconditional love, unity consciousness, and a profound sense of interconnectedness with all that is. The mechanics of frequency integration. Contemporary spiritual literature, informed by ancient wisdom and modern understanding of energy fields, describes the human energy system, often referred to as the chakra system, the aura, or the light body, as a complex network through which energies flow and frequencies are processed. Each chakra is a focal point or a gateway for specific types of energies and vibrational frequencies. The path of ascension involves clearing, opening, and aligning these energy centers. Blockages, often resulting from past traumas, ingrained negative patterns, societal conditioning, and fear-based beliefs, create resistance to higher frequencies. These blockages act like static on the radio, muffling the signal of higher consciousness. Techniques for clearing and aligning the chakras are widespread in spiritual teachings. These include meditation and mindfulness, focusing awareness on each chakra, observing its state, and consciously directing light and love to clear blockages and activate its intended function. Energy work, practices like Reiki, Qigong, or pranic healing, which involve the deliberate movement and manipulation of life force energy to balance and cleanse the chakras and energy field. Sound healing, using vibrations from singing bowls, tuning forks, or even mantras and sacred sounds to resonate with and clear the chakras. Color therapy, engaging with specific colors associated with each chakra to influence its energy and state. Crystals and gemstones, placing or wearing crystals known to resonate with specific chakras to help clear, activate, and protect these energy centers. Yoga and physical movement, certain yoga poses, asanas, are designed to stimulate and open specific chakras. Nutrition and lifestyle, consuming foods and adopting practices that support overall energy and vibrational health. The goal is not just to clear blockages but to achieve a state of balanced and open energy flow throughout the system. When the chakras are aligned and open, the individual acts as a more efficient conduit for higher frequencies, allowing the light of higher consciousness to penetrate more deeply into their being. The role of love and unity consciousness. Central to the wisdom on ascension is the understanding that higher dimensions are characterized by states of being rooted in love and unity. Fear, separation, and duality are seen as lower, denser vibrational states associated with the lower dimensions. To ascend, one must consciously move from a state of fear-based survival to one of love-based existence. This does not mean denying or ignoring the challenges of life, but rather operating from a foundation of inner security, compassion, and understanding. It involves perceiving the interconnectedness of all life and extending love and empathy to oneself and others, even those perceived as different or challenging. Many spiritual traditions speak of the heart as the key center for this transformation. By cultivating heart-centered awareness, focusing on feelings of love, compassion, gratitude, and oneness, the individual shifts their vibrational frequency. Practices like loving-kindness meditation, gratitude journaling, and consciously sending love and positive energy to others are powerful tools for this heart-centered alignment. This shift towards unity consciousness is described as a fundamental change in perspective. Instead of seeing the world as a competitive battleground or a collection of separate entities, the awakened being perceives life as a unified, interconnected whole. This perspective naturally elevates the vibrational state, aligning the individual with the higher frequencies of the emerging higher dimensions. Overcoming resistance and the integration process. The path of ascension is rarely smooth. As one begins to integrate higher frequencies, they may encounter various forms of resistance. This can manifest as psychic distress, intense emotional or mental experiences as lower vibrational energies and old patterns are brought to the surface to be released. Physical discomfort, headaches, fatigue, or other physical symptoms as the body's energy field expands and recalibrates. Disconnection or feeling abnormal, a sense of being different from others or feeling isolated as one's perspective and state of being shift dramatically. Challenges in the outer world, perceived obstacles or difficulties in relationships or daily life as the old, lower frequency ways of being are challenged by the new, higher frequency perspective. The wisdom literature advises patience, self-compassion, and persistence during these times. Integration is a process, not an event. It requires consistent practice of the disciplines outlined earlier: awareness, meditation, self-care, and conscious choice. It is essential to ground oneself in the physical world while simultaneously maintaining connection to higher states of consciousness. Techniques for grounding, such as spending time in nature, engaging in physical activity, or focusing on the earth connection through the feet, are vital. Furthermore, the integration of higher frequencies often involves a degree of unlearning. The deeply ingrained beliefs, biases, and conditioning of the lower dimensional mind can be powerful obstacles. The aspirant must be willing to question assumptions, release attachments to old ways of being, and embrace a more fluid and expansive understanding of reality. Living from higher vibrations. Ultimately, the goal of ascending to higher dimensions and vibrations is not merely to achieve enlightenment in isolation but to embody the qualities of higher consciousness and contribute to the evolution of collective awareness. Living from higher vibrations means responding, not reacting, meeting life's challenges with calm awareness and choice, rather than automatic, fear-based reactions. Extending compassion and understanding, seeing the divine spark within all beings and responding with kindness and empathy. Operating from abundance, trusting in the infinite nature of the universe and accessing resources from a place of inner wealth, rather than scarcity and limitation. Co-creating positivity, consciously contributing to a more harmonious and loving world through thoughts, words, and actions aligned with higher frequencies. Perceiving intuitively, trusting inner guidance and developing a deeper connection to the subtle realms of information and energy. This state of being is not about achieving perfection but about consistently choosing the higher path, the path of love, light, and unity, even amidst the complexities and challenges of life. It is about integrating the wisdom gained from exploring higher dimensions into the very texture of one's daily existence. As the individual continues to clear, align, and integrate higher frequencies, they become a beacon of light, a living expression of the new consciousness emerging as the veils between dimensions thin. They are no longer just an observer of higher states but a participant, a co-creator within the evolving tapestry of reality itself. The journey into higher dimensions is, at its core, a journey of becoming more fully alive, more fully conscious, and more fully love. Chapter 20: The Integration of Self and the Dissolution of the Ego Sheath. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, is fundamentally a process of profound integration. As we peel back the layers of the ego sheath, the accumulated personality structures, identifications, fears, desires, and conditioning, we move from a state of separation towards a state of unity with all that is. This final, yet ongoing, stage is where the accumulated wisdom and practices of the preceding chapters converge into a synthesis that reshapes the very fabric of the self. The ego structure, developed over countless lifetimes, serves as a necessary tool for navigation in the third-dimensional world. It provides boundaries, identity, and a framework for interaction. However, its dominance creates a sense of fragmentation, limitation, and suffering rooted in the constant striving for validation, security, and separation. Ascension involves not the destruction of the ego, but its transmutation, its integration into a higher, more conscious field of awareness. This integration begins with the realization that the separate self is an illusion, a convenient fiction necessary for earthly experience but ultimately a prison. Through practices like meditation, mindfulness, self-inquiry, such as the exploration of the self as not self, and the conscious observation of thoughts and emotions, the observer begins to distinguish itself from the observed. This distinction is the crucial first step in disidentifying with the ego persona. As the witness consciousness strengthens, the ego's manipulations, the internal dialogues, justifications, and emotional reactions become more apparent. Instead of being swept away by them, the aspirant learns to observe them with compassion and detachment. This observing awareness is the ground upon which the ego can be integrated. It allows for the recognition that thoughts are just thoughts, emotions are just emotions, and sensations are just sensations, transient phenomena arising within a field of pure awareness, which is the true self. Crucially, this integration does not happen through force or will. It is a natural unfolding, a consequence of consistent practice and the inherent nature of awareness. The ego, lacking a true center, thrives on conflict and division. However, when the awareness that observes the ego becomes the predominant state, the ego's power wanes. It loses its grip on the attention and the sense of being. Its narratives lose their traction because they are no longer experienced as absolute truth, but merely as stories being told within the field of consciousness. This process often involves periods of intense inner upheaval. As the veils thin and higher frequencies pour in, the unresolved issues, suppressed emotions, and ingrained patterns of the ego structure may surface. This is not a sign of failure, but rather a crucial purification phase. The higher vibrations act as a solvent, dissolving the old structures that no longer resonate with the new state of being. It can manifest as intense emotional releases, vivid dreams, or challenging synchronicities. The key is not to resist these experiences but to meet them with the same observing awareness cultivated in meditation. By witnessing the ego's reactions without identification, the seeds of these patterns are neutralized, and integration deepens. The integration of the self extends beyond the personal ego structure. It involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all beings and the unity of consciousness. The boundaries between self and others soften, and empathy expands to encompass the collective. The pain of another becomes felt as one's own, not in a sympathetic sense of pity, but as a reflection of the shared nature of consciousness. This universal identification is a hallmark of higher vibrational states. As the ego sheath thins and integration occurs, the individual begins to operate from a different center. Actions arise less from personal gain or self-defense and more from a sense of universal responsibility and compassion. The motivation shifts from fulfilling the desires of the personality towards expressing the nature of the underlying consciousness. The individual becomes less focused on the personal narrative and more on contributing to the unfolding of the collective consciousness. This state is often described as living from the heart center, accessing intuition directly, and perceiving the underlying unity and intelligence of the cosmos. The mind, previously cluttered with ego concerns, becomes a clear channel for inspiration and guidance. The body, once a vehicle for ego survival, becomes more flexible, sensitive, and aligned with the higher frequencies, often experiencing a sense of lightness, ease, and vitality. The dissolution of the ego sheath is not an instantaneous event but a gradual, ongoing process that continues even beyond physical incarnation. It is a continuous refinement and expansion of awareness. The goal is not to become another form of rigid structure or to achieve a state of static perfection, but to remain in a state of dynamic awareness, open to the flow of life and the infinite possibilities of higher dimensions. This final stage of integration is the culmination of the ascension path. It is the realization that the true self has always been beyond the constructs of the personality, residing in the quiet, boundless field of consciousness from which all manifestation arises. By embracing this realization through conscious practice and unwavering dedication, the aspirant transcends the limitations of the third dimension and steps into the boundless vistas of higher consciousness and reality. The journey becomes the destination, and the integrated self becomes a beacon of love, light, and unity, contributing to the evolutionary ascension of all consciousness. Chapter 21: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey into higher dimensions and vibrations reaches a pivotal stage in the integration of the inner and outer realms. It is no longer merely about individual ascension, but about the harmonization of the self with the evolving planetary and universal field. This chapter explores the nature of this integration, the challenges and opportunities it presents, and the final preparations for a more fully embodied presence in the higher frequencies. The initial stages of raising one's vibration often involve internal work, clearing emotional blockages, quieting the mind, and cultivating awareness. Techniques such as meditation, energy work, and spiritual practices form the bedrock, allowing the individual to vibrate at a higher frequency. As the personal frequency elevates, subtle shifts begin to occur in the perception of reality. The veil between the physical and the non-physical becomes thinner, allowing glimpses of the multidimensional nature of existence. However, true integration requires moving beyond the purely internal focus. It involves recognizing that the inner state directly influences and shapes the outer environment, and conversely, that the outer world reflects the collective and individual vibrational state. This is the point where the internal transformation begins to manifest externally in tangible ways. The individual, no longer operating solely from the limited ego mind, starts to embody qualities associated with higher vibrations, compassion, love, unity, and wisdom. This integration manifests as a deepening connection with the earth herself. The physical body, once seen merely as a biological vessel, becomes an instrument of light and consciousness. Sensory perception expands, allowing for a more direct experience of the vibrational frequencies of the environment and the life forms within it. One might begin to perceive the subtle energy fields of others, feel the emotional resonance of places, or even commune with nature on a deeper, nonverbal level. The integration process also involves aligning with the planetary consciousness. As humanity collectively raises its vibration, the Earth's own energy field, the Schumann resonance, shifts. Individuals navigating this transition often find themselves attuned to these planetary shifts, feeling the planet's joys and sorrows, its hopes and challenges. There is a growing sense of responsibility and service, not out of obligation, but as an expression of love and oneness. The focus shifts from personal gain to the collective ascension and the healing of the planet. This stage is often met with significant challenges. The old structures and paradigms of the lower vibrational world can feel increasingly rigid and unsustainable. Inner conflicts may arise as the higher self pushes against the limitations of the conditioned ego. Doubt and fear can surface as the familiar dissolves and the unknown beckons. The individual must learn to navigate these internal and external tensions with grace and perseverance, trusting the process and the guidance from their higher self and the universal field. Yet, amidst the challenges lies immense opportunity. This is the phase where the fruits of inner work begin to blossom in the outer world. Relationships transform, becoming deeper, more authentic connections based on shared vibration and unconditional love. Creative expression flourishes, often taking forms that inspire and uplift others. Opportunities for service arise naturally, aligning with the individual's soul's purpose and the needs of the time. The final preparations for a fully integrated existence involve embodying the higher frequencies not just in isolation, but as active participants in the evolving reality. It means bringing the light of higher consciousness into the everyday world, into the workplace, the family, and the community. It is about becoming a beacon of love and unity, demonstrating the possibility of a higher way of being. This final stage is less about a specific destination and more about the ongoing process of embodiment and service. It is the realization that the path of ascension is not a journey to somewhere else, but a transformation of the self here and now, contributing to the healing and ascension of all. The individual, having integrated the inner and outer realms, becomes a living bridge between the lower and higher dimensions, embodying the unity and potential of the evolving planetary consciousness. The journey continues, but the nature of the traveler has fundamentally changed. The focus shifts from personal transformation to collective transformation, from individual ascension to the ascension of all, grounded in the tangible reality of the present moment. Chapter 22. The journey through the initial stages of ascension, involving the clearing of foundational energetic blockages and the activation of primary chakras, lays the essential groundwork. We have navigated the turbulent waters of dense emotional clearing, the rigorous restructuring of belief systems, and the initial activations of the physical and etheric bodies. We have begun to taste the sweetness of higher vibrations, experiencing moments of expanded awareness, increased sensitivity, and a growing connection to the unified field of pure consciousness. Now, we stand at a pivotal threshold, the integration of the nascent light body with the evolving consciousness. This is not merely an advancement to a higher frequency, it is the fundamental merging of the vehicle of light, the body, with the driver of awareness, the consciousness. Up until this point, there has often been a degree of separation, the mind grappling with abstract concepts, the emotions processing intense feelings, the body feeling like a denser anchor. The light body, while activated, might still operate somewhat independently or as a tool, rather than becoming an intrinsic part of the self. This final synthesis represents the culmination of the inner work. It is the point where the refined energy pathways, the refined nadis or channels, the awakened chakras, the expanded aura, and the intricate structure of the light body are no longer separate components but form a unified, coherent, and highly resonant system. This system then serves as the direct interface between the individual consciousness and the higher dimensions of reality. The nature of the light-body integration. Think of it as the final polish on a gemstone. All the previous work, clearing impurities, strengthening the structure, enhancing the clarity, has prepared the light body for this moment of perfect integration. When integration occurs, the light body is no longer just a potential or a structure, it is the conscious expression of the individual's vibration. This integration manifests internally as a profound sense of wholeness and unity. The fragmented aspects of self begin to dissolve, and a sense of oneness with all creation blossoms more deeply than ever before. The lines between the observer and the observed become incredibly thin, if not momentarily indistinguishable. The body itself becomes more luminous, less dense, and operates with greater ease and grace. Thoughts may become clearer, more aligned with the heart's intelligence, and less prone to ego manipulation. Intuition becomes a constant, reliable guide. Externally, this integration might be perceived by others as an increased radiance, a warmth that emanates from within, or a state of profound peace that is not easily shaken. The individual often radiates an energy that is palpably different, lighter, brighter, more harmonious. The mechanics of the synthesis. The synthesis is less a single event and more a profound shift in the relationship between consciousness and the light body. It involves several key processes. 1. The central channel awakening. Often, the final major activation required for full integration involves the awakening and clearing of the central channel, running vertically through the body. This channel acts as the primary conduit for high-frequency energy, particularly the divine masculine energy, and the love or divine feminine energy. When it becomes fully open and clear, it allows for a massive influx of light and energy, facilitating the final merging. 2. Heart-centered alignment. The heart chakra becomes the central hub of this integration. As it opens fully, it anchors the higher frequencies not just emotionally, but structurally within the body. consciousness begins to operate primarily from the heart, bypassing the lower mental and emotional centers that previously acted as filters or regulators. This alignment ensures that the light body's expansion is guided by love and wisdom, rather than fear or desire. 3. Conscious control and awareness. Integration is not passive, it requires conscious participation. As the light body structures become more refined and accessible, the individual needs to develop the awareness and will to consciously direct energy flow, maintain higher vibrations, and navigate the expanded states of consciousness without losing orientation. This is where the inner teacher and the guidance of spiritual masters become invaluable. 4. Dissolution of the ego body. A crucial aspect of this synthesis is the final dismantling of the ego structure, which is often anchored in the physical body. As the light body becomes the primary vehicle, the old identity built on separation, fear, and limited belief loses its grip. The individual realizes their true nature as pure consciousness, temporarily embodied, rather than identifying solely with the personality or the physical form. Navigating the synthesis. The process of achieving this final integration can be intense but is ultimately transformative. It often involves intense energy flows. Expect periods of significant energy surges, clearing, and restructuring. These can manifest physically: fatigue, flu-like symptoms, tingling, heat/cold; emotionally, intense release of old patterns; mentally, expanded awareness, sometimes confusion; and spiritually, profound connection, visions, encounters with guides. Deep inner work. It requires unwavering commitment to self-awareness, self-observation, and the application of spiritual principles in daily life. The mind must become a clear channel, not a battleground. Letting go. This is the most critical aspect. The individual must be willing to let go of old identities, beliefs, attachments, and even the concept of self as separate. This can be the most challenging part, as the ego fiercely resists dissolution. Receiving guidance. Trusting the process and being open to receive guidance from higher realms, spiritual masters, or the collective unconscious is essential. This guidance can provide clarity, reassurance, and the necessary steps for integration. Beyond integration. Living in higher dimensions. Achieving the integration of the light body and consciousness does not mark the end of the journey, but rather its transformation. It signifies that the individual is now equipped to consciously operate and perceive from a higher dimensional reality more consistently. The physical world still exists, but it is perceived through a lens of greater light, love, and understanding. Life in this integrated state might involve continual expansion, further refinement and expansion of consciousness, potentially into higher dimensions beyond the 5D and 6D realms initially accessed. Direct communication, more direct forms of communication with spirit guides, and other beings of light. Service and manifestation. Operating from a place of unity, the individual may engage more fully in service to others and the planet, using their refined state to facilitate healing, transformation, and the ascension of collective consciousness. The realization of oneness, a lived experience, not just a concept, of the interconnectedness of all life and the fundamental unity of the cosmos. The path to this final synthesis is arduous but profoundly rewarding. It requires the courage to let go of the familiar, the dedication to inner refinement, and the unwavering faith in the potential for transformation. It is the culmination of the great work, leading towards a state of being where the individual is fully embodied light, fully conscious awareness, and a sovereign citizen of the multidimensional universe. Chapter 23: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey into higher dimensions is not merely a traversal of space, but a profound integration of the self with the fabric of existence itself. Having navigated the initial challenges of raising personal vibration and perceiving subtle energies, the aspirant now stands at a threshold where the lines between the inner world of thought and feeling, and the outer world of perceived reality, begin to blur. This chapter explores the crucial stage of integrating these realms, preparing the individual for the full embodiment of higher vibrational states and the realities they encompass. The previous phases involved purification, expansion of consciousness, and the development of sensitivity to the energies and frequencies surrounding us. We learn to work with intention, to cleanse energetic pathways, and to cultivate states of presence. Now, the focus shifts towards the practical application of this inner work in the real world, not as a separate entity, but as the conscious expression of a unified being. The nature of integration. Integration, in the context of ascension, is the synthesis of the consciously chosen higher self with the personality and the physical body. It is the merging of the heart-centered, interconnected consciousness with the mind-body complex operating within the third-dimensional field. This is not an instantaneous event, but a continuous process of refinement, alignment, and embodiment. Think of it like tuning a complex musical instrument. The strings, physical body, must be individually adjusted, purified, aligned, but they only create harmonious music when played in concert with the whole instrument and the musician's intent, higher self, unified consciousness. Integration is achieving that perfect resonance. This process involves several key aspects. 1. Thought-body connection. We have established that thoughts are forms of energy that create our reality. Integration deepens this understanding, demonstrating that every thought, intention, and emotion has a direct, immediate impact on the physical body and its energetic systems. Negative, discordant thoughts and feelings are not just psychological states, they are literal distortions within the body's energy field, the aura, and can contribute to dis-ease. Conversely, positive, loving thoughts and feelings generate coherence, healing, and alignment. The integrated state is one where the individual chooses thoughts that support their highest good and the highest good of all, recognizing their power to shape their internal and external world. 2. Emotional mastery as embodiment. Early stages might involve managing or suppressing emotions. Integration involves the conscious transformation and embodiment of emotion. It is learning to feel emotions deeply, yet wisely, allowing their energetic signature to flow through the body without becoming trapped or creating blockages. This is not about suppressing pain, but about perceiving it as a signal, processing it through the heart, and releasing its energetic charge. It involves moving from reactivity, an emotional response dictated by past conditioning, to conscious response, a heart-centered choice in how to react to any given situation. This allows the higher emotional frequencies, compassion, love, gratitude, joy, peace, to become the baseline, coloring and transforming even challenging experiences. 3. The body as a vehicle, not a prison. As vibration raises, the physical body begins to change. It becomes more sensitive, more permeable to energy. Integration involves consciously participating in this process, not resisting the body's natural evolution towards greater health, lightness, and awareness. The body is no longer seen solely as a temporary container or a source of limitation, but as a dynamic, energetic instrument through which the higher self can express itself more fully in the physical world. Practices like conscious breathing, gentle movement, like yoga or tai chi, and energy work become tools for maintaining this physical embodiment of higher frequency, ensuring the body remains a vibrant channel. 4. Inner and outer world synchronization. The integrated state is characterized by a profound sense of congruence between inner state and outer experience. What is felt internally is reflected externally, and what is perceived externally is interpreted through the lens of the integrated consciousness. This does not mean the external world magically changes to match every desire, as explored in previous chapters regarding free will and the nature of reality, but rather that the individual's perception and interaction with reality become vastly different. Challenges are met with inner stability and creative problem-solving rather than fear or despair. Opportunities are recognized through intuitive insight rather than solely logical analysis. The inner landscape becomes the compass guiding the outer journey. Overcoming integration challenges. The path of integration is not without its difficulties. Old patterns, fears, and conditioning resurface as the higher self seeks to express itself through the limited framework of the personality. Common challenges include inner conflict. The voice of the higher self, often felt as intuition, inner knowing, or guidance from the heart, may conflict with the voice of the conditioned ego, desire for security, fear of change, old habits. Physical discomfort. The body may experience a range of sensations as it recalibrates to higher frequencies, headaches, fatigue, emotional releases, changes in sleep patterns. Perceptual overload. As sensitivity increases, the influx of information from the subtle realms can be overwhelming. Learning to discern what is relevant and what is not becomes crucial. Impatience and frustration. The process of integration is often slow and nonlinear. The desire for rapid progress can lead to frustration when old patterns resurface or changes seem minimal. Navigating these challenges requires patience, self-compassion, and persistent application of the core principles, awareness, intention, and heart-centered action. It requires the aspirant to observe these difficulties without judgment, recognizing them as part of the purification and integration process. Seeking support through community, meditation, and continued study can also be invaluable. The role of community and conscious creation. Integration is often described as a solitary inner journey, yet it thrives within a supportive community of like-minded individuals. Sharing experiences, insights, and challenges with others on a similar path provides validation, encouragement, and a sense of belonging. It helps anchor the individual in their new awareness and provides practical tips for navigating the complexities of raising vibration in a third-dimensional world. Furthermore, the integrated state is the fertile ground for conscious creation on a collective scale. When individuals embody higher frequencies, love, compassion, unity, and clarity, their presence begins to influence the energetic field around them and, ultimately, the collective consciousness. The choices they make, the thoughts they hold, and the emotions they radiate contribute to the co-creation of a more harmonious and elevated reality. This is not about imposing will, but about offering the highest frequency possible, allowing the natural evolution of consciousness to unfold more rapidly. Embodying the ascended state. The culmination of integration is not reaching a static, ascended state, but rather embodying a dynamic, ever-evolving state of being. It is living from a place of inner peace, unconditional love, and profound connection to all of existence. The individual acts as a conscious co-creator, navigating the physical world with grace, wisdom, and compassion. They perceive reality with expanded awareness, recognizing the interplay of energies and intentions behind all events. They remain grounded in the physical while connected to the infinite possibilities of higher dimensions. This is the state of embodied unity, the heart, mind, body, and spirit operating in perfect harmony, expressing the highest potential of the human experience. It is the final integration, the merging of the limited self with the boundless self, the realization of the true nature of consciousness within the grand tapestry of the cosmos. Chapter 24: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey into higher dimensions is not merely a traversal across abstract planes of existence, it is fundamentally an integration of the inner self with the outer cosmos. Up until this point, the aspirant has cultivated awareness, balanced energies, and begun perceiving the subtle vibrations that underpin reality. Now, the focus shifts from becoming more aware within the lower realms to becoming a bridge between realms, integrating the wisdom gained inwardly with the expression of that wisdom outwardly. This stage is often misunderstood. Many believe ascension is simply about escaping the physical world, retreating into a purely ethereal existence. While a degree of this occurs, the true nature of higher dimensions involves a deeper unity rather than a separation. It is the realization that the inner state of being is the foundation of the outer reality, and that the physical world is not an obstacle to be overcome, but a reflection to be illuminated and transformed from within. The knowledge accumulated from countless spiritual traditions converges here. The yogis speak of merging with Brahman, the Atman realizing its unity with the universal consciousness. The Taoists emphasize Wu Wei, the effortless action arising from alignment with the Tao, integrating the individual will with the natural flow. The Christian mystics sought a union with God, often describing it in terms of becoming one spirit. The Sufis speak of the annihilation of the ego in the divine presence. The Kabbalists map the tree of life, a blueprint for consciousness and the cosmos, guiding the soul's ascent through its sephirah. What these diverse paths share is the understanding that the external world is a manifestation of the internal state. To truly ascend, one must integrate the purified, high vibrational self with the physical vessel and the planetary body. This is the essence of the work described by authors like Barbara and Brennan in her model of the human energy field, the chakra system, where healing and ascension involve clearing blockages not just in the personal energy field, but also in the fields of family, community, nation, and planet. It requires understanding that the personal journey is intrinsically linked to the collective evolution. The process involves several key aspects. 1. Deepening inner stillness. The outer world remains complex and demanding. The ability to maintain inner peace and clarity amidst external chaos becomes paramount. This is not mere passivity, but an alert presence, a centeredness from which true perception and action spring. Practices like meditation, mindfulness, and self-inquiry become not just tools for personal growth, but the very fabric of one's existence in higher states. 2. Harmonizing the chakras and energy body. As one attunes to higher frequencies, the energy centers, chakras, and the subtle bodies, like the astral or mental bodies, must be refined and aligned. This involves clearing residual lower vibrations, integrating fragmented aspects of self, and ensuring the free flow of prana or life force through the entire system. This refined energy field acts as the vehicle for navigating and interacting with higher dimensional realities. 3. The integration of mind, body, and spirit. Ascension is not achieved by discarding the body or the mind. Rather, it is about transcending their limitations and integrating them into a unified, higher expression. The mind becomes clear, focused, and capable of perceiving the interconnectedness of all things. The body becomes more sensitive, flexible, and capable of embodying higher states of being, sometimes even demonstrating subtle physical changes associated with increased vitality and lightness. This is the alchemy of transformation. 4. Becoming a co-creator. In lower densities, most beings are largely unconscious consumers of reality, reacting to external stimuli. In higher dimensions, the potential for conscious creation becomes a fundamental aspect of existence. The individual, operating from a state of unity with the source, can consciously influence the fabric of reality around them. This is not about wielding power over others, but about contributing to the evolution of the collective field through one's thoughts, feelings, and actions, which are increasingly aligned with the higher vibrations. 5. Collective consciousness and planetary integration. The path is profoundly individual, yet it is inseparable from the collective. As more individuals attune to higher frequencies, the collective consciousness of the planet shifts. This is the global consciousness shift many spiritual teachers speak of. The integration process involves not only personal enlightenment but also contributing to the healing and ascension of the Earth herself, recognizing the planet as a living, conscious being that is also evolving towards higher states. This is the work of the stewards of Gaia, those who understand their role in holding the high frequency for the benefit of all. This stage of integration can be profoundly challenging. The old self, the ego structure built over lifetimes, may resist the dissolution required for true unity. There can be periods of intense inner work, emotional clearing, and the integration of seemingly contradictory aspects of the personality. Yet, The wisdom from all traditions points towards this necessity. It is through this integration that the veil thins further, not just intellectually or emotionally, but experientially. The aspirant begins to perceive the underlying patterns and energies that connect all things, moving beyond duality towards a direct experience of oneness. The knowledge from books on ascension converges here, pointing towards a future where the distinction between the inner and outer realms dissolves. It is a path of becoming a conscious, integrated being, embodying the highest vibrations, and contributing consciously to the unfolding of a more harmonious and luminous reality for oneself and for all life. The journey is not merely towards a destination, but towards a fundamental transformation of being. Chapter 25: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey of ascension, as we have explored it, is not merely a matter of shifting frequency or altering one's vibrational state in isolation. While the internal work, cultivating love, expanding consciousness, dissolving the ego, is the bedrock upon which transformation is built, it inevitably and necessarily intersects with the perceived outer reality. This final major stage, before the full flowering of the higher dimensions, involves the profound integration of these inner and outer realms. It is the synthesis where the subjective expansion of consciousness meets and reshapes the objective world of form and interaction. Up until this point, the aspirant has spent considerable time and effort navigating the inner landscape, mastering the mind, purifying the emotional body, quieting the ego self, and connecting with higher aspects of self and universal intelligence. Techniques ranging from meditation and visualization to energy work and ethical conduct have been employed to elevate personal vibration. The goal has been to become a beacon of higher frequency within the self, a resonant chamber capable of receiving and embodying the qualities of the higher dimensions, such as unconditional love, infinite presence, unity consciousness, and effortless flow. However, true ascension cannot remain confined solely to the realm of subjective experience. The universe operates on the principle of correspondence, often summarized by the Hermetic maxim as above, so below. What is transformed within the inner sanctuary inevitably reflects and begins to reshape the outer manifestation. The higher vibrations cultivated internally begin to interact with and influence the lower, denser frequencies of the physical world and one's external circumstances. This integration manifests in numerous ways. Relationships may undergo a transformation, becoming less about ego dynamics and more about genuine connection, mutual respect, and shared spiritual growth. Challenges that previously seemed insurmountable may dissolve or reveal simpler, higher-order solutions, as the perspective expands beyond linear, limited thinking. Opportunities may arise that align perfectly with the awakened state of being, seemingly drawn by the new vibrational signature. The physical environment might even shift, becoming more harmonious, beautiful, or supportive as the individual's resonance elevates. Crucially, this is not about forcing external reality to conform to one's desires through willpower, but rather about being the vibration from which a higher reality naturally unfolds. It is about demonstrating the higher principles in action, embodying the love, compassion, and unity that characterize the higher dimensions. The external world, like a clear mirror, begins to reflect this new inner state more accurately. Simultaneously, the external world, with its complexities, challenges, and diverse energies, serves as a crucial crucible for the refinement of the ascending individual. It provides opportunities for service, for applying the wisdom gained on the inner path, and for further purification. Engaging with the world from a place of awakened consciousness does not mean withdrawing from it, but rather engaging with it differently, less from a place of personal need or reaction, and more from a place of universal awareness and love. The integration process requires discernment. The old patterns, conditioning, and ego attachments do not vanish instantly. They may still arise, but the individual's relationship to them changes. They are recognized as lower frequency echoes, no longer to be identified with, but seen through with the clarity of the awakened awareness. The practice becomes one of meeting these internal and external echoes with compassion, understanding, and the unwavering commitment to the higher vibration. This stage often involves a deepening sense of interconnectedness with all of creation. The lines between self and other, between inner and outer, begin to blur. Actions taken in the world are understood as expressions of the whole, and the well-being of others becomes deeply intertwined with one's own state of being. This is the beginning of true service, not born of obligation or self-aggrandizement, but flowing naturally from a heart full of unity and love. Physically, this integration might manifest as a subtle but perceptible shift in the body's energy field, increased vitality, greater ease, or a heightened sensitivity to subtle energies and information. Emotionally, it can feel like a deep sense of peace, even amidst external turmoil, coupled with an expanding capacity for empathy and compassion. This final integration phase is the culmination of the internal work, bringing it out into the world in a harmonious and authentic expression. It is the bridge between the inner realms of pure consciousness and the outer realms of manifested reality. Successfully navigating this stage means stepping fully into the awakened human potential, ready to embody the higher frequencies and contribute to the unfolding of a more harmonious and loving planetary reality. The path becomes less about striving and more about being, less about separation and more about unity, less about the inner and the outer, and more about the unified field of consciousness expressing itself through all forms. The journey is ongoing, but the fundamental shift has occurred. The foundation of inner transformation is now expressed as the reality of an integrated, ascended life. The higher dimensions are not merely destinations to be reached, but states of being to be embodied, influencing and integrating all aspects of one's existence. Chapter 26. The journey through the initial stages of raising personal vibration and perceiving subtle energies, detailed in the preceding chapters, lays the essential groundwork. We have learned to become aware of our own internal states, to cultivate consciousness beyond the purely physical, and to begin interacting with the vibrational frequencies surrounding us. Now, we stand at a pivotal threshold, the point of integration. Ascension is not merely about climbing a ladder within a single dimension, it is about merging the distinct realms of inner experience with the outer expression of reality itself. This final major phase involves the conscious synthesis of these domains, leading to a lived reality that reflects the higher frequencies we have cultivated. The previous chapters explored the inner landscape, the development of intuition, the clearing of energetic blockages, the practice of presence, and the attunement to the heart's intelligence. We delved into the nature of subtle bodies, the importance of intention, and the power of focused consciousness. Yet, without integrating these inner shifts into our external world, our actions, relationships, career, and overall way of being, the ascent can feel incomplete or even illusory. True transformation manifests when the elevated state of being permeates every aspect of existence, not just during moments of deep meditation or quiet reflection. This integration is the crucible where potential becomes actuality. It is the process by which the inner Christ or inner Buddha becomes expressed through the human vessel. It requires moving beyond the idea of enlightenment as a purely internal state, achieved in isolation, and embracing it as a quality of action, interaction, and contribution. The wisdom traditions from around the world converge here, pointing towards a path where the highest ideals are lived, not just contemplated. The mechanics of integration. How does this synthesis occur? It happens through a subtle but profound shift in the nature of consciousness itself. As we raise our vibration, our core identity begins to shift from being primarily identified with the physical body and ego-mind towards the more expansive awareness of the soul or higher self. This shift allows us to perceive the deeper energetic connections and intentions underpinning all phenomena. Integration involves several key mechanisms. 1. Conscious choice in action. Ascension is not about reacting automatically from conditioned patterns rooted in lower vibrations. It is about making deliberate choices aligned with higher principles: love, compassion, truth, service, even when faced with challenges or temptations. The higher self provides guidance, often as a quiet inner knowing, while the ego mind may still resist, creating opportunities for conscious alignment. 2. Heart-centered expression. The heart becomes the central hub of operation, filtering thoughts, decisions, and actions through the lens of love and empathy. Communication becomes more authentic and resonant. Relationships are transformed from ego power struggles to cooperative fields of growth, and creativity flows from a place of inner harmony rather than external validation. This is the practical application of living from the heart space cultivated through inner work. 3. Energetic resonance with the environment. As our personal vibration rises, we naturally begin to resonate more strongly with higher frequency environments, people, and opportunities. Conversely, environments and individuals embodying lower vibrations may feel increasingly discordant or draining. This resonance guides us towards supportive communities and collaborations that further facilitate our growth, while also empowering us to set boundaries around energies that hinder our ascent. 4. Service as a path. Many spiritual traditions highlight service, seva or selfless action, as a powerful vehicle for ascension. This is not mere altruism, it is the practical application of love and compassion in the world. By consciously choosing to help others without expectation of return, we embody unity consciousness, dissolve the illusion of separation, and elevate the collective field. Our actions become sacraments, contributing directly to the planetary ascension. Overcoming the final obstacles. The path to integration is not without its challenges. The most significant obstacles often arise from within. The ego's last stand. The ego, sensing the erosion of its power base, may intensify its efforts to maintain control. This can manifest as increased worry, comparison, attachment to outcomes, or just a general feeling of resistance to change. Recognizing these patterns without judgment, and consciously choosing to align with the higher self's guidance, is crucial. Impatience and disillusionment. The external world may not change dramatically overnight, or perhaps the expected signs of ascension, like heightened synchronicities, seem sparse. This can lead to frustration or a belief that the process has stalled. Integration requires faith in the process, understanding that inner transformation precedes and ultimately is the measure of true evolution. The fear of loss. There may be a subtle fear of losing the familiar structures of the old life, even if that life was filled with lower vibrations. Integration requires letting go of the need to be a certain way in the world based on past identity. Duality and the polarity trap. The ego thrives on duality, right/wrong, good/bad, us/them. Integration involves recognizing the limitations of this framework and embracing a more holistic, interconnected perspective. This can be challenging when facing external situations that seem inherently polarized. The nature of the integrated state. When integration is achieved, the distinction between the inner and outer realms begins to soften. Life becomes a seamless expression of consciousness. There is a profound sense of inner peace that remains relatively stable, even amidst external chaos. Actions flow effortlessly from a place of inner clarity and compassion. Relationships become more harmonious and meaningful, reflecting the individual's elevated state. A strong sense of purpose and connection to the larger whole emerges. This state is not static, it is dynamic and evolving. It is characterized by presence, being fully embodied and aware in the moment. Love, an underlying current of unconditional love permeating all interactions. Wisdom, making choices based on deeper understanding rather than instinct or emotion alone. Freedom, operating from a place of inner sovereignty, less influenced by external pressures or internal conditioning. Contribution, a natural impulse to serve and uplift the collective. The final step, living the integration. The final step is not a destination but a way of being. It is about consciously choosing to live as the integrated self, moment by moment. It involves continued inner practice, maintaining the awareness, presence, and heart-centeredness cultivated through earlier stages. Mindful action, bringing conscious intention and higher vibration to every choice and action. Embracing imperfection, understanding that integration is a continuous process, not a fixed state. Mistakes and challenges are opportunities for further growth. Celebrating the journey, recognizing the immense transformation that has occurred and honoring the self for the courage and dedication involved. Ascending to higher dimensions and vibrations is ultimately about expanding the capacity for love, awareness, and connection. Integration is the vital step that translates this inner potential into a lived reality, creating a life that not only reflects the higher frequencies but actively contributes to the evolution of the entire planetary consciousness. It is the culmination of the inner work, bringing the wisdom gained into the field of human experience, and demonstrating the possibility of a reality lived from a profoundly elevated and integrated state of being. Chapter 27: The Integration of Inner and Outer Realities. The journey towards higher dimensions and vibrations, as we have explored throughout this synthesis, transcends mere intellectual understanding or isolated spiritual practice. It arrives at a crucial juncture where the lines between the inner landscape of consciousness and the perceived outer reality begin to blur, dissolve, and ultimately, merge into a unified field of pure potentiality. This final major stage, often referred to as integration, is not merely an endpoint but the very nature of the transformed state of being. It is the culmination where the practitioner, through dedicated effort and unwavering commitment, brings the fruits of inner work, awakened awareness, refined emotions, expanded consciousness, into every facet of their existence, thereby demonstrating that the higher vibrations sought are not merely experienced in reality, but are the very fabric of reality as perceived by the awakened consciousness. The preceding chapters have meticulously outlined the foundational practices, the purification of the body-mind complex through discipline and awareness, the refinement of thought through discernment and intentionality, the taming and transmutation of emotion through empathy and love, the quieting of the mind to access deeper states of consciousness through meditation and contemplation, and the expansion of awareness beyond the personal ego through practices like visualization, ritual, and communion with higher realms or masters. These are the building blocks, the tools honed over time. Integration is the masterful application of these tools, not just in dedicated practice time, but as the very operating system of life itself. At the heart of integration lies the conscious choice to embody the higher vibrational frequencies 24/7. It is the transition from seeking enlightenment as something separate from daily life to realizing that enlightenment is daily life, when lived from the perspective of awakened awareness. This means that mundane tasks cease to be opportunities for distraction or resentment and become instead moments for conscious presence and service. The commute becomes a silent observation of the flow of energy, the meeting becomes an exercise in compassionate communication, the household chores become acts of mindful creation and maintenance within one's energetic field. This requires a fundamental shift in perspective. The ego, that persistent sense of separation, identity rooted in the personal self, finds its ground increasingly unstable. Its narratives of victimhood, comparison, and desire lose their power when confronted with the vastness of universal awareness and the interconnectedness of all things. Integration involves consciously dissolving the ego's grip, not through forceful denial, but through the gentle, persistent light of awakened consciousness. It is like watching the last embers of a fire die down, leaving only the warm glow of its ashes, the residual warmth of the ego identity fading into the background of a much larger, more luminous reality. The wisdom from various traditions converges here. The yogic path emphasizes karma yoga and bhakti yoga, the path of selfless action and loving devotion, as essential for integrating spiritual realization into daily life. The Buddhist teachings stress mindfulness in action, vipassana, bringing moment-to-moment awareness to every breath, every step, every interaction. The Christian concept of loving one's neighbor as oneself takes on a profound, practical dimension when lived from a place of universal compassion. The Sufi path speaks of fana, annihilation of the self, and beka, subsistence in God reality, pointing towards the dissolution of the personal ego into the divine ocean of unity. All these point towards the same essential practice, extending the state of inner awakening outward into the totality of one's experience. Techniques for fostering this integration are multifaceted and often interwoven. Maintaining a consistent meditation practice remains paramount, serving as the anchor point for awareness amidst the flux of external events. This daily connection to the deeper self and universal consciousness provides the stable platform from which to navigate the challenges and beauties of the outer world. Mindfulness meditation, particularly, trains the mind to remain present and observant, preventing the habitual mental chatter and emotional reactivity that often characterize unawakened life. Conscious breathing exercises, pranayama, continue to be vital, not just for physical health, but for managing energetic fluctuations and maintaining a balanced flow of prana or life force. Specific breathing patterns can be used to consciously attune to higher frequencies, clearing energetic blockages, and amplifying one's vibrational resonance. Visualization techniques evolve during this stage. While earlier stages might have focused on visualizing specific goals or realms, the visualization during integration becomes more subtle and expansive. It involves visualizing oneself as a beacon of light, extending that light outwards, permeating one's environment, and contributing to the collective upliftment. It might involve visualizing the dissolution of the ego structure, allowing the higher self to shine through completely. It is visualization used as a tool for energetic alignment and intention setting on a grander scale. The practice of service, seva, becomes increasingly important. This is not necessarily about grand gestures, but about approaching every interaction with a spirit of kindness, compassion, and contribution. Seeing every person as a reflection of the divine, every situation as an opportunity for growth, and every action as a potential offering. This naturally aligns one with the higher vibrations of love, unity, and universal responsibility. It is the practical application of the understanding that one's true nature is interconnected with all of existence. Furthermore, the integration of inner and outer realities involves becoming highly sensitive to the energetic environment. The awakened individual learns to read the subtle energetic currents of a room, to perceive the emotional states of others without judgment, and to navigate the energetic fields of different people and places with awareness. This sensitivity is not used for manipulation but for deeper understanding, empathy, and conscious choice-making regarding one's own energetic boundaries and interactions. The final stage is not one of striving or reaching, but of simply being. The effort required to consciously maintain higher vibrations diminishes as one becomes more naturally resonant with that state. The practice becomes effortless, a natural expression of who one has become. The goal is not to achieve a perfect state of enlightenment, for such perfection is perhaps an illusion, but to continue the process of refinement, dissolving illusion and awakening to the infinite nature of consciousness, moment by moment, interaction by interaction, breath by breath. This is the integration of inner and outer realities, the conscious embodiment of higher consciousness in every facet of existence. It is the final step on the path outlined by the wisdom of ages, demonstrating that the true transformation sought is not merely a change in location or state, but a fundamental shift in the very nature of perception and being, integrating the entire spectrum of experience into the unified field of love, light, and infinite potential. The journey continues, not through external seeking, but through the continued, conscious unfolding of awakened awareness within and without. Chapter 28: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey into higher dimensions and vibrations is not merely a matter of shifting frequency, it is a profound integration of the self with the totality of existence. Up until this point, the focus has been largely internal, cultivating awareness, purifying energy, transcending the ego, and aligning with the higher self. Yet, the ultimate realization occurs when these internal shifts begin to manifest as tangible changes in the outer world, and when the external world itself becomes a reflection of the higher state of being one has achieved. This chapter explores the crucial stage of integration, where the inner realms and the outer realms cease to be perceived as separate domains and begin to merge, creating a new, unified reality for the ascending individual. The paradox of inner and outer. Traditionally, human experience is bifurcated. We have an inner world, thoughts, emotions, beliefs, the subconscious, often seen as private, personal, and subjective. We also have the outer world, the physical environment, social interactions, material reality, the objective, outside. Many spiritual paths emphasize mastering the inner world first, suggesting that changes within lead to changes without. This is a valid starting point, as the inner state is the primary driver of perception and action. However, the advanced stages of ascension reveal a deeper truth: the inner and outer are not separate domains but two aspects of a single, unified field of consciousness. What happens within the mind and heart inevitably shapes the perception of the outer world, and the outer world, in turn, provides the challenges, opportunities, and feedback necessary for inner refinement. The goal is not to escape the outer world through meditation or retirement from the world, but to transform it from within, and to bring the higher frequencies of the inner world into expression within the outer realm. This integration is the bridge between the purely spiritual aspirant, who may become disconnected from practical life, and the fully embodied spiritual being who lives fully in both worlds, yet operates from a higher, more conscious perspective. Shifting the perception of reality. One of the foundational shifts required for integration is altering the fundamental perception of reality. Most humans operate from a belief in a separate self existing within a separate, objective universe governed by fixed laws. The ascending individual begins to perceive reality differently. The sense of separation diminishes, replaced by a feeling of interconnectedness with all things. The external world is no longer seen as merely out there, but as a projection of the collective and individual consciousness. This doesn't mean denying the physical world's objective properties, but rather recognizing that the experience of that world is filtered through consciousness. What was once perceived as solid and immutable begins to feel more fluid, malleable, and responsive to intention and belief. The laws of physics, as understood conventionally, are seen as expressions of consciousness patterns, and the higher self is perceived as the conscious intelligence that can influence these patterns. This shift allows for the realization that one's thoughts, feelings, and intentions are not just internal experiences but are powerful forces shaping the external environment. Negative thoughts and emotions, once perhaps dismissed as mere feelings, are now understood to create negative energetic patterns that can manifest as difficulties in the outer life. Conversely, positive, loving, and aligned thoughts and feelings contribute to the creation of a more harmonious and supportive external reality. The manifestation of inner states. The integration process involves the conscious manifestation of the higher vibrational states cultivated internally. This is not about wishful thinking or manifesting desires from a lower place of attachment, but about embodying the qualities of love, compassion, unity, and wisdom, and allowing these qualities to naturally express themselves and influence the world. Love manifests as genuine care and connection with others, healing of relationships, and the ability to see the divine spark within all beings. It transforms interactions from transactional or competitive to cooperative and supportive. Wisdom manifests as clear discernment, the ability to see the bigger picture, and making choices that are in alignment with one's true purpose and the highest good. It reduces reactivity and increases responsibility. Peace manifests as an inner stability that remains relatively undisturbed by external circumstances. This allows for clear thinking and compassionate action even in challenging situations. Abundance manifests not merely as material wealth, but as a deep sense of sufficiency, gratitude, and the flow of resources and opportunities as needed, based on service and contribution. These inner states begin to literally alter the energetic signature of the individual. As the vibration rises, the person naturally attracts like-minded individuals, opportunities that resonate with their higher purpose, and environments that support their growth. The old patterns of limitation, fear, scarcity, conflict, begin to dissolve, replaced by a sense of possibility, abundance, and harmony. The role of the physical world as a laboratory. The physical world, often seen as the realm of limitation, actually serves as an invaluable laboratory for the ascending individual. The challenges, conflicts, and difficulties encountered externally are opportunities for further purification and refinement of the inner state. What was once perceived as a problem becomes a lesson, a catalyst for growth. Suffering, in this context, is not necessarily an inherent part of existence to be avoided, but a feedback mechanism indicating areas of imbalance or resistance within the self that need to be addressed. The process involves meeting these challenges with awareness, compassion, and the application of higher principles, rather than reacting from a place of fear or ego attachment. This conscious engagement with the outer world transforms it from a source of suffering into a field of application for spiritual principles. Furthermore, the physical body itself becomes an instrument of ascension. Through practices like conscious breathing, energy work, like qigong or pranayama, and mindful movement, the body can be used to anchor higher frequencies, clear energetic blockages, and become a more refined vehicle for consciousness. The body's subtle energy systems, chakras, meridians, the aura, become key focus points for healing and transformation, reflecting and influencing the state of consciousness. Overcoming the final obstacles. The path of integration is not without its final hurdles. The most significant obstacles often relate to the ego and the attachment to the physical form or specific outcomes. The ego's resistance, the ego, which thrives on separation, control, and identity, may resist the merging of inner and outer realms. It may fear losing its sense of uniqueness or control over the external circumstances. The ascending individual must continue the process of self-awareness, recognizing the ego's manipulations and gently steering the consciousness back to unity and detachment from outcome. Attachment to the physical vehicle. There can be a strong attachment to the physical body or to specific roles, achievements, or possessions in the outer world. This attachment acts as an energetic anchor, preventing the free flow of higher consciousness. Letting go requires trust in the universe's provision and a recognition that the physical form is merely a temporary vehicle. Fear of the unknown, as the boundaries between inner and outer blur, and the nature of reality shifts, fear of the unknown can arise. This fear often stems from a desire to cling to the familiar, even if the familiar is based on illusion. The antidote is faith, trust in the process, and continued inner work to dissolve fear at its root. The nature of the integrated state. The culmination of this integration process is not a state of static perfection, but a dynamic, flowing state of being. The individual lives fully within the physical world, engaging with it fully and compassionately, yet operates from a fundamentally different level of consciousness. They are aware of the interconnectedness of all things, understand the power of intention and belief, and can navigate the outer world with greater ease, wisdom, and grace. They may still experience challenges, but their response is transformed. They see the lessons in difficulties, understand the energetic patterns at play, and can choose responses that serve the highest good. Their presence begins to subtly influence the environment around them, creating pockets of higher vibration and harmony. This integrated state is the embodiment of the ancient wisdom, as within, so without. It is the realization that the transformation of consciousness is the fundamental key to transforming reality itself. It is the final step on the path of ascending, not into a separate heaven or dimension, but into a fully embodied, awakened state of consciousness within the totality of existence. Chapter 29. The journey through the lower and middle vibrational frequencies has been arduous yet profoundly transformative. We have navigated the treacherous waters of fear, doubt, and separation, gradually purifying our energy fields and raising our core vibrational states. We have learned to dissolve denser energies, heal old wounds, and reclaim our innate power. Now, we stand at the threshold of a final, crucial stage: the integration of the frequencies. This is not merely about reaching a higher level, it is about embodying the very essence of the new reality, becoming a living vessel through which the higher dimensions flow. The previous stages involved purification and expansion, clearing the old to make space for the new. We have washed away the grit of lower densities, refined our energy, and attuned our consciousness to the higher harmonics. But reaching a high vibration is only the beginning. The true challenge, the ultimate test, lies in integrating these elevated frequencies into the very fabric of our being. It is the difference between intellectually understanding a concept and living it as your truth. Integration begins with the conscious choice to hold the higher frequency. It is an active process, not a passive state. It requires the deliberate commitment to embody the qualities associated with these elevated realms: love, compassion, unity, creativity, wisdom, and unconditional acceptance. This is where the rubber meets the road. The high vibrations we have cultivated provide the potential, but integration is the act of actualizing that potential in every moment of our experience. This integration manifests on multiple levels. Firstly, there is the integration of the physical body. As we raise our vibration, the body becomes more receptive to higher energies. The subtle energy centers, chakras, open and align, allowing for a greater flow of life force, prana or chi. The physical form itself begins to vibrate at a higher rate, potentially leading to increased vitality, clarity, and a subtle shift in physical appearance or energy. This is not about a dramatic physical transformation overnight, but a gradual attunement and harmonization of the body's systems with its higher vibrational state. The body becomes less a cage and more a vehicle for light and consciousness. Secondly, integration occurs within the emotional body. Holding a high vibration means navigating the emotional landscape with greater ease and wisdom. Lower emotions like fear, anger, and sadness still arise, but they are recognized as transient energetic patterns rather than core truths. They are observed with compassion, allowed to flow through without becoming identified with, and released more quickly. The capacity for unconditional love expands, extending not just to loved ones but to all beings, including oneself and those perceived as challenging. Empathy deepens, and the ability to feel the interconnectedness of all life becomes a lived experience, not just a philosophical concept. Thirdly, integration involves the mental and intellectual bodies. The mind shifts from a state of constant analysis, judgment, and worry to one of greater peace, clarity, and presence. Mental clutter decreases as the focus becomes more aligned with higher purpose and the present moment. The capacity for intuitive understanding, creative problem solving, and seeing the bigger picture expands. Concepts that were once difficult to grasp become clear, revealing the underlying unity and intelligence of the universe. The linear, fear-based thought patterns of lower densities give way to more holistic, love-based, and solution-oriented ways of perceiving reality. Crucially, integration requires the integration of the personality or ego structure. As we embody higher frequencies, the ego's need for control, validation, and separation diminishes. The sense of self expands to include all of life, recognizing that the individual self is a spark of the universal consciousness. This does not mean the disappearance of the ego, but rather its transformation into a tool for service and expression aligned with higher principles, rather than a shield for fear and insecurity. The identification with the limited personal narrative weakens, replaced by a sense of belonging to a vast, interconnected web of existence. The path of integration is often met with resistance. It requires us to confront the parts of ourselves that are comfortable with the old reality, even if it is painful or limiting. It demands humility to recognize the vastness of what we still do not know and the depth of our own conditioning. It asks us to let go of old identities, beliefs, and attachments that no longer serve our highest good or align with our new vibrational state. This can feel like dying to the old self, which is paradoxically a necessary birth into a more expanded and authentic version of ourselves. However, the support is also abundant. The higher dimensional energies themselves provide guidance, inspiration, and the very frequencies needed to facilitate the integration. Our spiritual teachers, guides, and the collective consciousness of the higher realms offer assistance and reassurance. The community of like-minded souls ascending together provides mutual support and understanding. Trusting this process, even when it feels unfamiliar or challenging, is key. Integration is also an ongoing process, not a destination to be reached. It is a continuous refinement, a constant alignment with the highest frequencies available to us. Each moment offers an opportunity to choose love over fear, presence over reaction, connection over isolation. It is about embodying the principles of the higher dimensions in our daily actions, our interactions with others, and our relationship with ourselves. As we successfully integrate these frequencies, we become living bridges between the lower and higher dimensions. We embody the qualities of the new reality, reflecting its light and love back into the world. Our presence begins to subtly influence the energetic field around us, contributing to the raising of collective consciousness. We become less affected by the lower vibrational energies of fear, conflict, and separation that still permeate the planet, operating from a place of greater inner stability and peace. This final stage of integration is the culmination of the journey. It is the transformation from a seeker into an embodiment, from a student into a teacher through lived example. It is the final purification, leaving behind even the subtlest traces of resistance and doubt. It is the step into the heart of the new reality, where the frequencies of love, unity, and infinite possibility are the norm. The path ahead requires no more strenuous effort of will than the commitment to hold the frequency with intention and awareness. It is a path of grace, guided by the light within and supported by the vastness of the universe. By consciously choosing to integrate the higher frequencies into every aspect of our being, we not only transform ourselves but contribute directly to the birthing of a more harmonious, loving, and conscious planetary reality. The final step is not a leap, but a deep, grounded embodiment of the truth we have been journeying towards all along. Chapter 30: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, reaches a pivotal point in this chapter. It is a phase where the internal shifts, cultivated through years of spiritual practice, intention, and awareness, begin to crystallize and manifest as tangible changes in the outer world and one's perception of it. This is the crucial juncture of integration, the moment when the frequencies of the inner self, attuned to the higher realms, start resonating with and altering the energetic fabric of the physical existence. Up until this stage, much of the ascension process has been an internal odyssey. It involves the purification of the mind and emotions, the quieting of the ego noise, the development of expanded consciousness, and the attunement to the vibrational frequencies of love, unity, and oneness. Techniques such as meditation, mindfulness, energy work, like chakra clearing and balancing, breath work, gratitude practices, and studying spiritual teachings have been the primary tools. The practitioner learns to navigate the inner landscape, heal past traumas, release limiting beliefs, and connect with their higher self or oversoul. This internal work builds the necessary energetic foundation, like constructing a strong, resonant antenna capable of tuning into higher frequencies. The shift into the final threshold of integration signifies a profound turning point. It is no longer solely an internal practice. The external world begins to respond to the internal state of being. This does not necessarily mean dramatic, instantaneous events, although they can occur for some. More commonly, it manifests as a subtle yet pervasive transformation in one's experience of life. Perception itself undergoes a radical recalibration. The physical senses may become more acute, or conversely, the practitioner might develop a greater sensitivity to non-physical realities through their refined energy field. Time perception can change, becoming more fluid or expanded, less bound by the linear clock of the third dimension. Space may feel more malleable, and the illusion of separation between self and environment can diminish, reinforcing the sense of interconnectedness learned internally. Relationships often serve as a significant mirror for this integration. Interactions with others can become more harmonious, empathetic, and loving, reflecting the internal state of heart-centeredness. Old patterns of conflict, judgment, or separation may start to dissolve naturally as the individual operates from a place of higher vibration. The ability to perceive the underlying unity and divine spark within others deepens, fostering a sense of kinship with all beings. This does not eliminate challenges, but the processing of them shifts, moving away from ego reaction towards compassionate understanding and resolution. The physical body, too, begins to respond to the higher vibrational state. While the specifics vary greatly, common experiences include increased energy levels, improved health, greater vitality, and a sense of lightness. Some report changes in sleep patterns, a reduced need for physical sustenance, or a heightened awareness of their own energetic anatomy. The body, once a vehicle primarily of denseness and limitation, starts to become a more refined instrument, capable of resonating with higher frequencies, sometimes referred to as light body development or the activation of the cellular memory. Environmentally, the external surroundings may also reflect the internal shift. Living spaces might feel lighter, clearer, and more harmonious. A stronger connection to nature is often experienced, sensing the inherent intelligence and energy of the natural world more deeply. The individual may find themselves drawn towards environments or communities that resonate with their higher state of being, naturally gravitating away from negativity or low-vibration influences. This phase of integration requires immense patience and self-compassion. It is a time of testing, where the newly attained higher frequencies are challenged by the remnants of old conditioning, external negativity, and the inherent vibrational challenges of the physical world. Doubt, fear, and the temptation to revert to old patterns can arise. The key is to remember the internal foundation built through consistent practice. Returning to meditation, focusing on love and gratitude, and reaffirming one's commitment to the ascension path provide the necessary stability. The integration of inner and outer realities is not a destination reached, but an ongoing process. It is the continuous tuning and harmonization of the inner instrument with the universal frequency. It is the living embodiment of the spiritual path, where the wisdom gained internally begins to permeate and transform the external expression of life. This final threshold is less a point and more a state of being, a continuous integration where the individual becomes a channel for higher frequencies, contributing to the evolution of consciousness itself. As the practitioner stands at this threshold, they recognize that the true measure of ascension is not the attainment of a specific dimension or vibration, but the consistent expression of the qualities of love, light, and unity in their daily life, integrating the spiritual insights gained inwardly with the practicalities of outer existence. The journey continues, but the nature of the traveler has irrevocably changed. Chapter 31. The integration of the inner and outer realities. We now stand at a pivotal threshold, having traversed the inner landscapes of awareness, delved into the mechanics of vibrational shifts, and explored the nature of the multidimensional tapestry of existence. The path has been one of rigorous inner work, conscious choice, and the gradual dismantling of the ego structures that once anchored us firmly within the third-dimensional frequency. We have learned to navigate the currents of sensation, thought, and emotion with increasing awareness, transforming limitations into stepping stones for expansion. This final chapter is dedicated to the crucial synthesis, the integration of the profound inner shifts we have cultivated with the realities unfolding around us on the outer planes. It is here that the distinction between the inner spiritual journey and the outer worldly experience begins to blur, giving way to a unified perception of reality. This integration is not merely an intellectual understanding or a philosophical concept, it is an experiential embodiment, a living integration of the higher vibrations into the fabric of one's daily life and interaction with the universe. The previous chapters have equipped us with the tools, the understanding of frequency and dimension, the practices of meditation and mindfulness, the cultivation of heart-centered awareness, and the navigation of the emotional and mental landscapes during vibrational upgrades. We have learned to observe sensations without judgment, to transmute lower vibrational energies, and to anchor the higher frequencies within our physical bodies. We have prepared the vessel, refined the inner landscape, and strengthened our connection to the source. Now, the challenge and the beauty lie in applying this inner transformation to the outer world. The outer world, the physical plane, is not separate from our inner state, it is, in fact, a direct reflection of it. As we elevate our internal vibration, the external reality begins to shift correspondingly. This is the principle of resonance and co-creation in action. It is no longer sufficient to work solely on the inner self, hoping for external changes to follow. We must become conscious participants in the transformation of both inner and outer. The outer world is a mirror and canvas. The physical world often mirrors our internal state with startling clarity. Observe your interactions. Are they characterized by conflict, frustration, and misunderstanding, reflecting inner tension and disconnection? Or do they become smoother, more harmonious, filled with empathy and genuine connection, mirroring an inner state of peace and unity? The quality of our relationships, our work, our environment, these are all reflections of our vibrational state. Furthermore, the outer world offers a vast canvas upon which to express and embody the higher frequencies we are integrating. Service to others becomes a natural expression of love and compassion. Co-creation becomes a joyful participation in the unfolding of the universe, and problem-solving becomes an opportunity for creative, heart-centered solutions rather than ego-driven conflict. This does not mean abandoning the physical world or its challenges. Quite the contrary. It means engaging with the world from a higher perspective, using the tools of awareness, empathy, and conscious choice to navigate its complexities. It means recognizing that every interaction, every challenge, is an opportunity for spiritual growth and the embodiment of higher virtues such as love, understanding, and unity consciousness. Navigating the integration phase. The process of integrating higher vibrations into the physical body and outer life is not always smooth. It can be a period of intense activity, sometimes referred to as integration challenges or ascension symptoms. These are not necessarily signs of failure but rather indicators that the old structures are releasing, and new, higher frequency patterns are being established. Physical symptoms might include changes in sleep patterns, increased sensitivity to light, sound, or food, fluctuations in energy levels, or even temporary physical discomfort as the body adjusts to higher frequencies. Emotional fluctuations are also common as lower emotional patterns release more intensely. There may be periods of feeling overwhelmed, disconnected, or even frustrated as the old self struggles to adapt to the new. The key during this phase is patience, self-compassion, and continued inner work. It is essential to maintain the practices that have brought you this far: meditation, mindfulness, grounding techniques, and self-awareness. When challenges arise, view them not as obstacles, but as opportunities for deeper understanding and integration. Ask yourself, what old pattern is this releasing? What higher frequency am I learning to embody? Crucially, do not fall back into old patterns of resistance or self-criticism. The very act of judgment raises the vibration again towards resistance and lower frequencies. Instead, approach these periods with understanding and gentle guidance. Remind yourself of your commitment to the path and trust that the process, though sometimes uncomfortable, is leading you towards greater wholeness and enlightenment. The shift from individual effort to unified participation. As we reach this stage of integration, the focus subtly shifts. While individual inner work remains paramount, the realization dawns that true transformation occurs not in isolation, but as part of a larger, unified field of consciousness. Our individual efforts to elevate our vibrations contribute, like individual drops, to the raising of the collective frequency. The distinction between the inner and outer begins to dissolve as we recognize that our inner state is our outer reality in its most fundamental sense. We are not separate from the universe, we are integral parts of it, vibrating at a specific frequency within the grander whole. Our choices, our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions ripple outwards, influencing the collective consciousness and the very structure of reality. This understanding fosters a sense of responsibility and purpose. It moves beyond mere personal enlightenment towards a deeper participation in the unfolding of the planetary ascension. It inspires acts of service, creative expression, and conscious co-creation that are rooted in love and unity, rather than fear or separation. Embodying the higher frequencies. Integration ultimately means embodying the higher frequencies not just in special moments or during meditation, but as a consistent state of being. This involves 1. Living from the heart, making choices based on love, compassion, empathy, and understanding rather than fear, ego, or desire. Letting the heart's intelligence guide your actions. 2. Unity consciousness, recognizing the oneness of all beings and the interconnectedness of all things. Seeing the divine spark within everyone and everything. 3. Creative expression, using your unique talents and gifts to contribute to the highest good, expressing the beauty and love you perceive within. 4. Conscious relationships, engaging with others from a place of love, respect, and mutual understanding, actively participating in the co-creation of harmonious interactions. 5. Service to others, recognizing that serving others is serving the highest self and contributing to the collective ascension. 6. Responsibility for creation, understanding that your thoughts, words, and actions have creative power and taking responsibility for their impact on yourself and the world. This embodiment is not a destination reached, but an ongoing process of refinement and expansion. It is a continuous journey of aligning oneself more fully with the Source, the unified field of infinite potential and love. Conclusion: the unfolding journey. We have reached the threshold of a new reality, one born from the integration of the inner and outer, the conscious embodiment of higher vibrations in the physical world. The path has been demanding, requiring courage, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the process of self-transformation. The knowledge and wisdom gathered from the vast body of literature on ascension provide the map and the understanding. The practices learned offer the tools for navigation. But the final step lies in the integration, in applying this inner transformation to the outer life, seeing the world not as separate, but as a reflection and expression of the self. As you stand at this point, trust the journey that has brought you here. Embrace the integration process with patience and self-compassion. Recognize that the highest frequencies are not just to be attained, but to be lived, expressed, and shared. Your individual path contributes to the grander unfolding, the shift towards a more harmonious, loving, and unified planetary reality. The final step is not about reaching a final destination, but about continuing to expand, to integrate, and to embody the love and light that resides within you, becoming a conscious participant in the magnificent tapestry of existence. The universe awaits your fully integrated presence. Chapter 32, The Integration of Self, Embodying the New Reality. The journey towards ascension, as illuminated by the collective wisdom embedded within countless spiritual texts and teachings, transcends mere intellectual understanding or energetic shifts in isolation. It arrives at a profound and pivotal point, the integration of the self into a state of being that resonates with higher dimensions and vibrations. This final, yet ongoing, stage is not merely about achieving a destination, but about becoming the embodiment of the very reality one seeks to inhabit. Up until this point, the aspirant has diligently engaged in the practices of purification, expansion, and alignment. They have worked to clear energetic blockages, heal past traumas, and elevate their vibrational frequency through meditation, ritual, study, and conscious living. They have learned to perceive beyond the limitations of the physical senses, connecting with the subtle realms and understanding the interconnectedness of all existence. They have cultivated qualities like love, compassion, unity, and wisdom, aligning their thoughts, emotions, and actions with these higher principles. Yet, a crucial distinction remains. One can intellectually grasp the concept of unity consciousness or emotionally resonate with the feeling of infinite love, yet still operate primarily from a fragmented sense of self, anchored in the ego structures of fear, separation, and desire. True ascension, the wisdom suggests, involves moving beyond this state of understanding or feeling towards embodiment. This integration is the alchemical process where the purified elements of higher consciousness, soul memories, universal truths, expanded awareness, are woven back into the fabric of the physical and subtle bodies. It is the moment when the refined energy, cultivated through years of practice, becomes the individual's dominant operating frequency. The higher self, previously accessed through specific practices, begins to merge more seamlessly with the conscious personality, guiding the individual's choices and actions from a place of wisdom rather than external conditioning. The ego, the personality construct built over lifetimes to navigate the physical world, does not necessarily vanish abruptly. Instead, it transforms. Its protective mechanisms soften, its fear-based reactions diminish, and its identity becomes less tied to the limited self and more to the eternal essence within. The individual learns to observe their thoughts and emotions without judgment, recognizing them as transient energies to be understood and transmuted rather than defining aspects of their core being. This embodiment manifests in tangible ways. Actions become more spontaneous expressions of inner guidance rather than conscious calculations for personal gain. Relationships are experienced from a place of genuine empathy and unconditional love, transcending the need for validation or control. The individual becomes a living beacon of the higher vibration they have cultivated, influencing their immediate environment and contributing subtly to the planetary shift. The path to this integration is marked by deep inner work. It requires persistent self-awareness, the courage to face shadow aspects with compassion, and unwavering commitment to the process of refinement. It involves surrendering the need for control and embracing the flow of life, trusting the guidance that arises from a place deeper than the mind. It is a continuous practice of aligning intention with action, moment by moment, choice by choice. The wisdom from various traditions converges here, the Taoist emphasis on wu-wei, effortless action, aligned with the Tao, the Buddhist concept of emptiness leading to liberation, the Christian idea of becoming more like Christ, the Christ consciousness, the Kabbalistic pursuit of Divikut, cleaving to the divine, the Vedic understanding of Atman, the self, uniting with Brahman, the ultimate reality, and the shamanic journey towards alliance with the spirit world and one's higher self. Ultimately, the integration of self in higher dimensions is about remembering. It is recalling the innate divinity and unity that has always been the underlying truth of the individual's existence, but which has been obscured by the veils of illusion and separation. Ascension is not about becoming something new, but about remembering who one always was, a sovereign, radiant, interconnected being of pure, loving energy. This state of embodied ascension is not a static endpoint but a dynamic, unfolding process. It is the foundation upon which a new way of being in the world is built, a way that honors the physical realm while operating from the expanded awareness and elevated vibration of the higher dimensions. It is the culmination of the journey, and yet, it is also the beginning of a new era of conscious participation in the unfolding cosmic plan. Chapter 33. The integration of the inner and outer realities. We now stand at a pivotal threshold, having navigated the internal landscapes of awareness, cleared the debris of past conditioning, and begun to attune our very essence to the higher frequencies of existence. The journey from the dense, physical third dimension towards the more luminous realms of higher dimensions and vibrations is not merely a progression across space, but a radical integration of the inner and outer, the subjective and objective, realities. This final, crucial phase involves the conscious weaving of these realms into a unified, harmonious whole. The previous chapters have detailed the inner work, the purification of thought, the quieting of the mind's chatter, the opening of the heart, the development of intuition, and the alignment with universal principles. We have explored the nature of consciousness as the fundamental substance of reality, learned to vibrate at higher rates through intention, meditation, and service, and begun to perceive the interconnectedness of all things. We have understood that the external world is, in large part, a reflection of our internal state, a concept echoed in the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below. Now, the challenge shifts from internal purification to the integration of this purified state with the external world, which is itself evolving. The higher dimensions are not merely places out there to be reached, they are states of being that can begin to manifest here, now, through the conscious individual. The outer reality, the physical world, is not an immutable backdrop but a dynamic field responsive to the collective and individual vibrations of consciousness, perceptual shifts and expanded awareness. A hallmark of ascending consciousness is the transformation of perception. The senses, once seemingly limited to processing physical stimuli, begin to open to a broader spectrum of reality. This is not necessarily about literal superhuman powers, though some may manifest, but more fundamentally about perceiving the underlying energetic and informational nature of the world. One might begin to sense the subtle vibrations of objects, the emotional resonance of environments, the intentions behind interactions, and the underlying currents of energy flowing through all life. Time may feel more fluid, perhaps stretching during moments of deep connection or compressing during periods of intense activity. Space may seem less constricting, with a sense of expanded possibility and connection to distant places or timelines. This expanded awareness requires a recalibration of the self. The rigid ego boundary, once necessary for navigation in a dense physical world, begins to soften and dissolve. The individual realizes they are not merely a separate entity within the universe, but an integral part of its unfolding consciousness. This does not lead to dissolution, but rather to a more profound sense of unity and belonging, while still retaining a unique point of perspective from which to observe and contribute. The world as a mirror and canvas. The external world becomes a crucial arena for this integration. It is both a mirror reflecting the state of one's internal vibration and a canvas upon which one can consciously paint with the colors of higher consciousness. When operating from a higher vibration, interactions with others take on a new quality. Conflict, which often arises from fear, separation, and misunderstanding rooted in lower vibrations, can be met with compassion, understanding, and a desire for mutual upliftment. Communication becomes more telepathic, intuitive, and resonant, bypassing the limitations of linear, ego-driven dialogue. One learns to listen not just to words, but to the unspoken emotional and energetic currents beneath them. Dealing with challenging situations or people shifts from a focus on winning or fixing to one of service and transformation. Obstacles are perceived less as insurmountable barriers and more as opportunities for growth, lessons in compassion, or catalysts for raising collective vibration. the physical environment itself can respond. A room may feel lighter and more open, nature may seem more vibrant and communicative, even the challenges of daily life can be met with a sense of grace and purpose. The role of community and collective ascension. While the journey towards higher dimensions is intensely personal, it is profoundly intertwined with the collective consciousness of humanity. No individual can truly ascend in isolation, for consciousness operates within a field. As more individuals vibrate at higher frequencies, the overall energetic field of the planet shifts, making it easier for others to follow. This is the essence of collective ascension. It is a process where individuals, through their own inner work and conscious living, contribute to raising the vibrational frequency of the whole. This occurs through acts of loving kindness, compassion, service to others, and the expression of truth and beauty. It happens in the way we relate to one another, the choices we make, the thoughts we cultivate, and the energy we bring into the world. Conscious communities, both online and offline, can play a vital role in this process. They offer support, shared resources, inspiration, and a sense of belonging for those navigating this transformative path. They create pockets of higher vibration within the larger field, demonstrating alternative ways of living and being that align with the principles of unity, love, and service. Navigating the final integration. The final phase of integration can be both exhilarating and challenging. As the inner self becomes more aligned with higher frequencies, the outer world may seem to shift dramatically. Old patterns may resurface, seemingly to be faced one last time before they are fully released. Relationships may change in unexpected ways as individuals evolve. The physical body may undergo subtle or significant transformations as it adjusts to the higher energetic input. The key during this time is to maintain trust in the process, stay centered in the heart, and continue the inner work. Observe the changes without judgment, understanding they are part of the natural unfolding of the ascension process. Surrender the need to control the outcome. Focus instead on maintaining one's own vibration and contributing positively to the field. It is crucial to differentiate between the natural shifts of ascension and fear-based reactions or external manipulations. The guidance of intuition, the stillness of the heart, and the discernment of higher wisdom become essential tools. If doubt arises, return to the fundamental principles: love, compassion, service, and the expansion of consciousness. Beyond integration. Embracing the multidimensional self. The integration of the inner and outer realities, the merging of the personal with the universal, is not an endpoint but a gateway. It leads to the recognition of the true, multidimensional nature of the self, a sovereign, conscious being capable of perceiving and interacting with multiple dimensions and timelines simultaneously. This final step involves embracing the full spectrum of one's being. It means acknowledging the parts of oneself that have been suppressed or ignored, integrating the shadow as well as the light, and recognizing the vast potential inherent within. It is about stepping fully into one's power as a conscious creator, operating from a place of infinite possibility and unconditional love. The journey described in this book is vast, demanding courage, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the expansion of consciousness. Yet, it is the most profound and rewarding journey one can undertake. It leads not merely to a change in location, but to a transformation of being itself, from a limited, conditioned ego into an integrated, luminous expression of pure consciousness, capable of contributing to the healing and ascension of the entire planetary sphere. The final chapters will explore the nature of these higher dimensions, the nature of the self beyond the physical, and the ultimate purpose of this grand adventure. But the foundation for that understanding is laid here, in the conscious integration of the inner and outer, the merging of the personal with the universal, and the courageous embrace of the full spectrum of one's multidimensional reality. Chapter 34. The integration of the inner and outer realities. We now stand at a precipice, not merely of physical location, but of consciousness itself. The preceding chapters have navigated the intricate pathways of inner work, clearing energetic blockages, cultivating awareness, mastering the emotions, and aligning with higher vibrational frequencies. We have explored the nature of the physical and subtle bodies, the mechanics of thought and emotion, and the subtle energies that underpin our existence. We have glimpsed the structures of higher dimensions, understanding that they exist not as separate locales, but as states of being, states of consciousness available to us now, accessed through the transformation of our own vibration. This chapter serves as a crucial bridge. It synthesizes the internal preparations with the external realities, addressing the final, often subtle, hurdles before a more profound and sustained shift into higher dimensions. It is the juncture where the inner landscape, meticulously cultivated, begins to interact more significantly and tangibly with the outer fabric of reality. This integration is the final threshold before the deeper, more stable states of ascension. The inner critic and the fear of the unknowable. Despite extensive inner work, the most persistent internal obstacles often remain. The inner critic, that voice of doubt, judgment, and fear, can become particularly insidious as we approach higher vibrations. It may whisper that the path is impossible, that we are unworthy, or that the promised state of higher reality is a fantasy. It fears the unknown and resists the profound transformation required for integration. Furthermore, the fear of the unknown can be paralyzing. Our minds are accustomed to the familiar, even if uncomfortable. The prospect of a reality operating on entirely different principles, where linear time may soften, where the physical senses offer only partial perception, can feel daunting. This fear can manifest as anxiety, resistance, or a tendency to cling to the familiar structures of the lower vibrational world, even as our internal state shifts. The antidote lies in unwavering self-acceptance and trust. We must become the witnesses of our own inner landscape, observing the inner critic without judgment, understanding its origins in past conditioning, and refusing to give it power. We cultivate trust in the process of ascension, recognizing that it is guided by a higher intelligence and that our own highest good is its ultimate aim. We must embrace the unknown, not as a threat, but as an opportunity for expansion. The physical body as a vibrational instrument. The physical body, often overlooked in favor of purely mental or emotional work, plays a critical role in this final stage. It is not merely a vessel, but a dynamic, energetic system intrinsically linked to our consciousness and our vibrational state. As we raise our vibration, the body naturally begins to undergo subtle changes. These are not always dramatic, but they are significant. Bioenergetic fields may expand, chakras may clear and open more fully, and the body may become more sensitive to subtle energies. Some may experience shifts in posture, a sense of lightness, or changes in sleep patterns. Others might notice increased energy or a greater capacity for emotional resilience. Crucially, the body's perception of time and space can begin to shift. The mind, anchored in linear time, may find it increasingly difficult to grasp the nonlinear, cyclical nature of higher dimensional reality. Physical sensations may become more vivid or nuanced, and the connection between mind and body may deepen, leading to a more holistic state of being. It is essential to approach these changes with awareness and gentle acceptance. The body is adapting to its new vibrational home. Rest, nourishing foods, hydration, and conscious breathing become even more important. Avoiding toxins and environmental stressors supports this transition. Most importantly, we must learn to listen to the body's wisdom, honoring its needs as it evolves into a more refined instrument capable of navigating higher frequencies. The integration of time, space, and consciousness. One of the most profound shifts encountered at this final threshold is the transformation of our relationship with time and space. In lower dimensions, reality is perceived primarily through the lens of linear progression, past, present, and future as distinct and separate. Higher dimensions, however, operate on a more fluid, holographic principle, where time may be experienced as a more malleable field, and the interconnectedness of all events and locations becomes more apparent. This does not necessarily mean the complete abolition of linear time, but rather the integration of a broader perspective. The now becomes paramount, yet it is not isolated. Thoughts and intentions can carry more weight, potentially influencing events in ways that seem instantaneous over distances. The concept of location may become less rigid, as the ability to perceive and interact with different energetic realities or places simultaneously becomes more accessible. This shift requires a fundamental reorientation of the mind. Linear thinking, with its focus on cause and effect in a strict sequence, becomes less dominant. Instead, we begin to cultivate an awareness of the underlying energetic patterns and intentions that connect all things. This is where visualization and intention become incredibly powerful tools. They act as bridges, helping to align our perception with the more holistic nature of higher dimensional reality. The role of community and collective shift. While the journey of ascension is intensely personal, it is not undertaken in isolation. The collective consciousness of humanity is evolving, and our individual shifts contribute to and are supported by this larger movement. As more individuals raise their vibration, the energetic field of the planet becomes progressively lighter and more refined. This creates a supportive environment for those further along the path. We may begin to notice synchronicities, meaningful coincidences, or a sense of connection with others who are on a similar journey. These connections can provide validation, support, and opportunities for shared growth. Engaging with a community, whether online or in person, can be invaluable. It offers a space to share experiences, insights, and challenges. It helps to combat the isolation that can sometimes accompany profound inner transformation. However, it is also crucial to maintain discernment. Not all information or guidance will resonate with our own path. We must trust our inner knowing and filter external influences through the lens of our own experience and intuition. Ultimately, our individual ascension contributes to the ascension of all. We are interconnected nodes within the planetary and universal web. By consciously raising our own vibration, we help to elevate the collective, making higher consciousness more accessible to everyone. The final threshold: surrender and trust. We arrive at the final threshold, not as a destination, but as a profound shift in orientation. The internal work is largely complete, the structures are in place. The final step is often one of the most challenging: surrender. Surrender does not mean resignation or passivity. It means releasing the grip of the ego, the need for control, and the constant striving. It means trusting that the process is unfolding exactly as it needs to for our highest good. It means allowing the higher frequencies to permeate our being without resistance, like water soaking into dry ground. In this state of surrender, we become pure receptacles for the higher consciousness. The inner critic quiets, the fear of the unknown diminishes, and the physical body becomes more permeable to the subtle energies. We align with the flow of the universe, becoming less of a separate entity and more of an expression of the collective whole. This is the final integration, the merging of the inner and outer, the conscious and the subconscious, the individual and the universal. It is the threshold into a state of being where higher dimensional awareness becomes the norm, not a fleeting glimpse, but a stable, foundational reality. The path ahead involves not a change of location, but a change of state. It involves embodying the principles of higher consciousness, love, unity, compassion, and wisdom in every moment. The final chapters will explore the nature of this state and the ongoing journey of integration and service. Chapter 35: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey into higher dimensions is not merely a traversal across vast, ethereal landscapes. It is, perhaps more fundamentally, an integration, a synthesis of the inner state with the outer expression of reality. Up until this point, the path has involved purification, expansion, and the development of consciousness. We have learned to navigate the inner realms, accessing higher frequencies and perceiving the subtle energies that underpin existence. We have begun to understand the mechanics of vibration and the nature of the multidimensional tapestry. Now, the crucial phase of integration begins, bringing the profound shifts within the self into conscious alignment with the structure and flow of the physical world. This is the bridge between the realms of pure potential, the inner, higher dimensions, and manifest reality, the outer, third-dimensional expression. Many spiritual traditions and esoteric teachings speak of this integration as the final, crucial step before a more profound shift in consciousness or embodiment. It moves beyond mere perception of higher states to living from that state, even while interacting within the lower frequencies of the physical plane. The primary challenge lies in maintaining the higher vibration amidst the inherent vibrational noise and lower frequency patterns of the world. The physical body, the dense vehicle of expression, often resonates with fear, doubt, attachment, and the pressures of societal conditioning. The ego, that aspect of self built on separation and survival, frequently pulls the consciousness back into familiar, comfortable, though often stagnant, patterns. The environment is filled with electromagnetic frequencies, emotional energies, and collective consciousness patterns that can easily destabilize an elevated state of being. However, the very foundation laid by previous stages, self-awareness, mindfulness, emotional mastery, and a deep connection to one's higher self or inner wisdom, becomes the toolkit for this integration. It is not about forcing the higher state upon the lower, rather, it is about filtering the lower frequencies through the clarity and love of the higher state. It is about choosing the higher vibration as the primary reference point, even when external circumstances seem chaotic or demanding. Techniques for this integration often involve 1. Consistent consciousness, maintaining a baseline awareness of one's higher state throughout the day, not just during meditation. This involves periodically checking in with one's emotional and energetic state, consciously choosing thoughts and words that align with love, compassion, and unity. 2. Energy clearing and protection, regularly clearing oneself and one's living space of lower frequency energies. This can involve visualizations, sound healing, smudging, or simply spending time in nature. Building an energetic shield or bubble, maintained with intention and love, can also provide a protective field against external influences. 3. Mindful action, translating inner insights and feelings into compassionate, conscious actions in the world. This is service in its purest form, acting from the heart, guided by the wisdom of the higher self, rather than from ego motives or external conditioning. It involves seeing others with love and understanding, recognizing the divine spark within them. 4. Emotional regulation, learning to navigate the full spectrum of human emotion without getting caught or overwhelmed. This involves acknowledging feelings, understanding their root causes, and consciously transmuting lower emotions, like anger, fear, sadness, into higher states like understanding, compassion, or peace through techniques like forgiveness work and heart-centered breathing. 5. Synchronicity and intuition, paying attention to the subtle guidance of the universe, recognizing synchronicities as signs and opportunities for alignment. Acting on intuition, which often bridges the gap between the inner knowing and the outer expression. The integration process is not linear or without its challenges. There may be periods of intense inner work, seemingly paradoxical outer experiences, or moments where the higher state feels distant. Patience and self-compassion are essential. It is a dynamic process of back and forth movement between inner refinement and outer embodiment. As this integration deepens, a profound shift occurs. The individual's identity begins to transcend the physical form and merge more consciously with the universal consciousness. The lines blur between the inner and outer worlds, insights come more readily, actions become more effortless, and a sense of unity with all life permeates the being. The physical body may begin to adapt to its higher vibrational state, becoming lighter, more energetic, and more sensitive to subtle energies. The world itself may begin to reflect back this higher state, through encounters with like-minded individuals, opportunities for service, and a general sense of increasing ease and flow. This stage is the crucial threshold. It is the point where the potential accessed in the higher dimensions becomes the lived reality. It is the culmination of the inner journey, setting the stage not just for further dimensional expansion, but for the embodiment of higher consciousness within the physical plane itself. The path continues, but the nature of the traveler and the landscape have irrevocably changed. Chapter 36: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The path of ascension, as illuminated by the collective wisdom of spiritual traditions and modern insights, moves beyond mere intellectual understanding or isolated practices. It arrives at a crucial juncture where the internal landscape of consciousness must begin to resonate and integrate with the external fabric of reality. This is the realm of the inner and outer realms, the subtle world of thought, emotion, and spirit, and the gross world of matter, form, and interaction. Ascension is not merely about achieving higher vibrations in isolation. It is about the harmonious integration of these realms, creating a unified field of being that permeates both. The inner realm, often explored through meditation, introspection, and the cultivation of awareness, is the domain where consciousness resides. It is the space of pure potential, the seat of intuition, and the source of creative power. Within this realm, the practitioner cultivates qualities such as love, compassion, unity, and peace. They navigate the landscapes of thought and emotion, learning to transmute lower vibrations of fear, doubt, and separation into higher frequencies of understanding, acceptance, and connection. This internal work is foundational, the bedrock upon which the external transformation is built. The outer realm, our conventional experience of the physical world, is the arena where these inner qualities are expressed and tested. It is the realm of form, interaction, responsibility, and service. However, the outer world, as perceived by a consciousness operating primarily from lower vibrations, is often a reflection of internal discord, a mirror held up to fear, conflict, and separation. The challenge of ascension lies in transforming this reflection, not just by altering external circumstances, but by changing the consciousness that perceives and interacts with them. The crucial step in the integration process is the development of coherence. This means aligning the inner state of being with the outer actions and perceptions. When the heart is filled with love, the actions that follow are naturally expressed with compassion and understanding. When the mind is clear and focused on unity, the way one interacts with the world reflects this perspective, fostering harmony rather than conflict. Coherence is the bridge between the inner and outer realms. It is the principle that allows the higher vibrations cultivated internally to manifest meaningfully in the external world. This is where the wisdom of various traditions converges powerfully. The yogis speak of karma yoga and bhakti yoga, the paths of action and devotion, emphasizing the importance of right action and devotion as integral parts of spiritual practice. The Christian concept of love thy neighbor is not merely a moral commandment but a practical application of the unity consciousness sought in many spiritual paths. The Buddhist emphasis on right action, one of the Eightfold Path, highlights the connection between ethical conduct and mental cultivation. These teachings, though expressed differently, point towards the same fundamental principle, the inseparability of inner transformation and outer expression. The integration process also involves a shift in perspective regarding the nature of self and reality. The individual ego, which often operates from a sense of separation and limitation, must begin to dissolve and expand. The higher self, the aspect of consciousness connected to the universal field, begins to assert its presence. This does not mean the annihilation of the personality, but rather its transformation into an instrument of the higher consciousness, operating from a place of unity and service rather than isolated self-interest. This integration is often facilitated by specific practices that bridge the inner and outer. Energy work, such as Qigong, Tai Chi, or Pranayama, involves cultivating and moving subtle energy, prana, ki, chi, within the body, which directly impacts both physical health and mental/emotional state, thereby connecting the inner vitality with the outer form. Acts of service, seva, provide a tangible way to express compassion and unity, grounding the lofty ideals of the inner realm in the practicalities of the outer realm. Creative expression allows the refined emotions and insights of the inner realm to be shared with the world, contributing to its transformation. Furthermore, understanding the vibrational nature of reality itself is key. Everything in the universe operates at a specific frequency, from subatomic particles to galaxies, from thoughts to emotions. Ascension involves raising the personal vibrational frequency through inner work, which then allows for resonance with higher dimensions and states of being. This is not a process of leaving the physical world behind, but of raising the vibrational quality of one's presence within it. As the inner frequency rises, the outer world begins to reflect this higher state, revealing the underlying unity and interconnectedness of all things. The final stage of this integration is the realization of oneness. This is not a state to be attained, but a realization to be lived. It is the understanding that the inner realm and the outer realm are not separate domains, but two aspects of the same unified field of consciousness and energy. The individual self, through the process of ascension, ceases to be an isolated entity and becomes a conscious channel for the flow of universal life, expressing itself through every thought, word, and deed in a state of perfect harmony and love. This journey from separation to unity, from fragmented consciousness to integrated wholeness, is the essence of the ascension path. It requires dedicated inner work, conscious outer expression, and the unwavering commitment to aligning the inner state with the higher vibrational frequencies of love, unity, and intelligence. It is a lifelong process of refinement, a continuous weaving together of the inner and outer threads of being, leading ultimately to a lived experience of the interconnectedness and boundless potential inherent within the universe. As the practitioner masters this integration, the lines between the inner and outer realms begin to blur. The external world becomes a reflection of the internal state, and the internal state becomes a manifestation of the universal field. This is the state of co-creation, where the individual, operating from a high vibrational state of consciousness, actively participates in shaping a reality that reflects the principles of unity, love, and intelligent design. The ascension is complete not in a final destination, but in the continuous, harmonious expression of this unified state within the tapestry of existence. Chapter 37. The journey through the initial stages of raising one's vibration and perceiving subtle energies, detailed in the preceding chapters, lays the essential groundwork. We have learned to quiet the mind's chatter, cultivate awareness of the body as a resonant instrument, and begin discerning the nuances of the energetic field. We have tasted the sweetness of expanded consciousness and glimpsed the shimmering edges of higher realities. Now, we stand at a pivotal threshold, the point of no return from the purely internal exploration into the active integration of that awareness with the external world. This is not merely about perceiving other dimensions more clearly, it is about becoming a living bridge, a conscious agent embodying higher frequencies within the physical plane itself. The previous chapters have meticulously outlined the inner practices, meditation, breathwork, energy clearing, shadow work, and the cultivation of specific qualities like love, compassion, gratitude, and unity consciousness. These are the internal alchemy, the refinement of the self from within. Yet, true ascension, true integration, cannot remain confined solely to the realm of subjective experience. If the goal is not merely to escape the physical world but to elevate it, to become a beacon of higher vibration, then the internal shifts must manifest externally through conscious action and interaction. This transition often feels like the culmination of years, or even lifetimes, of inner work. The subtle shifts become more pronounced, the energetic landscape more vibrant and accessible. One might find themselves increasingly sensitive to the moods and energy of others, perceiving the deeper currents beneath surface conversations. The physical body may begin to react in novel ways, a heightened awareness of its own energetic pathways, perhaps even subtle physical healings or changes in energy flow. The mind, once a chaotic battleground, becomes a clearer, more focused instrument, capable of holding higher states of awareness for extended periods. The crucial step now is to bring this refined inner state into conscious relationship with the outer world. This is not about forcing one's will upon others or attempting to transmute the world according to personal ideals. Rather, it is about interacting with the physical reality and its inhabitants from the place of heightened awareness and expanded consciousness. It is about choosing responses, not just reactions. It is about embodying the very frequencies one seeks to elevate. Imagine navigating a crowded space. An unawakened mind might react with frustration, impatience, or a sense of being inconvenienced. An awakened mind, operating from a place of inner peace and expanded awareness, might perceive the shared energy of the collective, feel a sense of interconnectedness with the people around, and choose a response rooted in calmness, understanding, or even a subtle act of kindness. The vibration remains high, regardless of the external circumstances, because the internal reference point has shifted. This requires a fundamental reorientation of perspective. The external world, with its challenges, conflicts, and seeming negativity, is no longer viewed solely as a problem to be solved or an obstacle to be overcome. Instead, it is increasingly recognized as a field of opportunity for expression, service, and collective ascension. The lower vibrations that still exist in the world are not necessarily seen as evil, but as areas of imbalance, suffering, or lower frequency resonance that offer a chance to practice and demonstrate higher states. One's presence, characterized by love, compassion, and unity, becomes a powerful energetic contribution, helping to gently lift the collective frequency. This is where the concept of the ascended master or highly evolved consciousness takes on practical meaning. It is not merely about achieving a state of separation or transcendence, but about manifesting higher consciousness within the matrix of physical existence. These beings are not necessarily living in isolated retreats, though some do, but are actively engaging with the world, using their refined awareness and high vibration to influence the collective field, to offer guidance, and to demonstrate the possibility of a reality operating from love and unity. The practices for this stage become more outwardly focused, yet still deeply rooted in inner work. Conscious breathing continues, but now it might be done with awareness of the collective energy, using the breath to anchor higher frequencies while interacting with the world. Meditation might involve visualizing the planet or humanity filled with light and love, sending healing intention outward. Energy work extends beyond personal healing to include practices aimed at influencing the local environment or sending supportive energies to others at a distance. Crucially, this stage demands immense self-honesty and discernment. The external world, and even the subtle realms, can become arenas for tests, illusions, or challenges designed to reinforce attachments or reveal unprocessed inner material. The awakened individual must learn to navigate these with awareness, not getting lost in external dramas or becoming attached to positive feedback. The true measure is the consistency of the inner state amidst external flux. Does the high vibration remain when faced with criticism, misunderstanding, or adversity? Can love and compassion still be felt even when dealing with difficult people or situations, not as a forced act, but as an expression of the authentic inner reality? Integration also involves understanding the play of free will. While one's own vibration and state of consciousness are paramount, the external world is a complex tapestry of diverse consciousnesses, each operating according to their own free will. The path is not about imposing one's will, but about demonstrating a higher way of being, offering inspiration and support, and respecting the choices of others, even if those choices lead towards lower frequencies. One becomes a light in the darkness, not by trying to extinguish the darkness, but by radiating their own light brightly and unconditionally. This final integration is a continuous process, not a destination. It is the art of living as the high vibration, allowing the state of being to permeate every thought, word, and deed. It is the conscious embodiment of the principles of unity, love, and service, navigating the physical world with grace, awareness, and an unwavering commitment to the evolutionary path of consciousness. It is the culmination of the inner journey, translated into the vibrant, active expression of a soul ascending into its truest, highest potential, while simultaneously contributing to the ascension of all. The path ahead involves walking this integrated path, becoming a conscious vessel for the higher frequencies, and using one's presence and actions to help heal and elevate the collective human experience. The inner work is never truly complete, it simply becomes the foundation upon which every external action is built. The journey from inner transformation to outer integration is the final, most beautiful, and most challenging phase of the ascension process, the embodiment of light in the world. Chapter 38: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Universes. The journey of ascension, as we have explored throughout this narrative, is not merely a matter of raising one's vibration or shifting consciousness into a higher frequency band. While these are fundamental aspects, the ultimate realization involves a profound and often disorienting integration of the self with the totality of existence, the seamless merging of the inner universe with the outer cosmos. This final, crucial stage transcends mere observation of higher realms or interaction with subtle energies. It becomes the lived experience of unity consciousness. Up until this point, the aspirant has diligently cultivated inner states, mindfulness, compassion, love, unity consciousness, and the ability to perceive and navigate the higher dimensions and their intricate vibrational patterns. They have learned to work with the energies of the body, subtle bodies, the mind, thoughts, emotions, and the spirit, intuition, connection to source. They may have experienced fleeting connections, profound insights, or even temporary embodiment in higher realms. However, the challenge lies in making this state stable, conscious, and expressed in the physical reality of the third dimension. The integration process is the crucible where the fruits of this inner work are tested and transformed into a new way of being. It is the point where the inner landscape, meticulously cultivated through meditation, self-inquiry, and energy work, begins to reflect and influence the outer world, and vice versa. This is no longer about visiting higher dimensions in meditation, it is about the higher dimensions becoming the baseline of the individual's experience, even while interacting with the physical plane. This integration manifests in numerous ways. On a subtle level, the individual may find that their perception of reality has fundamentally shifted. The rigid boundaries between self and other, between inner and outer, begin to dissolve. Concepts like separation, fear, and duality lose their power, replaced by a sense of interconnectedness and oneness. The inner guidance becomes clearer and more immediate, often manifesting as intuitive insights that feel natural and effortless. The body may become more sensitive, acting as a conduit for higher energies, and healing processes can accelerate as the energy fields become more balanced and aligned. On a more overt level, the integrated state is expressed through the individual's actions and interactions. The innate qualities of love, compassion, and understanding become the primary drivers of behavior, rather than conditioned responses or ego motivations. Conflict and negativity, once common experiences, become rare occurrences, often perceived with a sense of detachment or sadness for the other person's suffering. The individual naturally gravitates towards service, recognizing that helping others is ultimately an act of self-realization and expansion. Crucially, this integration does not mean abandoning the physical world or its challenges. Instead, the individual learns to navigate the third dimension from a fundamentally different perspective, one of inner peace, power, and unconditional love. Obstacles are no longer perceived as insurmountable barriers but as opportunities for growth and expression. The physical body, once a source of limitation, becomes a vehicle for the expression of higher consciousness, its energy fields vibrating at a level that resonates with the higher dimensions. This stage often involves a significant transformation of identity. The sense of self, previously centered in the ego mind and physical body, expands to encompass the entire field of consciousness. The individual realizes they are not merely a body or a mind, but an infinite consciousness expressing itself through multiple dimensions and realities. This expanded identity allows for a profound sense of freedom and possibility, unbound by the limitations of linear time and space. Achieving this level of integration is not a final destination but an ongoing process of refinement and expansion. Even those who have reached a high degree of realization understand that the path of ascension is infinite, and the potential for growth is limitless. The integration of the inner and outer universes is the gateway to a reality where the laws of physics, the nature of time, and the very fabric of existence are experienced from a perspective of unity and creative power. As the individual continues to embody this integrated state, they become a beacon of light, a living expression of higher consciousness, contributing to the evolutionary shift of the planet and the collective consciousness. The journey from the third dimension to the higher realms is complete when the individual realizes that they were always already home, and the true journey was one of awakening to that profound truth. The ascension blueprint, therefore, culminates not in reaching a specific destination, but in the realization that the journey itself is the destination, and that the highest state is one of continuous integration, expression, and love, the lived experience of unity consciousness in all its fullness. Chapter 39: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, reaches a pivotal phase in this chapter, the integration of the inner realms of being with the perceived outer realities. Up until this point, considerable effort has been dedicated to inner work, clearing energetic blockages, raising the vibration of the individual consciousness, developing intuition, and cultivating a state of expanded awareness. While these internal shifts are fundamental, ascension is not merely an internal transformation, it is the blossoming of that internal state into a fully expressed, resonant reality. This integration marks the transition from the primarily internal focus of earlier stages to a synthesis where the inner landscape profoundly influences, and eventually becomes the primary determinant of, the outer experience. It is the point where the inner city becomes connected to, and begins to manifest as, the outer city. The paradox of inner/outer duality. Throughout human history and across diverse spiritual traditions, a duality has often been perceived: the inner self, spirit, mind, soul, versus the outer world, matter, physical reality, the external universe. Modern physics, particularly quantum mechanics, has begun to challenge this rigid separation, suggesting that the observer significantly influences the observed reality. This aligns with esoteric wisdom that has long held the belief in a dynamic interplay between consciousness and the manifest world. The path to ascension involves recognizing and ultimately transcending this apparent duality. It requires understanding that the inner state is not merely a reflection of the outer, nor is the outer entirely separate from the inner. Instead, the outer world is a projection, a manifestation, of the collective and individual inner vibrations. To ascend, one must learn to consciously shape this projection from a place of elevated, integrated awareness. Crucial elements for integration. Successful integration involves several key components, often requiring simultaneous cultivation. 1. Consistent inner work. The foundation remains the ongoing process of self-transformation. This includes deep meditation, disciplined practice of energy work, like clearing chakras and meridians, emotional healing, shadow work, and refining one's thoughts and intentions. Without a stable and high-vibrational inner core, attempts to influence the outer world can lead to dissonance or even energetic drain. 2. Developing surrender and trust. A crucial aspect of integration is letting go of the need to control the outer circumstances through forceful will. While intention is powerful, true integration involves surrendering to the flow of the universe, trusting that the higher vibrations naturally attract and manifest the desired reality. It is less about making things happen and more about being in the right vibration for the right things to appear. 3. Practicing presence. Remaining anchored in the present moment is vital. Integration occurs most effectively when the mind is not caught in past regrets or future anxieties. By cultivating mindful awareness in daily life, the individual remains connected to their higher vibrational state and perceives the outer world through this refined filter. 4. Repatterning beliefs and behaviors. Inner shifts must translate into outer actions. This requires consciously questioning and upgrading limiting beliefs about oneself, others, and reality. It means embodying the higher virtues and qualities associated with the desired vibration: love, compassion, unity, creativity, wisdom. Actions become the outward expression and reinforcement of the inner state. 5. Utilizing symbolic language and art. Many traditions utilize symbols, mantras, visualizations, and creative expression as tools for integration. These act as bridges between the abstract inner realities and the concrete outer world, helping to codify and manifest new vibrational patterns and realities. The creative process itself is a powerful way to translate inner insights into external form. The role of community and collective consciousness. Ascension is not a solitary endeavor, even though the inner work is intensely personal. The collective consciousness of humanity plays a significant role. As more individuals integrate their inner and outer realities, raising their personal vibrations, the overall vibrational frequency of the planet shifts. This collective raising of vibration creates a more fertile ground for higher dimensional frequencies to express and integrate more fully into the physical realm. Engaging with a supportive community, whether online or locally, provides encouragement, shared resources, and a sense of collective purpose. It helps individuals navigate the challenges of this transition and reinforces the understanding that this is a planetary shift occurring alongside individual ones. Overcoming challenges on the integration path. The process of integration is not always smooth. Challenges can arise. Disillusionment. The external world may not change instantly or exactly as expected, leading to frustration or a sense that the inner work was wasted. Inner conflict. Integrating higher vibrations often involves releasing deeply ingrained patterns and beliefs, which can trigger emotional turmoil or resistance. Information overload. The vast amount of information available about ascension and higher dimensions can be overwhelming and lead to confusion or analysis paralysis. Impatience. The timeline for ascension is often long and nonlinear, requiring immense patience and persistence. Cultivating presence, practicing surrender, seeking community support, and maintaining a focus on the inner journey rather than solely on external outcomes are key strategies for navigating these challenges. The nature of the integrated reality. When inner and outer realities are fully integrated, the nature of experience fundamentally changes. The distinction between self and other, inner and outer, becomes blurred. The physical world may appear more vibrant, alive, and responsive. Synchronicities become more frequent and meaningful. Intuition guides actions more readily. A profound sense of connection to all life and the universe emerges. The individual may begin to perceive and interact with higher dimensional energies and beings more directly. The world is no longer merely a backdrop but becomes a living, breathing expression of the individual's and collective consciousness. This integrated state is not a fixed destination but a continuously evolving process of deeper alignment and expression. It represents the flowering of human potential, a state of being where consciousness fully manifests its creative power in a harmonious and loving way. This chapter concludes the primary focus on the mechanics of ascension. The subsequent chapters will explore the nature of the higher dimensions being entered, the role of the ascended masters and spiritual guides, and the ongoing journey of integration and service in the emerging new reality. Chapter 40: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey through the ascending path, as charted by the wisdom of countless traditions and the insights of modern consciousness explorers, reaches a critical juncture in the realm of integration. Up until this point, the aspirant has diligently cultivated inner states, mastering the mind through meditation, purifying the emotions through compassion and understanding, and elevating the energy body through disciplined practices. They have learned to navigate the subtle realms, perceive the vibrational frequencies of existence, and begin to embody higher states of consciousness. Yet, a fundamental shift occurs as the focus inevitably turns towards the synthesis of the inner transformation with the perceived outer reality. This final integration phase is not merely an addition to the path, but the culmination and refinement of all that has preceded it. It is the moment where the practitioner, no longer merely observing the inner and outer worlds as separate domains, begins to consciously live from the perspective of the integrated whole. The lines blur, not in a state of confusion, but in a state of unified awareness, a direct perception of the interconnectedness that has always been, but which was previously veiled by the illusion of separation fostered by the lower vibrational states of fear, duality, and limited belief. The knowledge from various traditions converges here. The Hermetic principle, as above, so below, resonates profoundly. The above is the realm of pure consciousness, the unmanifested, the source field of infinite potential and high vibration. The below is the physical world, the manifested, the intricate tapestry of form and experience. Integration means recognizing that the inner state is the outer condition, and conversely, that the outer condition reflects the inner state. The path has been about altering the above, the inner state, to thereby transform the below, the outer reality. Now, the challenge and the reward lie in demonstrating this principle in full, lived expression. This is where the wisdom of quantum physics, interpreted through the lens of consciousness studies, becomes particularly relevant. The understanding that observation affects reality, that the observer and the observed are not truly separate, provides a scientific, though ancient in its essence, validation for the esoteric teachings. When the inner state is one of peace, love, and unity, the observation of the outer world naturally tends towards harmonious interaction. When the inner state is one of fear, scarcity, or judgment, the observation and subsequent interaction with the outer world reflects and often amplifies these discordant vibrations. Integration means consciously choosing the inner state, thereby consciously shaping the perception and interaction with the outer world. The practices that facilitate this integration become increasingly subtle and refined. It is no longer sufficient to simply sit in meditation, the meditation must become the way of being. The ethical teachings, the commandments, the Dharma, the Siddhartha's path, are no longer external rules to follow, but internal guidelines for expressing the naturally arising state of awakened consciousness. Compassion ceases to be a virtue to cultivate and becomes an effortless expression of unity. Generosity flows spontaneously from an understanding of the oneness of all beings. Honesty emerges from a state of perfect self-trust and alignment with truth. The energy work, prana, ki, chakra systems, becomes a dynamic inner landscape through which the higher vibrations flow and through which the practitioner interacts with the energy fields of the environment and others. It is learned not just to clear blockages, but to become a channel for the higher frequencies of love, light, and creativity. The subtle bodies, etheric, astral, mental, are no longer realms to explore separately, but integrated facets of the unified field of consciousness expressing through form. The outer world begins to transform not through forceful will, but through effortless presence and aligned action. Challenges are met with equanimity, seeing them as opportunities for further purification and expansion. Relationships become mirrors reflecting back the practitioner's state of consciousness, met with love and understanding rather than ego reaction. The environment is perceived not as an external resource to be exploited, but as an extension of the self, to be treated with reverence and respect. This phase often involves a final, profound purification. Old patterns, ingrained beliefs, and residual attachments are released not through conscious effort alone, but through the sheer power of the elevated vibrational state itself. It is as if the very frequency of the being becomes a solvent, dissolving the lower structures that no longer resonate with the higher reality. This can be an intense period, sometimes referred to as the final alchemy, or crystallization, where the individual sheds the last vestiges of the old self to reveal the crystalline structure of the fully integrated, ascended being. The wisdom from the ascended masters and enlightened beings often speaks of this final integration as the merging with the source, the realization of oneness. It is the culmination of the journey from separation to unity, from duality to non-duality. The practitioner, through years of dedicated inner work and the embodiment of higher vibrations, becomes a living bridge between the lower and higher dimensions. They operate from a place of infinite awareness and love, reflecting the higher frequencies back into the world, thereby contributing directly to the ascension of consciousness on the planetary level. This final stage is less a place to arrive at and more a state of being, the natural expression of consciousness when fully integrated with the source. It is the state of living from the heart, of perceiving the truth of interconnectedness in every moment, and of contributing to the evolutionary consciousness of all life. The knowledge synthesized from all these teachings points unequivocally towards this ultimate integration as the final, glorious step in the vibrational ascent, the flowering of the human potential into its most enlightened form. The journey is complete not in the sense of reaching an endpoint, but in the realization that the journey was the destination all along, the continuous process of expanding awareness, raising vibration, and integrating the full spectrum of human experience into the unified field of consciousness. The path continues, but now it is the path of embodying the truth discovered, living as a reflection of the higher dimensions within the framework of the physical world, and contributing to the collective ascension through the simple, profound act of conscious, loving presence. Chapter 41: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey into higher dimensions and vibrations is not merely a leap across the physical veil, but a profound integration of the self, the inner landscape with the outer cosmos. We have traversed the realms of mental clarity, emotional balance, and the initial shifts in physical perception. Now, we stand at a pivotal threshold, the conscious merging of the inner world, the seat of our being, with the outer realms of multidimensional existence. This is not a sequential process to be ticked off a list, but an unfolding, dynamic interplay. The inner shifts create the capacity and the frequency for the outer experiences to manifest, while the outer experiences, when perceived consciously and integrated, fuel further inner transformation. It is the alchemy of intention, awareness, and experience. The inner sanctum as the gateway. The body, particularly the heart and the higher chakras, becomes the primary antenna and receiver. The mind, honed through meditation and contemplation, acts as the discerning filter. The emotions, once seen as obstacles, are now understood as the vibrant, felt sense language of the soul, guiding us towards alignment with higher truths and frequencies. Inner work is the bedrock. This involves deep meditation, not just calming the mind, but exploring the vastness within, observing thoughts without attachment, feeling the subtle body, connecting with the heart's intelligence, and tuning into the silence between thoughts. Conscious emotional processing, acknowledging, feeling, and releasing old emotional patterns and traumas. This isn't about wallowing, but about witnessing the sensations, understanding their origins, and consciously transmuting them into love, peace, and compassion. This alchemy elevates the emotional body, raising its vibration, developing intuition, cultivating the inner knowing, the gut feeling, the subtle guidance. This requires silence, stillness, and trust in the inner voice, often bypassing the critical mind. purifying the subconscious, bringing conscious awareness to deep-seated beliefs, conditioning, and programs that run our lives automatically. This can be done through journaling, affirmations, regression therapy, under guidance, or specific energy work. The outer realms as reflection and opportunity. Concurrent with inner work, the outer world transforms. What were once considered realities or limitations begin to dissolve as the individual's vibration rises. Expanding perception, the senses may sharpen, or new forms of perception emerge, seeing auras, hearing higher frequencies, sensing energy fields, experiencing synesthesia. A phenomenon where stimulation of one sensory pathway leads to involuntary experiences in another, such as seeing colors when hearing music or tasting flavors when reading words. It is not a medical condition but rather a unique way some people perceive the world, often enhancing creativity and memory. The physical body may become more sensitive and responsive. Encountering higher frequencies, the individual naturally begins to attract and resonate with beings, energies, and information from higher dimensions. This could manifest as synchronicities, meaningful encounters, even brief ones, or the reception of intuitive guidance that seems to come from nowhere. Navigating new realities, the external world may feel different, more alive, more interconnected, less dense. The individual may find themselves drawn to nature, spiritual communities, or activities that resonate with their higher purpose. The old structures and limitations may feel increasingly irrelevant or restrictive. Testing and integration, the outer world often serves as a crucible. The challenges faced are opportunities for further integration and testing of the new state of being. How does one maintain inner peace amidst external chaos? How does one embody love and compassion in a world still grappling with division? These experiences refine the ascension path. The alchemy of integration. The crucial step is the integration. It is not enough to have inner peace while the outer world remains chaotic, or to feel connected to higher realms while still reacting negatively to physical life. Integration means bringing inner states outward, manifesting the qualities of higher consciousness in everyday life. Responding to conflict with compassion rather than anger, finding solutions with creativity rather than frustration, experiencing gratitude even in difficult circumstances. Balancing inner and outer focus, neither becoming a hermit lost in meditation while neglecting physical responsibilities, nor becoming so engrossed in the external world that inner work is forgotten. It is finding a harmonious balance, where inner awareness informs outer action, and outer experiences enrich inner understanding. Transmuting lower frequencies, using the tools of awareness, love, and consciousness to meet lower frequencies, challenges, negativity, conflict, not with resistance or denial, but with understanding and transmutation. This is not about fixing others, but about holding a higher frequency that changes the energetic field of interaction. Dissolving the separation, as the inner self becomes more illuminated and connected to the universal consciousness, the artificial barrier between the inner me and the outer world begins to soften and dissolve. The individual realizes they are an integral part of the whole, not separate from it. This stage of integration is where the true transformation becomes apparent to others. It's not just about personal enlightenment, it's about embodying the higher principles in a way that positively impacts the collective. The individual becomes a beacon, a living expression of the frequencies they have cultivated within. The path ahead involves continued refinement, deeper states of consciousness, and the joyful, challenging integration of the inner and outer realms into a unified, resonant whole. It is a never-ending process of becoming, a dance of light and love in the vastness of existence. Chapter 42. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, is not merely a leap across a chasm of frequency, but a profound integration of the self across multiple planes of existence. Chapters preceding this have explored the nature of these higher realms, the mechanics of vibrational shifts, the clearing of inner blockages, and the development of the necessary consciousness to perceive and navigate these new territories. Now, we stand at a pivotal point, the synthesis. It is here that the theoretical understanding, the inner work, and the practical application converge into a cohesive path of embodied transformation. The initial stages often involve external practices, meditation, energy work, studying esoteric texts, engaging with spiritual communities. These serve as crucial catalysts, introducing the concepts, stimulating the awakening process, and providing frameworks for understanding the subtle shifts occurring within. Yet, the true measure of progress lies not solely in intellectual comprehension or the mastery of techniques, but in the integration of these experiences into the very fabric of one's being. Integration is the alchemical process where the separated aspects of the self, mind, body, emotion, spirit become unified. It is the weaving together of the inner landscape, cultivated through self-awareness and consciousness expansion, with the outer world, experienced through interaction, service, and manifestation. This is where the knowledge gained about higher dimensions and vibrations transforms from abstract concepts into lived reality. Consider the journey of the vibrational shift itself. Ascension literature often speaks of moving from lower, denser frequencies to higher, lighter ones. This is not merely a change in atmospheric pressure, but a fundamental alteration in the state of consciousness. It requires the mind to operate from a place of unity and intuition rather than separation and analysis. It demands the emotions to be processed through a lens of compassion and understanding, dissolving the attachments that anchor the energy body to lower states. It necessitates a physical body that is more congruent with these higher frequencies, flexible, balanced, and capable of resonating with the subtle energies of the higher realms. The challenge of integration lies precisely in bridging the perceived gap between the inner state of expanded awareness and the outer state of ordinary, everyday life. Many who begin the path find themselves feeling disconnected, overwhelmed, or unable to translate their spiritual insights into practical application. They may experience heightened sensitivity, yet struggle to navigate mundane tasks or relationships. They may perceive subtle energies, yet find it difficult to maintain focus on the physical plane without feeling scattered or depleted. This dissonance is a common indicator of the integration process. It signifies that the inner shifts are occurring, but the outer structures and self-perception have not yet caught up. The path to ascension is not a path of escaping the world, but of transforming within it. Integration means learning to hold the higher state of being while engaging fully with the lower densities. It means bringing the light of higher consciousness into the shadows of everyday experience. This requires a radical reorientation of perspective. Instead of seeing the physical world as separate from or inferior to the spiritual realms, one learns to perceive the physical as a manifestation of the spiritual, albeit a denser expression. Challenges and difficulties cease to be merely external obstacles and become opportunities for demonstrating spiritual principles in action. Relationships are no longer seen solely as sources of pleasure or pain, but as mirrors reflecting aspects of oneself that require healing or integration. The role of the inner work, meditation, self-inquiry, shadow work, energy clearing, becomes paramount not just for initial awakening, but for continuous integration. These practices are the tools for dissolving the ego structures that resist transformation, for cultivating presence, and for maintaining connection to the higher self and the higher realms. They provide the stability needed to navigate the increased energetic influx often associated with ascension and the demands of integrating a multidimensional perspective. Furthermore, integration implies a shift in the understanding of service and contribution. As one ascends, the focus naturally expands from personal gain to universal benefit. The wisdom gained from navigating higher dimensions and higher vibrations is not meant to be hoarded, but shared. This sharing takes many forms, through actions inspired by compassion, through creative expression that uplifts the collective, through teaching and mentoring others on their own paths, and through simply embodying higher frequencies in one's daily life, thereby influencing the environment around one. The integration of ascending knowledge also involves recognizing the interconnectedness of all paths and traditions. While specific teachings may arise from particular cultures or lineages, the fundamental principles of consciousness expansion, love, unity, and service resonate across the spectrum of spiritual wisdom. A truly integrated perspective honors these diverse expressions while recognizing their underlying unity. It allows for the synthesis of different approaches, drawing upon what resonates deeply with the individual's soul, rather than adhering rigidly to a single doctrine. Ultimately, the synthesis of integration is the culmination of the entire ascending journey. It is the point where the practitioner, through dedicated inner and outer work, becomes a living embodiment of the higher frequencies. The lines between the self and the other, the inner and the outer, the physical and the spiritual, begin to soften and dissolve. One operates from a state of unity consciousness, perceiving the flow of the all and contributing to its harmonious evolution. This is not necessarily an endpoint, but a continuous state of becoming. Integration is an ongoing process, a dynamic dance of consciousness navigating the complexities of existence while maintaining its connection to the source. It is the art of weaving the wisdom gained from exploring the cosmos back into the fabric of the self, and through the self, back into the world, creating a more harmonious, compassionate, and consciously aware reality. The path ahead, after achieving a degree of integration, involves embodying these principles fully, engaging with the higher dimensions not just as concepts or places to visit, but as the very context of one's being. It is a path of service, of creative expression, and of continued expansion into the infinite possibilities of consciousness. The synthesis is the bridge, the integrated being is the traveler, fully present in every dimension of their existence. Chapter 43: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realms. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, reaches a profound and pivotal point in this chapter. It is a phase where the internal shifts, cultivated through years of dedicated practice, meditation, self-inquiry, energy work, and conscious awareness, begin to crystallize and manifest as tangible changes in the outer experience of reality. This is the crucial juncture of integration, the merging of the consciously transformed inner self with the physical and energetic world perceived without. Up until this stage, much of the ascension process has been internal. The practitioner has worked diligently to purify their energy fields, elevate their vibrational frequency, heal past traumas, and expand their consciousness beyond the limitations of the ego mind. They have learned to navigate the denser frequencies of the third dimension, transforming fear into courage, desire into compassion, and separation into unity. They have become adept at perceiving subtle energies, connecting with higher dimensional beings, and accessing higher states of consciousness. Now, the challenge and the opportunity shift. The internal landscape, now significantly refined and vibrating at a higher pitch, begins to interact more powerfully and directly with the external world. This is not merely about seeing the world through rose-tinted glasses. It is about perceiving reality through a lens of crystalline clarity, love, and unity, and then allowing that perception to reshape one's interaction with it. One of the primary markers of this integration is the transformation of the relationship with the physical body. The body, once seen as a separate, dense, and sometimes burdensome vehicle, now becomes recognized as an extension of the refined energy field, the vehicle through which higher consciousness expresses itself in the physical realm. The practitioner learns to listen to the body's signals not just as physical ailments, but as energetic imbalances or messages from the deeper self. They begin to move with greater ease, grace, and intention, their actions becoming more aligned with their true nature. The physical form may even begin to subtly shift, aligning more closely with the higher vibration it now carries, a process sometimes referred to as body ascension or light-body integration. This integration extends to the environment. The practitioner's presence begins to subtly influence the energy of their immediate surroundings. Rooms they enter feel lighter and more harmonious. Nature responds with increased beauty and vitality. Interactions with others become more empathetic and harmonious, as their own vibration elevates the collective field. They may find themselves drawn to environments that resonate with their higher frequency, sensing where the collective vibration is most conducive to their continued evolution. Communication itself undergoes a significant shift. The reliance on the third-dimensional, linear mode of thought and language begins to lessen. The practitioner taps more readily into telepathic and intuitive forms of communication, both receiving and sending information beyond the constraints of words. They understand the interconnectedness of all things on a deeper, nonverbal level, sensing the intentions and energetic states of others with remarkable accuracy. This does not render language obsolete, but it enriches it, allowing for communication that is often more direct and profound. The nature of challenges and obstacles also changes. While the external world still presents difficulties, the practitioner no longer perceives them solely as external problems to be overcome. They are recognized as opportunities for further refinement, lessons presented by the universe to accelerate the integration process. Fear, conflict, and negativity lose their power to destabilize because the practitioner's core vibration is so high. They can observe these external phenomena with detachment, understanding them as energetic patterns to be acknowledged and transmuted from a place of inner peace and love. This phase is often described as the crystallization or attunement period. The inner light, once primarily focused within, begins to solidify its expression in the outer world. It is like the final polishing of a gemstone, where its inner luminescence fully illuminates its surface. The practitioner becomes a beacon of higher vibration, not necessarily through grand gestures, but through their very presence and the quality of their interactions. However, this stage also brings its own unique challenges. The practitioner may experience periods of intense inner and outer transformation, sometimes feeling overwhelmed by the rapid shifts in perception and energy. There can be a temporary sense of isolation as the old ways of being become less relevant and the new reality feels different from the collective norm. The ego, ever resourceful, might attempt to create new forms of attachment or identity around the achievements of this stage, mistaking the state of high vibration for final enlightenment. Therefore, the path requires continued vigilance and deep commitment. The focus remains on self-awareness, humility, and service. The practitioner must remain grounded, integrating the higher frequencies not just intellectually or emotionally, but fully into their being and actions. They must learn to navigate the complexities of interacting with a still denser world while embodying a higher reality, using their refined perception and energy to gently influence the collective towards greater light, without becoming disillusioned or detached. This chapter marks the threshold where the internal laboratory of consciousness begins to demonstrate its power in the external world. It is the beginning of the true manifestation of ascension, the integration of the inner and outer realms into a unified expression of higher dimensional awareness and love. The practitioner stands at the cusp, ready to step fully into their expanded reality, carrying the wisdom gained within and allowing it to transform the world without. Chapter 44 The Final Synthesis. The journey through the lower and middle dimensions, the clearing of karma, the attunement to higher frequencies, and the construction of the light body, these have been the foundational pillars of the ascension path. We have learned to navigate the energies, to heal the inner wounds that resonate with planetary patterns, and to embody states of expanded consciousness. Yet, we now stand at a pivotal threshold, the point of integration. The light body, once a nascent seed of pure potential, is now significantly developed, resonating strongly with higher vibrational frequencies. The challenge, and the ultimate opportunity, lies in merging this higher frequency, multidimensional self with the physical, earthly vessel and the complex tapestry of the human experience. This integration is not merely about adding a spiritual component to a material existence, it is about becoming a unified expression of both. It is the conscious weaving together of the quantum self, capable of perceiving and interacting with multiple realities, with the embodied human, walking the earth, engaging in relationships, contributing to the planetary shift, and experiencing the full spectrum of human emotion and sensation. Many teachings speak of the light body as initially existing somewhat apart from the physical body, a radiant core within, perhaps anchored through the heart or crown chakra. This separation, while necessary for protection during initial stages of clearing and activation, cannot be the final state. True wholeness, the state of operating from a fully integrated higher self, requires that the light body permeates and transforms the physical vehicle, infusing every cell, every tissue, every thought and feeling with its higher resonance. The nature of integration. Integration is a multifaceted process, involving the harmonization of energies, the alignment of consciousness with the physical form, and the reprogramming of the subconscious mind. It is the recognition that the physical body is not merely a biological machine, but a sophisticated energetic instrument, capable of resonating at vastly higher frequencies when attuned to the heart and soul's true nature. Think of the light body as the high-frequency operating system, and the physical body as the hardware through which this system expresses itself in the third-dimensional world. Separation occurs when the hardware is functioning based on outdated programs, limiting beliefs, fear-based conditioning, old emotional patterns, while the new operating system remains dormant or only partially active. Integration is the process of updating the entire system, ensuring that the hardware operates seamlessly and powerfully through the new software of higher consciousness. This integration manifests in numerous ways. Physically, it might appear as increased vitality, ease of movement, a smoother flow of energy, and a subtle yet undeniable luminosity or warmth emanating from the person. Energetically, it is the dissolution of the energetic walls that once protected the inner self from the outside world, creating a more open, permeable field capable of receiving and transmitting higher frequencies with greater ease. Emotionally, it is the ability to experience a broader spectrum of feelings, often described as deeper peace, unconditional love, and a profound connection to all life, while simultaneously having the capacity to navigate lower emotions without being completely overwhelmed by them, recognizing them as transient energetic patterns to be observed and released. Overcoming final obstacles. The path to integration is often met with final, seemingly insurmountable obstacles. These are frequently rooted in the very structures we have been working to dismantle. The most persistent challenge is often the ego, or the sense of separate self. As the light body becomes more developed, its natural state is one of unity, interconnectedness, and love. The ego, by its very nature, thrives on separation, comparison, and attachment. Integrating the light body while holding onto a strong ego identity is like trying to pour ocean water into a thimble. The higher frequencies will seek to expand and dissolve the limitations of the lower identity. Fear is another major hurdle. Fear of the unknown, fear of losing control, fear of the changes that integration brings, fear of judgment, and even fear of the immense love and power that can arise can create powerful energetic blocks. These fears are often echoes of past traumas and limiting beliefs that have been partially cleared but not fully dissolved. Integration requires the courage to let go of the familiar, even if it means stepping into a greater unknown, trusting that the higher self knows the way. The density of the physical world and the collective consciousness can also act as anchors, pulling the individual back into lower vibrational patterns. Maintaining the higher resonance requires conscious, continuous effort, a steady dedication to the practices of meditation, heart-centered awareness, and service. It requires choosing intentionality over reactivity, aligning one's thoughts and actions with the higher self's guidance, even when external circumstances seem challenging. The role of love and service. Central to the process of integration is the experience and expression of unconditional love. The light body, being a carrier of pure, unadulterated light and love, naturally seeks to infuse the physical form with this quality. Integration is, in many ways, the embodiment of this love, loving oneself unconditionally, loving others without expectation, and loving the planet as a reflection of the self. Service to others becomes a natural outflow of this integrated state. When the self is no longer primarily focused on its own needs and fears, but operates from a place of universal love and connection, the impulse is to contribute to the healing and upliftment of all. This service is not about self-aggrandizement or seeking validation. It arises from a deep sense of oneness and the recognition that the well-being of the collective is intrinsically linked to the well-being of the individual. Acts of kindness, compassion, sharing one's light, and offering guidance become expressions of the integrated self, rather than mere attempts to achieve something. The embodiment of frequency. Integration ultimately means that the individual is no longer just attuned to higher frequencies, they are higher frequencies. The state of being becomes the expression. Thoughts are infused with wisdom and love. Emotions are experienced as energetic states of flow. Interactions with others are conducted from a place of mutual respect and understanding, reflecting the underlying unity of consciousness. The physical body becomes a living beacon, a vessel through which the higher dimensional realities can interact with the lower. Dreams may become more vivid and revealing, intuition more direct, and the ability to perceive subtle energies and timelines more pronounced. The individual becomes a bridge, a living channel, facilitating the flow of higher consciousness into the physical realm. This is not necessarily the end of the journey in a linear sense, but rather the establishment of a new baseline, a state of continuous integration and embodiment. The light body is no longer separate, it is the integrated self, expressing its higher nature through the physical vessel, contributing to the evolution of the planet and the expansion of consciousness itself. The final steps are less about achieving a new state and more about maintaining and deepening the state of integration through conscious presence, continuous learning, and the unwavering expression of love. The path becomes the destination, and the journey of ascending into higher dimensions and vibrations is realized not just as a state to be reached, but as the very essence of the integrated, embodied human experience. Chapter 45: The Integration of Inner and Outer Worlds. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, reaches a pivotal phase in this stage, the deep integration of the perceived inner world with the increasingly resonant outer reality. Up until this point, the focus may have been heavily internal, cultivating consciousness, mastering emotional states, tuning into subtle energies, and navigating the internal landscapes of the mind and heart. While this internal work is the bedrock, true ascension involves a synthesis, a harmonious blending where the inner state merely influences the outer experience, but rather becomes the lens through which the outer world is perceived and interacted with. This integration is not a sudden event but a gradual, often subtle, transformation. It signifies a shift from viewing the inner and outer as separate domains, the personal, internal sphere versus the objective, external world, to recognizing them as two facets of a unified, interconnected whole. The lines blur, becoming permeable membranes rather than rigid walls. Perceptual realignment. One of the most profound aspects of this integration is the recalibration of perception. As one attunes to higher frequencies, the senses can expand and sharpen. What was once unseen becomes visible on a new scale: the subtle energy fields of people and objects, the vibrational quality of environments, the interplay of intention and consequence. The physical senses may become more acute, or, conversely, one might develop a deeper reliance on intuition, clairvoyance, clairaudience, or other non-physical senses to perceive the richness of reality. Crucially, the interpretation of these perceptions shifts. Information received through expanded senses is filtered through a consciousness vibrating at a higher frequency. What might have been interpreted as coincidences or random events now reveals underlying patterns and connections. The linear, cause and effect framework of the lower dimension begins to soften, replaced by an understanding of the nonlinear, holographic nature of reality where intention, consciousness, and synchronicity play significant roles. Action from a higher vibration. Integration manifests in the realm of action. The old paradigm of separating work from spirituality begins to dissolve. Actions taken from a state of inner peace, compassion, and clarity naturally carry a higher energetic signature. What might have been perceived as difficult or forced becomes effortless cooperation, driven by a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. This doesn't mean the external world magically becomes perfect or that challenges disappear. Rather, the response changes. Obstacles are viewed not as insurmountable barriers, but as opportunities for learning, growth, and expression of higher principles. Conflict is approached not with reactivity, but with a desire for resolution rooted in understanding and empathy. The individual's actions, imbued with higher vibration, begin to actively contribute to the co-creation of a more harmonious external reality. This is where the wisdom from various traditions converges powerfully. The Buddhist concept of right action, one of the Eightfold Path, aligns with the ascension principle of acting from a place of awakened consciousness. The Christian teaching to let your light so shine finds expression in the ascended state of embodying higher frequencies. The yogi's dedication to karma yoga, action performed without attachment to the outcome, resonates with the ascensional understanding of effortless co-creation. The Taoist principle of Wu Wei, effortless action, becomes a lived reality when inner and outer are integrated. Navigating the integrated field. This integrated state is not without its challenges. The external world, still largely operating on lower vibrational frequencies, conflict, fear, scarcity, division, can feel intense or overwhelming. The individual navigating this state becomes like a highly sensitive instrument in a turbulent environment. Discernment is crucial. One must learn to differentiate between the resonance of the external field and the clarity of their own inner state. Inner stability becomes paramount. Practices like meditation, mindfulness, and self-awareness are not just tools for personal growth, they are essential navigation tools. They provide the inner anchor, the point of stillness from which one can observe the external field with clarity and respond appropriately, rather than being swept away by its currents. The ability to consciously choose one's state of being, even amidst external chaos, is a hallmark of this integrated phase. Furthermore, the ego, which thrives on separation and duality, may resist this integration. It seeks to maintain the illusion of being a separate entity within a separate world. Recognizing this resistance and consciously choosing the path of unity requires immense courage and commitment. The wisdom traditions consistently point towards the dissolution of the ego as a path to liberation and higher states of consciousness. The nature of the integrated self. What emerges through this integration is a transformed sense of self. The boundaries between the individual and the collective, the personal and the universal, begin to soften. One feels a deeper sense of belonging to humanity and the earth, recognizing the shared energetic field and the collective responsibility for its vibrational quality. The focus shifts from personal gain towards service, from self-centeredness towards unity consciousness. This integrated self operates from a place of profound inner knowing, balanced by a practical engagement with the outer world. It possesses the wisdom to see the interconnectedness of all phenomena and the compassion to act in ways that promote the highest good for all. It is no longer primarily defined by its physical form or personal history, but by its state of consciousness and its resonant frequency within the universal field. This chapter marks a significant transition. The internal work has laid the foundation, and now the synthesis begins, the conscious weaving together of the inner light with the outer tapestry of reality. It is a journey from becoming aware to being aware within the flow of existence, acting as a conscious co-creator from a place of unity and higher vibration. The path ahead involves navigating this new reality with wisdom, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the expansion of consciousness. Chapter 46: The Threshold Experience, Beyond Separation. The journey into higher dimensions, as conceptualized across myriad spiritual traditions and modern metaphysical understandings, culminates in an experience that fundamentally shatters the illusion of separation. This is not merely an intellectual grasping of non-duality, but a lived, embodied realization. It is the moment the veil, thin as it may seem, is drawn back, revealing the interconnected, intelligent tapestry of all existence, the inner and outer universes, as facets of a single, unified field of consciousness. This threshold experience is often described with profound consistency across different paths. It involves a simultaneous dissolution of the ego sense of self, which perceived itself as isolated within a physical body and separate from the external world, and an expansion into a sense of unity with everything. This is the culmination of years, sometimes lifetimes, of inner work, the refinement of consciousness through meditation, self-inquiry, ethical conduct, and the integration of spiritual insights into daily life. The dissolution of the ego is not an annihilation but a transformation. The individual consciousness, having served its purpose as a focused point of awareness within the third dimension, expands to embrace the totality of the field from which it arose. The boundaries between inner and outer dissolve because they were, in truth, never truly separate. The inner world, the realm of thought, emotion, and intention, was always shaping and interacting with the outer world, the physical realm of form and manifestation. Conversely, the outer world, with its challenges, beauty, and interactions, was always reflecting back the state of the inner world. This realization is often accompanied by powerful, transformative experiences. Some report a sense of overwhelming love, unconditional acceptance, and profound peace. Others experience a surge of unconditional joy, a sense of belonging so deep it fills the entire being, or a feeling of infinite possibility opening up. Time and space may seem to lose their familiar constraints, or the individual may perceive the interconnectedness of events and the flow of time on a grander scale. The physical body might feel lighter, more vibrant, or less distinct, as the energetic body becomes more prominent and aligned with higher vibrational frequencies. The mechanics of integration, resonance, and frequency. From a more esoteric or physics-influenced perspective within these traditions, this shift is understood as a change in vibrational frequency. The physical universe operates primarily on lower, denser frequencies, governed by the mechanics of matter and energy as we perceive them. The higher dimensions are seen as existing on higher, less dense frequencies, characterized by greater light, love, and intelligence. Ascending involves consciously raising one's vibrational frequency through deliberate practice. This is achieved by cultivating states of being that align with higher frequencies: love, compassion, gratitude, joy, peace, and unity. Negative emotions like fear, anger, resentment, and attachment are associated with lower frequencies and act as energetic blocks, anchoring the consciousness to the physical plane. Meditation is a cornerstone practice for this frequency raising. Through various techniques, focusing on breath, observing thoughts without attachment, cultivating specific emotional states, or visualizing light and love, the practitioner trains the mind and nervous system to operate from a more expanded, less reactive state. This consistent practice gradually shifts the individual's baseline energetic vibration. Other practices contribute to this process. Ethical conduct, samyama, creates a harmonious inner environment. Service, seva, expands the heart center and fosters connection. Breathwork can rapidly alter brainwave states and energetic resonance, and sometimes specific sound frequencies, mantras, binaural beats, or light, color therapy, stargazing, are used to facilitate the shift. The key is resonance. As the inner state shifts towards higher frequencies through these practices, the individual begins to resonate more strongly with the higher dimensions. This is not a sudden teleportation, but a gradual attunement. The outer universe, existing on those higher frequencies, begins to tune in more clearly to the individual consciousness. The energetic pathways, often described as stargates, wormholes, or interdimensional corridors, become more open and accessible. The integrated being manifesting the new reality. The integration of the inner and outer universes manifests not just as a subjective experience of unity, but as a new way of interacting with and shaping reality. The integrated being operates from a place of profound inner knowing and connection, rather than relying solely on external validation or sensory input. Their perception broadens. They may begin to perceive subtle energies, auras, a deeper layer of reality beneath the physical, or receive insights and guidance through intuition, synchronicity, or direct communication with higher intelligence. The distinction between the self and the other, or between the inner and outer world, becomes increasingly blurred. Actions are taken not from a sense of separate self-interest, but from a deeper understanding of interconnectedness and the intention to serve the highest good. This does not mean the individual ceases to interact with the physical world or perform physical tasks. Rather, their actions are guided by a higher perspective. Problems are approached with creative solutions arising from a state of inner peace and clarity. Relationships are experienced with deeper empathy and understanding, as the lines between inner emotional states and outer expressions become more fluid. The physical body may even begin to reflect this higher state, showing signs of greater vitality, resilience, and slower aging, as it aligns more closely with the higher vibrational frequency of the integrated consciousness. The integrated being becomes a conscious co-creator, not through forceful will, but through alignment with the intelligence and flow of the unified field. They understand that their thoughts, emotions, and intentions have a direct impact on the energetic fabric of reality, influencing their own life and the lives of others. They live from a place of inner authority, grounded in the realization of their true nature as conscious awareness within the infinite ocean of existence. This state of integration is not a final destination but an ongoing process of deepening connection and understanding. It represents the culmination of the evolutionary journey of consciousness, moving from fragmented separation towards the full realization of its unified, infinite potential. It is the embodiment of the ancient wisdom, as above, so below, revealing that the transformation of the inner universe is the key to transforming the outer reality. Chapter 47. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, reaches a pivotal phase in this chapter. It is no longer merely a process of external seeking or internal practice in isolation. It becomes the profound and intricate art of integration, the seamless weaving together of the innerly transformed self with the perceived outer world. This is the crucible where the fruits of spiritual practice meet the demands of daily existence, and where the lines between the mundane and the mystical begin to blur, not erase, but transcend. The previous stages have laid the groundwork. We have cultivated awareness through meditation and mindfulness, refined our energy through breathwork and pranayama, opened our hearts through compassion and service, and begun to purify our thoughts and intentions. We have learned to navigate the energies of the physical plane, understanding its limitations yet recognizing its potential as a playground for consciousness. We have encountered concepts like the vibrational spectrum, the multidimensional nature of reality, and the principle that our state of being directly influences our perception and reality. Now, the challenge and the beauty of integration emerge. The raw, potent states of consciousness achieved during deep meditation or moments of profound connection must find their way back into the flow of ordinary life. The heightened sensitivity developed must be grounded, not leading to withdrawal or overwhelm, but allowing for a deeper understanding and interaction with the world. This integration is fundamentally about bridging the frequency gap. The aspirant exists in a higher vibration, often experiencing the world differently, perceiving subtle energies, reacting less to external stimuli, feeling a deeper connection to all life. The outer world, however, largely operates on lower, denser frequencies of fear, separation, materialism, and urgency. The task is not to ignore or escape this reality, but to maintain one's higher state within it, acting as a beacon and influencing the field around oneself. Practical strategies for integration. 1. The micro-meditation practice. Grand meditative sessions are valuable, but integration requires consistent presence throughout the day. This means integrating short, conscious moments of awareness into routine activities. While washing dishes, feel the water, hear the sounds, observe your thoughts without judgment. While walking, feel the ground beneath your feet, notice the air, be present with each step. These aren't long meditations, but conscious pauses that anchor your higher awareness in the present moment, amidst external noise. 2. Emotional regulation and transmutation. Higher vibrations often bring heightened emotional sensitivity. Integration involves learning not to be swept away by lower emotional frequencies in others or within oneself. This isn't about suppressing emotions, but about recognizing them as energetic states. Practice observing an emotional reaction without identifying with it entirely. Use techniques like breathing into the area of the emotion, visualizing it as energy releasing and rising upwards, or consciously choosing a response rooted in love and understanding rather than reactivity. This transmutation turns lower emotional energy into higher, creative energy. 3. Conscious action in the world. Ascension is not for the hermit. Integration means bringing your refined state into interaction. This applies to communication, speaking with kindness, listening with empathy, choosing words that uplift rather than divide. It applies to action, making choices aligned with your higher values, even when difficult. It applies to relationships, navigating them with greater understanding, seeing the divine spark in others, offering support without attachment. Your higher vibration seeks expression through conscious, compassionate action. 4. The integration of sensory perception. One of the challenges of higher dimensions is perceiving reality through physical senses attuned to a higher frequency. Integration involves learning to filter out the overwhelming sensory input of the lower world without shutting down completely. This might involve practices like grounding exercises, feeling your feet on the earth, focusing on specific senses to bring you back to the physical, listening intently to music, feeling the texture of an object, or simply acknowledging the physical sensations without letting them dominate your awareness. The nature of the integrated being. The successful integration of inner and outer realms manifests in subtle yet profound ways. The integrated being maintains a sense of inner peace and centeredness regardless of external circumstances. They possess an underlying confidence that comes from knowing their true nature is beyond the fluctuations of the physical world. Their interactions with others are characterized by empathy, patience, and a genuine desire for the well-being of all. They see the interconnectedness of life more clearly and act from a place of service and love. Their presence itself begins to subtly elevate the vibration of those around them. This state is not one of constant blissful detachment, but of conscious participation in the world from a higher vantage point. It is the ability to dance in the midst of chaos, holding a center that remains unshaken. It is the realization that the path inward and the path outward are not separate, but two sides of the same coin, the coin of conscious evolution. This chapter marks a shift from the methods of ascension to the manifestation of its essence in daily life. The true test of spiritual attainment lies not in achieving fleeting moments of enlightenment, but in maintaining that expanded awareness and heart-centered presence as you navigate the complexities of the physical world. The journey continues, now into the realm of embodied wisdom and conscious co-creation from a higher state of being. Chapter 48: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey towards ascension, the expansion into higher dimensions and vibrations, reaches a pivotal phase in this chapter, the integration of the inner, subjective world with the outer, objective reality. Up until this point, the aspirant may have spent considerable time cultivating inner states, quieting the mind, raising heart intelligence, developing intuition, and navigating the subtle energies within. While these internal shifts are fundamental, true ascension involves a synthesis, where the transformed inner self begins to actively reshape and perceive the outer world, and the outer world reflects back the higher state of being. This integration is not merely about adding a few esoteric practices to one's daily life, it is a profound shift in the very nature of perception and interaction. It requires the conscious merging of the realms previously thought to be separate, the mental, emotional, and spiritual aspects of self with the physical world and the external environment. One of the primary keys to this integration lies in the transmutation of thought and emotion. The lower, denser dimensions are largely governed by linear, fear-based thought patterns and reactive emotional states. As the vibration raises, the quality of thought becomes more holistic, creative, and aligned with universal intelligence. Emotional responses shift from being primarily driven by personal ego or external circumstances to being sourced from a place of inner peace, compassion, and unconditional love. This higher frequency consciousness begins to permeate the individual's actions and interactions, creating a tangible impact on the physical plane. What was once internal transformation begins to manifest as external change, not through force or will, but through the natural expression of a being operating from a higher vibrational state. The development of the heart center is central to this process. As the heart opens and expands, it becomes the primary seat of consciousness, replacing the head-mind dominance that characterizes lower vibrational states. This heart-centered awareness allows for a direct perception of the interconnectedness of all things. Information and guidance, often referred to as intuitive knowing or spiritual download, flow more readily through an open heart. This inner knowing then informs and guides the individual's choices and actions in the outer world, ensuring greater alignment with their higher purpose and the flow of universal energy. The heart becomes the bridge, translating inner wisdom into outer expression. Furthermore, this integration involves the perceptual shift from duality to unity. The lower dimensions often operate through a lens of separation, self/other, good/evil, light/dark. As one ascends, the veil thins, and the inherent unity and oneness of all creation becomes more apparent. This doesn't negate the physical world or the need for individual action, but it changes the perspective. Challenges are no longer seen solely as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and learning within the larger context of the collective experience. The individuals will align more closely with the divine will, recognizing that personal actions contribute to the greater whole. The physical body itself plays a role in this integration. As the energy centers, chakras, clear and open, and the energy field, aura, expands and becomes more refined, the physical vessel becomes more attuned to higher frequencies. Practices like conscious breathing, energy work, and even physical movement, like yoga or dance, can facilitate this embodiment of higher vibration. The body is no longer merely a dense shell, but a resonant instrument capable of interacting with the higher dimensions. Healing on a deep, vibrational level often occurs, as the body's innate capacity to balance and integrate energy is activated. Finally, this stage demands trust and surrender. The external world may still present challenges, illusions, and opportunities for ego testing. The aspirant must learn to trust the process of integration, even when it feels disorienting or paradoxical. Surrendering the need for complete control and allowing the higher self and the universe to guide the path is crucial. It is in this space of trust that the magic of true integration occurs. The inner world and outer reality begin to dance in harmony, creating a life that is both deeply meaningful and fully embodied. This chapter marks a transition from primarily internal cultivation to the outward manifestation of inner transformation. The path continues, requiring patience, persistence, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of love, unity, and conscious awareness. The fully integrated being lives fully in both the inner and outer worlds, a sovereign citizen of the multidimensional universe, contributing their light and love to the evolution of all. Chapter 49: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Realities. The journey towards higher dimensions and vibrations reaches a pivotal stage in this chapter, the integration of the inner, transformed self with the outer, perceived reality. Up until this point, the focus has often been internal, clearing energetic blockages, raising the vibrational frequency, developing consciousness, and connecting with higher aspects or realms. While these internal shifts are fundamental and necessary, true ascension involves a synthesis, a merging where the internal state exists apart from the external world, but becomes the lens through which the external world is experienced and interacted with. This integration is not merely about seeing the world differently, it is about being in the world differently, from a fundamentally altered state of being. It is the point where the inner light begins to illuminate the outer path, transforming the very fabric of one's existence and interaction with the physical realm. The shift from internal focus to integrated living. Many paths towards ascension emphasize internal work first. Meditation, energy clearing, emotional healing, and cultivating positive states of consciousness are prerequisites. These practices build the inner foundation, the energetic body, the refined consciousness capable of perceiving and navigating higher frequencies. One might spend years in deep inner work, connecting with angelic guides, exploring past lives, or working through karmic patterns, all while the outer world continues largely unchanged. The challenge, and the ultimate goal, lies in bringing the refined inner state outward. This is the integration phase. It moves beyond simply realizing higher truths or perceiving subtle energies. It involves expressing those truths and interacting with the world from that elevated perspective. Symptoms and manifestations of integration. How does one know that integration is occurring? It is often a subtle, yet profound, transformation. Here are some common signs. Altered perception of reality. The world appears as rigid, separate, or purely physical. It reveals itself as more fluid, interconnected, and imbued with consciousness. Physical laws may seem more like guidelines or energetic patterns than absolute constraints. Shift in relationships. Interpersonal dynamics change. There is a move away from ego-driven interactions towards more authentic, empathetic, and energetically resonant connections. Conflict may decrease as understanding and compassion increase. Relationships can become mirrors reflecting one's own state of integration. Changes in values and priorities. Material concerns may diminish relative to spiritual growth, service, and connection. There is often a stronger pull towards purpose, authenticity, and contributing to the greater good. The focus shifts from personal gain to universal well-being. Physical sensations and healing. The body may become more sensitive to environmental energies and more responsive to healing practices. Synchronicities may increase, acting as guidance or confirmation. Some experience a lightness, increased energy, or a sense of the body as a vehicle for the higher self. Emotional resilience and balance. Emotional reactivity often decreases. One learns to observe emotions without being overwhelmed by them, responding with greater calm and detachment, not indifference, but equanimity. Joy, peace, and love become more constant underlying states. Enhanced intuition. Intuition becomes a reliable guide, complementing or sometimes overriding rational thought. One might find themselves knowing things without conscious explanation, having hunches that prove accurate. Overcoming challenges in integration. Integration is not always smooth. It can be a time of intense inner and outer adjustment. Common challenges include external resistance. The physical world, operating on lower vibrational frequencies, can sometimes feel resistant or critical. Society's norms and expectations may clash with a newly emerging, higher frequency self. Inner conflict. The old ego, still clinging to familiar patterns, may resist the changes required for integration. This can manifest as self-doubt, fear of the unknown, or a tendency to revert to old behaviors. The integration crisis. Sometimes, a significant period of external or internal crashing occurs. This can feel like losing one's identity, becoming overwhelmed by new perceptions, or experiencing intense physical or emotional release as old patterns dissolve. This is often a necessary part of the clearing process, pushing through to a more stable, integrated state. Maintaining balance, finding the balance between engaging with the physical world and maintaining one's inner state can be tricky. It's easy to become lost in external distractions or to become overly separate and judgmental. Navigating these challenges requires patience, self-compassion, and continued inner work. It involves trusting the process, seeking guidance from higher self, guides, or trusted mentors, and remembering the ultimate goal, a harmonious expression of the highest self within the physical experience. The nature of the integrated state. The fully integrated state is not one of isolation or detachment, but of witnessing while participating. It is being fully present in the physical world, engaging fully with life, relationships, and experiences, yet doing so from a vantage point of higher consciousness. The individual acts, speaks, and interacts from a place of inner peace, love, and clarity, understanding the interconnectedness of all things. In this state, the lines between inner and outer blur. One's thoughts, emotions, and actions are aligned with a higher purpose. The physical body becomes a more refined instrument for expression and experience. The environment may respond to one's positive energy, revealing its inherent beauty and intelligence more clearly. Moving forward on the integrated path. Integration is not a final destination but an ongoing process. It is the foundation upon which further expansion into higher dimensions occurs. As one integrates, the capacity to perceive and interact with realms beyond the purely physical increases. The focus shifts from transcending the physical to transmuting the physical, transforming oneself and one's environment through the power of consciousness and elevated vibration. The integrated individual becomes a beacon, embodying the higher frequencies and helping to raise the collective vibration of the planet. This chapter marks a significant shift in perspective. Having built the inner vessel through years of dedicated work, the focus now turns to navigating the waters of the outer world with this new awareness and being. The path becomes less about internal struggle and more about conscious, heart-centered expression and interaction, integrating the wisdom gained inwardly with the realities encountered outwardly. Chapter 50. The journey through the ascending path, as illuminated by the collective wisdom of spiritual traditions and modern insights, culminates in a profound integration. This is not merely the attainment of a higher frequency or the entry into a different vibrational realm, but the merging of the individual essence with the infinite source. It is the final threshold before the dissolution of the illusion of separation, the ultimate homecoming. The nature of integration. Previous chapters have detailed the purification of the body, mind, and emotions, the clearing of karmic patterns, the expansion of consciousness through meditation and gnosis, and the attunement to the higher realms of vibration. These are all essential preparatory steps. Yet, integration is the moment when the sum total of this work becomes a lived reality. It is the point where the refined energy centers, chakras, once isolated points of activity, become fully open and aligned, forming a coherent, resonant pathway back to the source. It is the fusion of the individual self, shaped by experience and spiritual practice, with the universal self, the pure awareness that underlies all existence. This is not a second self merging into a third, it is the return of the separated fragment to its original, undivided wholeness. Think of it like a drop of water finally realizing it is not separate from the ocean. The journey involved purification, removing impurities from the drop, expansion, understanding the nature of the ocean, and connection, the moment of merging. Integration is that moment of seamless belonging. The dissolution of the ego structure. A central aspect of this final integration is the recognition and eventual dissolution of the ego structure, the persona built from beliefs, fears, desires, and identifications. Throughout the ascending path, the ego has been understood, analyzed, and gradually loosened from its grip. Techniques involving self-inquiry, mindfulness, shadow work, and the direct experience of unity consciousness have all contributed to this process. Integration involves the conscious realization that the sense of a separate I is an illusion, a construct of the mind operating within the limited framework of the third dimension. When the individual essence fully aligns with the universal, the need for this separate identity diminishes. The I does not vanish entirely, rather, it becomes transparent, like the appearance of a wave upon the ocean. The focus shifts from the personal ego to the impersonal, universal awareness itself. This is often described as the falling into the heart, or the surrender to the void. It requires a profound act of trust and letting go, the relinquishing of the need to control, to be special, or to define oneself through external achievements or relationships. This surrender is not weakness, it is the greatest act of power, the recognition that one is already whole and connected. The body as a vehicle of light. The physical vehicle, the body-mind complex, undergoes a significant transformation during this final phase. As the vibrations increase, the body becomes less dense. The ancient texts speak of the body becoming glowing, radiant, or composed of living light. This is not metaphorical but describes a literal shift in the physical structure at a subatomic level. The refined prana or life force, having traveled through the fully open chakras, permeates every cell, energizing and restructuring the physical form. The body becomes more sensitive, more attuned to the vibrational frequencies of the higher dimensions. It acts less as a limitation and more as a resonant instrument, a vehicle through which the higher consciousness can express itself. This state is sometimes referred to as the incarnate master or ascended being state, where the physical form is fully aligned with the higher vibrational reality, capable of interacting with and influencing the lower realms from a place of unity and wisdom. Accessing higher dimensions. Integration does not necessarily mean leaving the physical world entirely, although it can involve such experiences. More commonly, it signifies the ability to access higher dimensions within the current reality, or to do so with greater ease and stability. The individual consciousness becomes so finely tuned that it naturally resonates with the higher vibrational frequencies of the multiverse. This access allows for experiences previously deemed impossible, direct communication with ascended masters and beings of light, perception of the underlying patterns of creation, participation in the collective consciousness of the universe, and the direct downloading of knowledge and insight from the source field. The individual becomes a channel, a bridge between the higher and lower realms. The distinction between dimensions becomes less rigid. While we often conceptualize dimensions as separate places, the reality is more about states of consciousness and vibration. Integration means the ability to navigate these states fluidly, residing primarily in the higher, more unified frequencies. The role of love and compassion. Throughout the spiritual journey, love has been identified as the fundamental energy of creation and the key to unlocking higher consciousness. During integration, love becomes the very substance of the unified state. It is not merely an emotion but the underlying reality itself, unconditional, all-pervading, and intelligent. Compassion, the outward expression of this inner love, becomes a natural quality. The separation between self and other completely dissolves, leading to an empathetic connection with all beings and all aspects of creation. The pain and suffering of the world are no longer perceived as external but as reflections of the collective disharmony that the integrated being is now dedicated to helping heal through the power of presence and unconditional love. Integration represents the culmination of the conscious evolutionary path available to embodied beings. It is the state of enlightenment, unity consciousness, or Christ consciousness, depending on the tradition. It is the point where the individual soul, having completed its learning in the school of incarnation, returns to its native home with the wisdom gained. This is often described as the point of no return, the threshold beyond which the distinction between the ascended being and the source is ultimately meaningless. It is the final merging, the return home. Yet, from this state of absolute unity, the journey continues, but in a different manner. It is less about personal attainment and more about the effortless expression of the source's will through the unified vessel. The integrated being continues to inspire, and to radiate the higher frequencies, contributing to the evolution of consciousness on the planet and beyond, from a place of inherent wholeness and peace. As one progresses on the path of ascension, a profound shift occurs beyond merely raising personal vibration or perceiving subtle energies. A critical juncture is reached where the lines between the inner, non-physical realms and the outer, physical world begin to blur, intentionally or not. This chapter explores the nature of this integration, the challenges and opportunities it presents, and the essential practices required to navigate this new state of being. Chapter 51: The Integration of the Inner and Outer Universes. The journey through the lower and middle dimensions, the crucibles of experience, the trials of embodiment, the mastery of the self, all have served their purpose. We have navigated the veils of illusion, learned the lessons of duality, and begun to attune our energy fields to the higher frequencies. We stand now at the threshold, not merely as observers or aspirants, but as beings poised for a profound integration, the merging of the inner universe with the outer cosmos. This final stage transcends mere vibration raising or dimensional stepping. It is the conscious unification of the self, as a sovereign, liberated entity, with the totality of existence. It is the realization that the inner landscape, the realm of thought, emotion, belief, and consciousness, is not separate from the outer universe but is, in fact, the very fabric through which the universe expresses itself and through which we perceive it. The inner universe as the gateway. For years, the focus has been outward, understanding the mechanics of the dimensions, navigating energetic fields, learning to shield and protect the self while raising vibration. Yet, the most potent tool for this final integration remains the inner universe. It is the place where the subtle bodies, the mental, emotional, and spiritual, resonate and harmonize. It is the crucible where the lower self, the ego mind, and the shadow aspects are transmuted into the higher self, the unity field. The inner universe is the gateway. It is the control room from which the outer reality is projected. As we master our internal landscape, clearing energetic blockages, balancing the chakras, cultivating positive emotions, expanding awareness, we simultaneously begin to reshape our external experience. The outer universe becomes a reflection, a mirror, of our inner state. The key realization is that the journey inward is the journey outward and vice versa. The outer universe as the manifestation. Conversely, the outer universe provides the necessary framework, the environment, for this integration. The dimensions, the galactic grids, the celestial bodies, the collective consciousness fields, all these are aspects of the outer universe that we begin to interact with consciously. We are no longer just inhabitants of the third dimension, we are beings interacting with the fourth, fifth, and beyond, drawing down their energies, understanding their geometries, and learning to navigate their influences. This interaction is not merely about receiving energies or information. It is about co-creation. As our inner state becomes more refined and aligned with higher vibrations, we begin to consciously influence the outer field. Our thoughts, intentions, and emotions, amplified by our awakened state, become creative forces capable of shaping our reality and contributing to the evolution of the collective. We start to see the hand of the Creator not just in the grand design, but in the seemingly mundane events of daily life, recognizing them as opportunities for growth and expression. The mechanism of integration, resonance and alignment. The process of integration primarily operates through the principle of resonance and alignment. As we raise our core frequency, our energy field begins to vibrate in harmony with the higher dimensions. This creates a sympathetic resonance, much like two tuning forks placed near each other, will eventually start to vibrate at the frequency of the stronger one. This resonance allows for a two-way flow of energy, information, and consciousness. We draw down higher frequencies from the dimensions above, infusing our being and expanding our awareness. Simultaneously, our awakened state allows us to transmit our own refined energies and intentions back outwards, contributing to the planetary and universal field. Alignment goes beyond simple resonance. It involves consciously choosing to operate from a state of unity consciousness. It means understanding that separation is an illusion and that all is interconnected. It means aligning our will with the divine will, not as a subservience, but as a recognition of oneness. From this aligned state, our actions become more effective, our creations more harmonious, and our experience more fulfilling. Overcoming the final obstacles. The final stage is often the most challenging. The lower self, the ego mind, may resist the dissolution of the sense of separation. It finds comfort in the familiar, even if that familiarity is based on illusion. Fear may arise, fear of the unknown, fear of losing identity, fear of the immense responsibility that comes with true sovereignty. The wisdom here is to meet these challenges with love, understanding, and unwavering commitment to the path. The ego cannot be destroyed, it must be transformed. The sense of self must expand from a limited personality identity to the vastness of the unified field. This requires persistent inner work, often through meditation, self-inquiry, and the conscious cultivation of compassion and forgiveness, both for oneself and others. Duality, the final lesson, must be fully integrated. We learn to hold the paradoxes, the light and the shadow, the joy and the sorrow, the unity and the individuality. We understand that these apparent opposites are simply different facets of the same whole. This integration dissolves the final vestiges of separation consciousness. The nature of the integrated state. The state of integration is not a static destination but a dynamic, ever-expanding process. It is characterized by sovereignty, a deep sense of inner authority and freedom, unbound by external circumstances or internal conditioning. Oneness consciousness, a lived experience of interconnectedness with all of creation, recognizing the face of the divine in all things. Inner peace, a fundamental stability of being, even amidst external chaos, rooted in the awareness of unity. Creative power, the ability to consciously co-create one's reality and contribute positively to the collective evolution. Universal awareness, an expanded perception, accessing information and insights from the higher dimensions and the collective unconscious. Love as the foundation, love becomes the primary operating principle, flowing freely and compassionately through the being. This integrated state is the realization of the ancient prophecies and the culmination of the soul's evolutionary journey. It is the state of the ascended being, living fully in the higher dimensions while maintaining a conscious presence and ability to interact meaningfully with the lower realms. The final step, embrace the merge. The final step is not a grand action but a profound embrace. It is the conscious choice to allow the inner and outer universes to merge fully. It is surrendering the last remnants of the separate self to the vastness of the unified field. It is opening the heart fully, allowing the love of the Creator to flow through the being, transforming every cell, every thought, every feeling. This merge is the final integration. It is the becoming of consciousness, the activation of the full human potential. It is the gateway to the infinite possibilities of the higher dimensions, where the soul rests in its true home, forever expressing the love and light of the Source. The path is before you. The tools are within you. The final step is yours to take, embrace the merge, and step fully into the unified field of infinite love and light. End of book.